click the flavors that you want, click the amount of meals that you want, and then add to basket. So let's say you're a big boy and you want 4 kilos of blueberry. Why not? Banana smooth sundae sounds fantastic at that in the 2 kilo. Add to basket. Boom. Just like that. It's going to pop up over here. And now you can enter code SUMMER. Apply code. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, you guys missed out. Okay, back to Killer Pigeon then. It's Killer Pigeon code. Bam! Like that. 10% off what you're already saving. Absolute jackpot. So then you go check out. And I'm not going to fill out the rest of this because I'm not the one who's going to pay for your meal, I'm afraid. I already have, like, you know, made it cheaper for you, so you should be happy with that. Nice. Okay, so summer code, you guys missed it, but the bank holiday sale at least should kind of, you know, make up for it. Some of this as well, like the deal of the week here. Dude, like, you've seen some of these prices, right? Like, if anyone's whey protein your life up, that's insane. That's 17 shakes for £12.99. 73 pence per shake if you're looking to weigh it up. If you're looking for the meal replacement ones, they do work out a little bit dearer, but that's because it's a meal replacement, right? All right, there we go. Yeah, go for it, Recon, man. I mean, you know, it is. It's an optimal way for you to practice more for Master Realm. So think about it this way, Recon. If you go ahead and grab some of those meals, that's less time spent cooking, more time spent consuming, more time spent gaming, ergo, better chance of making more money in Master Realm. So in a weird way, you kind of just make the investment back when you qualify and get a higher overall finish in Master Realms because you got more games in, because you spent less time away from the screen, more time in front of it, while gaming and drinking. We got you sorted, my friend. All right, so let me get the data loaded up because we're going to start off with Kiljadi versus Cat. So looking at the drafts, yeah, I really like Kiljadi's. I mean, he's one of the most lethal players at HRE right now. He got his hands on the Chinese as well. Delhi on top of that, after securing China, is kind of bonkers. And then you still have Zhone, which I really like against a decent amount of what Cat has. I think Zhone can be pretty good against the Ottomans. Their timings just feel a little bit weaker now than they once were. Ayabids is an intriguing matchup as well. The more interesting one to me is going to be Zhone, because for a while I felt like Zhone versus Japanese was just Zhone favored. Sorry, Japanese favored, but I think more recently with the 2TC build, things have been changing. What are the maps? The maps are, I think we mentioned them earlier, so we've got Socotra, Holy Island, Coastal Cliffs, Kawasan, and Hillendale. We're going to open up on Socotra, and it's not a good start to the series of Cat, because he's pulling out the English, and he's going to be up against the Malians. Yeah, that's bad. Like, there's some okay, wait, Cat, please save me. Why is Kiljadi's data private? Okay, Cat might be able to save us here, or I'm gonna have to go beat Kiljadi with a stick. Kiljadi, you donkey. All right, we're not doing the Kiljadi Cat series. You can blame Kiljadi for that one. It's not even been 24 bloody hours, mate, since the weekend finished. I don't think I've even got Kiljadi on Discord, so I can't even re-hit him right now. Okay, we'll switch it up. We've got plenty of other series. Honestly, I think there should be at least a 48-hour requirement after you played a tournament game that you keep your data public. EGC should make it a rule. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is. I need to double-check with Pesty on that. Actually, oh wait, we got Chim here. I didn't even say hi to Chim. Sorry, Chim. You still here, buddy? Isn't, like, I could have sworn it's a rule. It should be anyway. Dude, look at that. Oh, wait. The sizing changed again. They keep me on my toes. Like, I'm pretty sure there was a requirement in the past, at least. Okay, so I guess we can do... Let's look at the... We'll start with the first qualifier, because I like it that way, and then, like, we have the procedure through. I'm not seeing Tune respond in chat, so let me just double check with him. Yeah, this is where, like, a ticketed system within AoE 4 would solve the problem. That's what Dota 2 used to have. So you'd assign a ticket to games, so those would always be public, right? But then again, like, that's another thing that's different with Dota 2. There's no privating your data, really. I mean, you can make scrims not show publicly, but you know, anything else is fair game. All right, so should we check out Anatan versus Myriad? Myriad was in chat earlier. I'm assuming that was a good series. A little BO3 to kick us off. What else have we got? So Battle between Avali would be a cool one as well. Wonder what happened in Dumu versus Dragovan. Recon, were your games against Lash any good, by the way? Kind of curious on that one. We are going to check out Recon versus Dragovan a little bit later, by the way. That is on the agenda. So, Anatan Myriad, let's load that one instead. Because I know these lads are good boys and will keep their data public. Like they're meant to. Very sour about this. For good reason. It's almost like there's no point in hosting a tournament if people's data is not viewable. So, anyway, let's have a look here. Anna Chad. Who the hell's account is that? CSO versus Anna. What am I looking at here? Oh, did Myriad rename his account to a Chinese name? I'm assuming so? Another thing that I absolutely love is when that's done. That's another thing that having a ticketed system fixes, by the way, is because like players' pro names will be assigned. You can't change them unless you like put in an official request, right? So let's have a look. Yeah, this is the series. Okay, so 4 legs. We're kicking off with HRE versus Japanese. On 4 lakes, I'm tempted to say that's a really good matchup for Japan. Other maps, I'd probably favor HRE there, but like Japan on this type of map, a lot of ponds to play into, a lot of value out of the fishing boat spam and the Shinobi. Feels like it should be a good situation for the Japanese. Looks like Myriad is going to be whipping those out, so let's just prep. I think everything's set. Thank you, Monkey Legs. Everyone renamed to Chicken Soup recently? No. Banned. So, I think we're good to go then. Everything should be correctly assigned. Let's switch over. Oh, yeah. Let's change that detail. This is not a play all 16. Although one of these players was recently involved in that. Oh, I did just remember one more detail. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about this. I need to download the icon. The logo for EGC. So let me just quickly grab that from the Discord. Here we go. Master of Realms. If I go to downloads. Look at that. Perfectly sized. There's a nice thing when I just do back-to-back-to-back-to-back EGC tournaments, right? Is like they're always nicely sized. Whereas when there's someone else in between, I always find myself with jankily sized things. So let me just update the title as well. So Anton versus Myriad to kick off. Nice one, Blitzkrieg. Yo, what do you guys think of that broadcast yesterday, by the way? Casting with Cracky is hilarious, man. Like, we got so unhinged in that final series. It's Master of Realms time, and we are into the best of threes. My Insanity's Anatan going up against Myriad, and we open up on 4 lakes with an HRE Japanese showdown. Now, if you are new to the AoE 4 scene, you haven't been paying attention, or whatever it may be, you don't know what the hell Master Realms is, this is the EGC TV's upcoming tournament. This is the qualifiers. In fact, this was qualifier number 1, and I believe this was the round of 16. Remember, these are single elims, by the way. And these two are a known quantity. Myriad, a talented player, has been on the rise. My Insanity's Anatan. Honestly, at this point, Anno is like a top 12 player. I'm pretty confident in that statement. He has been on absolute fire recently. And the way Master of Realms works, by the way, is that maps are categorized. So you have open maps, closed maps, water maps, hybrid maps. and Chaos maps. And this happens to be, I believe it's one of the hybrid maps, is how this one gets catalogued. The whole logic is that you have to go through the draft and you can only pick from the different sets. So, for example, you wouldn't be able to have a series where you play Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Gorge because they're all in an open map format. So in terms of the categories we did get hybrid, water, and open. The map's going to be 4 Lakes, Archipelago, and Dry Arabia, if the series does go deep enough. Gotta say, like, looking at the draft, I think Anno got maybe a little bit better of it. I mean, it's weird because Myriad did get Roos. It's just the maps I'm looking at. HRE versus Roos, I think, is what we're going to see on Archipelago. That actually might be an edge for Myriad. I think this opening game is a bit of a weird one. That I was saying HRE should actually beat Japan most of the time right now, but this map might be one of the rare exceptions. The reason being is that there's way too many ponds to expand into, and that's advantageous for Japan from multiple angles. For a start, remember, this Civ pays less to get into their fishing boats, and then by extension, the Coca Township play is very strong to just deny on the water sides. You're also in a situation where, like, HRE don't typically want to go into mass infantry in a rush. I feel like quite often right now, still, HRE are playing old meta on this particular map, where they'll look to just go into fast castle. I'd love to see an all-in feudal play, but I think one of the big problems is the big edge you have when playing all-in feudal as HRE is to play mass ranged. That's the big benefactor. But when you play on a map like 4 Lakes, the comps lean more towards food and away from the idea of wood-based units. More fantasy-style realms? Dude, you know what would be nice is if within a map you could have different type biomes popping up, right? Like, I was just thinking about this. Like, we have an amazing bunch of map creators in the community. One of them actually went ahead, if it's Hunter AOX, he went ahead and created a generated version of the world map. We've played a few community games on it in the past. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, if only there was a way he could apply a biome tag to parts of the map, this would be out of this world incredible. By the way, if you're wondering what is the go-to biome that you should be using for all your games, it should be Japanese Springs. There is no other answer. I'm definitely not a Japanese fanboy. You gotta be, right? You gotta cheer for the underdog here in more than one way. I think Myriad would accept Anatan is looking like a better player right now. And on top of that, if these two civs, Japanese looks a little bit underwhelming, HRE looks very potent. The issue is that Japan doesn't really have options as a civ. They just kind of do the one same thing over and over again, which is typically fast castle. But the cool thing is because we're on a water map, we might see a little bit more diversity. It's not on the landmarks, though. Coca Township on the way. You know, I think the only player who doesn't go Coca Township on 4 Lakes that I've seen is Dumu. In fact, I've even seen that on other maps. I remember for a while on maps such as Canal, he was experimenting with the idea of Kura Storehouse. And I gotta say, I don't mind it. Like, I think there's a lot of merit to it. The idea behind the Coca Township, in theory, seems cool, but it can give you a very limited span. And I think ever since the nerf to the Coca Township, where it doesn't immediately spawn a Shinobi now, your timings often feel off. Especially against a civ like the HRE that can usually pump out units quite quickly to try and dent your attempts. Are we looking at the fishing count as well? It looks like there is already a lead there, right? Okay, no. It's a good maintained by Anatan, but a lead should extend in, I'd say, about the next minute and a half, because remember, Japan can easily go out to the second dock and bolster that out. Arcanus Lee is going to bounce that out a bit more, but I think the thing that might keep Anatan back from rushing out is that Shinobi. In fact, as I say that, he's already moved out. Problem is, like, you haven't got anything to protect this dock yet, though, right? Like, you could theoretically go for an archer ship straight away, but it doesn't feel good to do. But you have two choices here, right? You either archer ship up on this pond, or you wall the sides, because otherwise there's a risk your opponent could always sneak docks. In fact, that dock sneak is now on the way. Myriad moving in for the western pond. This is spicy. Oh, that's sick. Anatan, I love that. So he's scouting with these fishing boats. This is such an underrated play. People tend to be greedy, and they take the close-by fish first. But if the trade-off is that you're going to allow your opponent to get on water, it's just simply not worth it. So you have two options, right? You either palisade along here to make sure you can't be surprised, or you could just have a fishing boat, which is like the same cost as palisades, but you're also getting economy along the way. Villager is on the way out. Anode has already queued up the demo ship. Shinobi are coming through, though. I mean, this is the big problem I'm seeing here, right? Like, if this was another civ, I could see Anatan's strategy of just the fishing boat working, but he needs a defense ship ASAP. And the fact that he went for a demo first has now put him behind. So interesting comment there from Recon. You think they're OP because you can use a farmhouse to fish on the shoreline? I don't know if you really want to do that, though. I mean, you need a farmhouse, right? But, like, realistically, maybe on the opening, I can kind of see what you mean when you go out for the initial dock, but the follow-up one, I'm not so sure of. Oh, you mean from, like, a sneak perspective on the docks? I feel like that's a bit of a punt, though, right? The vision on farmhouses isn't that high. It's not like your Byzantines. Like, in theory, Byzantines could be OP for that detail, right? Is border settlements with houses means that you have free scouting range on the map. Meantime, looks like we have at least got archers coming out. Shinobi trading out and dying for it. Something went severely wrong here from Myriad. There's no way he should have a double death on Shinobi already that early. Archership is at least going to come out and punish a little bit, but, I mean, to be totally honest with you, I'm not entirely convinced that Myriad has found the damage he was looking for here. Then again, if his real goal was just to bait and go Castle Age, he is on track here. And Anatan, well, he's been baited into engaging fully. We've got multiple demos coming out. On top of that, he had to go into the archer range, into the archers to counter the Shinobi play. There was only 240 active resources invested in that Shinobi play, by the way. By comparison, there was, what, I think 3 archers total plus the archery range. So Anatan definitely more in the hole. And also on top of that, I guess you could argue that there's the idle time here, right? Between the fishing boats that are repairing and the fact that they couldn't work when the archer ship came in. This is pretty crafty by Myriad. Yoy, what a crafty play. So Myriad will get that fast castle in the end. Now, it looks like Anatan has at least played into 3 lakes. Not bad, considering the name of the map is 4 lakes. You're almost complete here. But I do think there's a very potent timing coming now, and Anatan doesn't have a golden solution. He went for an archery range. He didn't go for a rack. He doesn't have a solution for Mount Samurai. And he has a pretty exposed spawn, right? Like fort spawning tree line. And in fact, one that's going to run out quickly, at which point transitions, switch-ups are going to be a little bit slower considering you won't have that Archon buff anymore. I mean, overall, I'm impressed. I had my doubts. I wasn't sure if this was going to be the opening that Myriad really needed, but it's definitely paying off. Looks like Naval Aerostats has at least come in, so... Cool thing about that, right, with the Japanese is you do get this for free. Because when you gold gather, you get stone, right? Problem is, demo ships can still just do this. Oh, that's so painful as well. The timing on that. Myriad, he was prepping the reasonable solution here, right? The archer ship was on the way. Unfortunately, it just came in too late. And now I think he's going to lose that archer ship as well. At the end of the day, though, this is still just all the distraction, right? Myriad is now making his way up. It is going to be this typical stables play as we would expect here. Anatan, he's building more archers. What? Ambitious choice there by Myriad to go in for the stab, but I think that was a little bit wasteful compared to just denying the docks. But we know where the docks are, Myriad doesn't, right? He must assume there's one on the north side. He definitely doesn't know about the east side, otherwise you would have contested it by now. Looks like he has actually just discovered it now, courtesy of the outpost and the galley revealing. So he knows his opponent has 3 lakes, but the downside of this is if he has 3 lakes, he has to invest to get value out of them, right? So it does take a little bit of time for Anno to catch up here. And yes, he clubbed sheep down with some billies. But most of it was just the deep water fish. Like, you are talking about 1 pond with 12, and you're not building any extra units other than villages, right? It's like, actually, Castle Age becomes quite affordable at that stage. This is pretty bad for Anno, right? Like, remember, at the end of the day, you do see this transition where the focus becomes relics for both players here. Japanese have an efficient way of getting towards them, and HRE are desperate to get them due to regnants. However, with the fact that you know Mount Samurai are coming, it means you have to forfeit the map. There's a high likelihood that Anno could get starved out of relics here. I love this as well. Notice that Myriad is going for the more aggressively located relics first. This could be a full 5 relic game. Like, I actually think Anatan, if he goes regnants, it's a death sentence here. I think you actually have to go for the Burgrave and flood Spearmen into Men-at-Arms to overwhelm. Sounds a little bit dodgy doing that into a Duchy tech, but actually HRE can contest, especially when they're playing 3 lakes like this. Now Samurai marching in though, and the Raxes have been dropped, which decreases the likelihood we're looking at a Burgrave play here. Problem is, you haven't got enough spearmen to chase down both these mounted samurai right now, so the idle time is definitely adding up. But folks, this is just wave number 1. Love that detail from Myriad. Notice he adds in the Shinto Shrine early to actively produce the priests. He understands fully what's happening here. Because of the double rats commitment, it has to be a Regnitz, and that means the race is on. This is really cool. What a clean execution by Myriad. I mean, I think Japan is quite quickly becoming the most popular pick on 4 legs from what I've been seeing. Definitely sees a lot more picks than almost any Civ, right? I think it's usually Japanese, HRE, doesn't make that much appearance. Rus will still sometimes be whipped out, but like high-level players don't really bother playing Rus here because it's never going to get through the map draft. What other picks are there that really lead the way? Some people have been experimenting with China again on GG. But yeah, like now that I think about it, I think Japan is the most frequent Civ I've cast on this map. On the Regnitz. Anatan, he doesn't even finish it off in time. He will eventually reclaim this area, but remember, while the distraction is going on here, it means more relics are going to be dragged home by the Shintos. And somehow, it looks like Anatan lost control of the East Lake. Okay, this is all falling apart. It's like, Anno, looking back at this game, I mean, I think a big issue here is the lack of vision, right? Like, he should have been able to scout this play coming. He should have had some inkling that it was going to be a fast castle play. But instead, he actively added in more archers than were necessary. He was slow on the Rax transition into Spearmen. And I think even at this stage, you know, if you at least invested a bit in defending this lake, Burgrave still would have made a lot of sense here to clutch up the game fast. But now, I mean, now things get ugly. 2 relics still on the way home. Clash in the mid-map here. Onobugishi are now in the mixer. So at this stage, Anatan's strategy has flopped. This is why getting the Burgrave up ASAP and flooding Castlage units would have been better, because at least then the Onobugishi wouldn't have a freebie. I would honestly be surprised if Anatan gets a single relic now. Crossbow switches. Wait, what? So this is really bad what's happening now from Anatan, and I think it's because he drained the wood. Yeah, he doesn't have efficient wood gathering now with the Arkin. So he feels like, what, he has to leverage food more and go into gold? That's the problem. Crossbow plus Spearman, it counters the Cav, but it does nothing against the Onobugishi. And you just saw the Bigisha. That's the wildest part to me, is that Anatan knows that he's up against the ladies and has built nothing to solve for them. Nice micro by Myriad, just trying to chip away at that eco line. Now, the good news is you should be able to pinch these knights, right? Like, you have got marching drills, but line formation is a must, Anno, and that's not mine. I mean, it's not as much a line as it is now a queue as they chased after. Meta arms are at least being queued up, so that's going to fare a bit better against the Bigisha. The thing's beginning to look fairly grim. I mean, Anno, the correct solution is indeed to go meta arms. That's the thing that should allow him to kind of clutch this up a bit. But now I'm worried about, you know, when he was on 3 lakes, logic is you can just play into mass meta arms and beat Odachi Samurai. Now it's 2 lakes apiece, and it's going to be a 5 relic pull for the Japanese. I don't think you can outmass Samurai here. So where's Anno's recovery? Probably Imperial. I think you wall up, hunker down, and just go Imp. It's tough because you're playing against a Civ that doesn't mind that idea as well, right? And we're talking about 14 minutes into the game. Like, we're not talking about you being 100 land eco where farm transitions are OP. Because remember, like, HRE with a fully fleshed Arkin Chapel has better gathering than a Shogunate Castle. Gish now marching in. Asking him to try and hold the area, but this is going to be a one-sided affair. I mean, the Bigisha actually, in fairness, do not have any of the melee tech, so it's not going to be a complete wipe, but it's still going to be a favorable trade for the Japanese. So it will be a reset or retreat. Props to Anatan for getting so many units together so quickly here, but, you know, this is the worst case scenario for the Japanese, right? Like, they're only going to inflate from here. Tada just came through. He has got enough stone and gold to get into the level 2 and level 3 melee techs. Meanwhile, Anatan, he'll always be eclipsed in that regard. Between the Bannerman aura and the fact that Japan gets an extra melee tech, there's only so much you can do to offset the Bigisha damage. So we've got Takazaiku now on the way as well. So is that for actual berry gathering? No, I think it's just about the movement speed out to the pocket resources on the flanks. And it looks like we have got a hardened Samurai switch coming in. Good timing as well, actually, because Anatan is going into Lansk. Lansk is a really smart choice up against Bugisha, but against Samurai, it's quite frankly atrocious. You just die way too quickly to a Dachi tech. I know. Has laid claim to one of these relics in the center, so it looks like he actually takes a terrible situation and makes it a little bit more bearable here. It's one relic. It's now going to start being dragged back towards the HRE base. Myriad has something to say about that, though. Warlord comes out. A little bit of a missed micro there, leaving the crossbows in the front line. We'll retreat inside the Warlord circle. He's going to have to retreat fully. I mean, this is not a winnable fight. Oh, no. And he tries to hang around. Landsneck, getting some good cleaves in, though. So it might be the recovery arc he was looking for. Big MVPs here as they chop down the second wave. And what looked like it should be a flood through, in the end, is a hold. Okay, that was sick. Anatan, the way that played out, usually the issue with Landsneck is they just stick themselves on the front line because they move quicker than men-at-arms, and they get exposed. But what happened there is because Myriad wanted to block the relic grab, he sent the Owner Bugisha past the front line, and the Landsneck was standing behind. So they just had full range swinging without any downtime moving around. All of a sudden, Anatan has a pretty potent timing ahead of him. He needs to find some additional value, though. It's good to get that one relic home, but now he needs to start stripping something away from his opponent. This could be a good target if he had more torches. Because the issue here, right, this Rax Yoroshiro prime target, you just simply do not have enough to burn it down, though. Looks like we have got a full commitment to heavy maces on the way, though. Samurai coming out on the other side, but no Dachi tech yet. A little bit surprised by this. Myriad definitely does have the resources to lean into it right now. Sitting on over 500 gold. So we have got fishing starting to ramp up as well. And thank you. I'm looking forward to being a father for the second time. Unless we count Recon's mum calling me daddy, but that's something different. Oh, I'm sorry, Recon. But it's yeah, no, it's a cool feeling. It's scary as hell in the current esports climate, but it is a cool feeling. Oh my god, wait, Lansk? Myriad, I mean, build a transport and run, right? Like, this is about to get ugly. Starts to split them up. Everyone just draws straws. Who will be the real diversion here? I mean, no one's the diversion. One Lance gets split off the side. Brilliant micro there by Anatan to just keep the pressure mounting. And sure, the big cleaves didn't come in, but the ranged units, well, they made him pay anyway. Oh my god, dude. What a crazy turnaround. I can't believe that Anatan is still in this game. Myriad looked like he played it pitch perfect for the first several minutes, right? But like, yet the turnaround. I'm not sure how much I attribute this to HRE and how much I attribute to Anatan. I don't want to do the player dirty here because he has done a phenomenal, solid job to get back into this. But there is no denying that HRE is a bonkers Civ that can allow for this. I mean, what impresses me even more so is that this is just without any Archon buff, right? Like, the wood line exhausted a long time ago, so he's been playing without that buff. Myriad. I'm wondering. He started Mountain Samurai, but the problem is he kind of stopped raiding, right? I think maybe the mistake here was, like, if you keep raiding to the backside with small groups of Mountain Samurai, your opponent has to keep the spin in there or lose economy, right? So then you can actually just get that relic for free and you don't get pressured in that wild fight. But honestly, the Giga Brain on Anatan to go Landsnecked when you have no relics. You just don't see that from HRE, but it really was what saved him bacon. Looks like Myriad is going to get a good fight, though. Jumps on top of the back line. Second wave to follow up as well, and it looks like we have now got a Dachi tech online. The Onimusha has 6 switch. This is the golden solution, right? Because now your opponent can't go men-at-arms whatsoever. In fact, I don't think you need to go Samurai anymore. You should just be going Onibugisha, Onimusha. The full lady comp. Oh, Myriad, your goal isn't to finish him with just Mounted Samurai. The Mounted Samurai detail is to keep him defending, because he's going to keep building more and more spears. So what you're trying to do at that point is just buy time to scale either Onibugisha or switch Samurai for your real win condition. But the whole point is, like, you lost the critical fight in the center because you got rushed into the engagement because you were contesting a relic, right? And I think that's where it started to go wrong. That gave Anatan the recovery arc. But, like, if you just avoid the fight, that's the whole point of Mount Samurai. Like, your opponent hasn't walled up. That's what I think you're looking to punish, that critical detail. And oh my god, what is that formation? But please just peel the Samurai off before you get your skin peeled off in return. You know, coming in with the second wave though. Anatan, all of a sudden on shaky ground here. The Samurai Ono Bugisha formation is online. And considering that this is a guy that only has one relic and limited gold access, scaling Mass Lance isn't an option, and it wouldn't be a good one anyway against Samurai now. Oy, oy, oy. This has to surely be close to a close. I mean, I'm wondering where Anno's going to get long-term gold access. That was the last bit, right? So he has to come out into the map now. Now, it looks like static defenses will somewhat stabilize him. But the second wave coming behind this is just as big as what remains the HRE army. At this point, I think Myriad can just slow down a little bit. Just look to lock in the gold and then go from there, right? Because an HRE player with no gold access is a dead HRE. But you guys think this is turning around? I think Anatan's stuck. What do you build now? Mass archers? Okay, great. I'm just going to drop a siege workshop. Like, I actually think that's all you have to now do is Japan. I'm a bit shocked that it hasn't come out yet, but, you know, he hasn't seen the archer hand. But, like, what Myriad should be understanding at this point, he's scouted the entire map. He knows where gold is. There is actually... Okay, my mistake. There is a 4K gold over here. Which... Wait, why is Anno not gathering from it? What? Okay, my eye's clearly not working. I was so focused on the fact that Anatan had just stopped gathering gold altogether, I assumed he was out of gold, but there is literally a 4K sitting right here. Instead, he trusts in spears. I'm going to move sure at least get mopped up. But if your opponent's going Mass Samurai now and you don't go on this gold, like, it should just be over, right? Looks like we have got to move finally. Very big delay there, though. Anatan, at least recalibrating for the gold. A little bit surprised this didn't come in sooner. Not sure what the Spearman thought was. Like, you know, reality is even if you're up against Ono Musha, Spearman not that great because you can get kited. And there was nothing else that was beckoning to build spears in the first place, right? Weird. Now shifting left side. So it looks like he's trying to lock in these fat golds. That will definitely lock in the fat gold. Has left the right side one exposed here, though, but this is a leverage point, right? From here, you can shift into that 4K gold in the back we talked about. In fact, America's beginning to hunt in that direction. Does see the main army coming towards him, though. Anatan, by the power of HRE, has once again reboomed. Army does look a bit more healthy this time. I think the thing that really just wins this game still for Myriad is Siege. Because that's the very gold-heavy thing here, right? Like, if you're both going Samurai, Men-at-Arms, right? You know, that can be done with a trickle. But you need mass gold access to really play into Siege now. And that's the advantage that you have for your Myriad. Siege is haram. I mean, I said build mangoes, not spring rolls. You don't have to feel dirty about it. Bugisha pushing back. Sprint replacements are starting to come in onto the defense of Anatan here. Landsnake once again getting queued up, but I'm starting to wonder if they're actually going to arrive a little bit too slow here. 2 Shaker Sites now locked in for Myriad. So he starts the timer. Pretty smart choice here, right? Trying to force his opponent out of his base. I do think, like, I feel like you're actually rushing to go in here. It's almost like you've had these bad experiences against fast imp HRE, and they're in the back of your mind. But you are, like, diving into static defenses and these choke points with mass melee. Crossbows. Should be able to start to recover this. The sprint replacement, there's no way the Myriad can hang here. I am once again requesting that Myriad discovers the Siege Workshop. Guys, I think there's a clear disconnect in our assessment on what's meant to happen and what will happen. You see, my mistake was assuming a Japanese player would build siege. That doesn't make sense because Japan is all about A-clicking. Bugisha, Samurai. Apparently even the Onimusha with the way they're being used. Siege requires you to actually look at what you're doing. That's not how I play Japan. And I think Myriad will agree that's not how anyone should play Japan. Kind of makes sense as well. With how quickly the Bugisha attack, they're probably not looking before they swing, right? I said it before, they just need a custom animation that's basically a Beyblade. Full tornado effect. You can A-move siege. Yep, that always ends well. That's how I go into a 20-minute rant about how crappy pathfinding is for Rams. I don't know, I think he's just trying to scout out what's happening back here. Made Yumi instead of Musha? I mean, actually, legit, yes. Because you do have Samurai, which contest men-at-arms. And if you think about it, Yumi kills everything else. And it just gets you raw numbers quickly. But why would you build Yumi when you can build hand cannoneers? Boom. The only reason you're building Yumi now is to buff those hand cannoneers up. One Bannerman will do, thank you very much. I hope he remembers the Bannerman, actually. I get a little flicker in my eye when I see people with like 10 or 20 hand cannoneers / Ozutsu, and they forget to build a Yumi. Especially if they already have archery ranges. Nice defense on the sector sites here. Anatan's got a tricky situation ahead of him now, right? Like, militarily, he's slightly ahead, but technologically, he's about to be a mile behind. We also have to remember these are Euroshiro drop buildings, so tech upgrades, like the elite stats of the Samurai, only take 20 seconds. That's no breathing room whatsoever. And oh my god, we're talking about breathing room. Someone's about to get suffocated here. Onibugisha in. Villages have at least got textiles. Looks like it's the correct reaction to hold them back. Okay, praise to Anatan, man. How many of us would have just pulled all those villages away and lost them in the retreat? That was actually really smart. Because he's standing his ground, letting the reinforcements get there quicker. It's still a few losses along the way, and it still gets the breathing room necessary for the Tanegashima Gunsmith. And as a result, it does mean that Myriad is still ahead here, but there is an opportunity, at least for a decap. Anno, with a raw military advantage here, up over 30. Who needs Bannerman for hand cannoneers? They overkill everything anyway. I'd expect more from someone who picks Order of the Dragon. Samurai marching over. Elite Stats has already come in, folks. I cannot believe I'm actually seeing Elite Onimusha. That never happens. Okay, so the thing is, like, that does feel overkill to me when you've already got a Duchy for men-at-arms, right? Like, that's what makes it feel a little bit weird. Even more so, like, the fact that you elite them up, you don't even get Kubota yet. Oh, wait. Elite upgrade was worth it, folks. Look how long those Onimusha lasted. Man, that extra 10 HP really went a long way. Samurai at least making up for it. Looks like the backstab's going to come with the Mango. That's what Myriad was doing. He was getting rid of the Onimusha before the Mangoes could counter him. A genius affair. That's the best part. Myriad chat's like, I didn't even realize in game. You're telling me you didn't look up and go, wait, where did half my army go? Wait, is Anno now going to win this? He shouldn't. It is criminal if he somehow wins this. He's hard stuck, right? Like, he's not going Imperial at all. And 5 Azutsu did just get pumped. So you just need to clump the fights, right? And remember, like, even if Anno now dives around the TC, starts killing some land eco, he's not stopping the fishing. And the fishing is what enables this win condition. Admittedly, it's a little bit harder if you start losing a million Onimusha again. But thank you very much for the resub, Nomad. Welcome back to Swarm, buddy. Half a year and you're still not tired of me. That should tell everybody everything. Zutsu should be able to stabilize this. I mean, the numbers do favor Anatan, but it's the quality of units now. He's been eclipsed, right? Like, the Samurai are elited up. The Izutsu are basically hand cannoneers. I'm not seeing the way unless Anatan can find his way up into Imp. And worse still is the fact that he has no gold. He's out. Both the 8Ks have been blocked out. He's moving out with villagers now, but no. You dirty son of a... Wait, what was that Murad said a few minutes ago? Something about Siege not being haram? Well, it's time to blast. Anatan immediately realizes this is the wrong neighborhood. But now without gold, I mean, this game is over. Like, there is no way HRE can catch up now. Wait, no, let me put the asterisk in there. Unless, of course, Myriad decides to run his entire army past a bunch of Landsnake again. Which is actually feasible now that I think about it, considering he just admitted in chat he didn't realize that happened. Nah, guys, there's surely no way. I mean, Bunrei is on the way, Bagisha upgrade's coming in. Once Oda Tactics is there, that's when it's GG. If Anatan can make Myriad do something dumb before then, great, we have a game on our hands. But if Oda Tactics ticks in before Myriad throws the game, then this is an easy cruise mode victory. And it looks like Anatan isn't contesting him. A little bit surprised by this. Maybe he's suspecting that Oda Tactics is going to pop any second now. I mean, it makes sense, right? Your opponent has both 8k golds. There's no way he's gold starved in this game. He is in a true Imperial stage. The other problem is, I think there has been trading going on with the marketplace, right? Like, there has to have been this deep in. Yeah, so you only get 40 gold per 100 food, so that's not an option either. Man, I can't believe this. Anatan. I mean, after Myriad dropped the ball, Anatan picked it up in beautiful fashion. Looked like he would be able to still just pull this off, but in the end, Myriad had the backup plan, had the foresight to just focus on the gold. Something that usually gets lost in the chaos of Holy Island, Four Lakes. A lot of people focus on the idea of how important the fish are, when I'd say more games are often decided by the gold. It's Nobunaga time, baby. Oda Tactics now coming in. Melee tech level 4, not long behind it. And a fight on the way that Anatan does not want. Remember, he's stuck in Castle Age. No cannonball emplacements to try and defend with. Even if you had them, they would not last long up against these Izutsu. I know. Marches in to what will likely be his last stand. Myriad on the fort. Full upgrades in. Banner Menorah. Bagisha, Samurai, all elite, the Oda Tactics to make them all feel insanely tanky here. Horsemen are going to ride around the back for a single Springhold, but the Izutsu are now uncounted. And the numbers are falling quick. Into the choke point he goes to try and hold, but Anatan, there is no holding here. Game 1 will go to Myriad. Ooh, spicy. Okay, yeah. I still think, like, looking back at that, the area where it really went wrong for Myriad was you prep Mounted Samurai, but then you get caught mid-transition into the Bagisha. I think that fight in the center is what made that game look shaky. You really can't fault Anna, though, the way he actually, like, almost clutched that up. But I think, you know, if I had to kind of give a little bit of feedback, an area for improvement there, where Myriad could have ended the game probably 10 minutes plus sooner, it would have been if the Mounted Samurai just kept roaming. Because even if you can't find eco, even if it's, like, risky, if the spearmen are at home, that's great. All you want to do is cover your Bagisha transition. And also, if your opponent's building more spearmen, all the better, right? But yeah, I think those timings hurt him a bit. The other detail, of course, is the fact that Myriad is allergic to siege weapons. Now I'm going to ruin his image because Ozutsu are technically siege weapons. Just saying. What do we call that one? I'm trying to think what would be the name for it. Dog tier Civ becomes God tier on this map. He even beats HRE, maybe? That might work. Alright, so let's get ready for game number 2. It's Archipelago time. Wait, what? Why are we going English? So Myriad has chosen the English. One sec. I mean, he didn't really have a better choice, I guess. Marlins, you can't really do anything. Zhone is worthless too. And yes, Yumi Bannerman do work with hand cannoneers. They also work with Uzutsu. No, Bannerman is no, dude. Bannerman is not overkill for hand cannoneers because you never know what you're up against, right? I'm trying to think how he wins this. Let's find out. I have a feeling we're going to game 3. Yeah, I noticed something a little bit tricky about Myriad's draft, actually. The only good Civ he had for a map like this was Japanese. Even that is a question mark compared to something like Juji. That this is where Anatan's draft begins to shine. He picked the HRE. Wait, is that draft right? I think I got the wrong draft. One sec. No, there we go. It's 'cause I was right. So he picked the HRE, the Juji, Chinese, and Abbasids. So basically anything that can at least be competent on a water map, but 2 civs that can absolutely stomp here in Archipelago. Meanwhile, Myriad might surprise you to realize, guys, the English is kind of a throwaway pick in this situation. I think he anticipated the Juji was going to come out. We have to remember that with Myriad on match point, there's still a 3rd map potentially behind this that would take place on Dry Arabia. So Myriad, you know, he's got, what, Zhone. The other one he's still got is Malians. Of the 3 civs, the one that can potentially pull up with an upset here would be English and Archipelago. The other 2 don't stand a chance. It does, however, mean that he's now missing a very, very powerful pick for Dry Arabia. We know the English are looking pretty dominant there with their non-unstoppable fast castle white tower builds. We have at least got one of those spread spawns, actually. I don't know if that really favors Myriad here. Sometimes you get these spawns on Archipelago where both players are right next to each other. I don't think being further away is beneficial for you, though, right? Like, Juji will just inflate quite quickly. In terms of the advantages on water, remember the English do get cheaper boats by 10%. Meanwhile, the Juji, they produce boats 10% faster, right? I guess you could argue being further away from your opponent here gives England a better chance of getting Admiralty. That's one upside. But I think the bigger issue here is, you know, how big is the eco lead for Juji going to be by the time you get Admiralty? Don't know if you guys have been noticing this in your attempts at playing English on water maps. Mainly because I don't think any of you tried to play English on water maps. But the Admiralty transition is really weird right now. I think there's quite a lot of text that feel this way right now. Another perfect example is Piracy for the Mongols. In fact, that one feels even worse because Piracy for the Mongols is like, by the time you get it, you wish you had it before. But if you had it before, you're a ship behind, you lose. Admiralty kind of shares a similar fate, being a 500 resource tech, where to get this, you're sacrificing a ship and a half, right? Actually, you're kind of usually sacrificing 2 ship almost as the English because you get that discount, right? That's a huge disadvantage. It feels like Admiralty can only really come out when you're about 20 ships in. Logic being at that stage, you've saved enough with a discount that all of a sudden you've got the difference to afford it. But that would only really pan out against a civ that doesn't have eco benefits. Juji definitely have eco benefits. And I love this start from Anatan. Notice that he goes onto the shoreline fish for a quicker feudal age timing here. Why do you usually get played a lot on water? So there's a few different reasons, right? So one big one is they have a really disgusting transition into fast castle if you don't apply pressure. Because Tang Dynasty gives a 15% discount on the tech up. And their first tech up does stuff like this. I actually love that you're like, why is Sushi good on water? And then we immediately get a spawn like this. 3 gold veins and a tree line in range of this thing. This is another reason why Zhuji feels really good here as well as Holy Island. The resources are pretty tightly compacted to the point that you actually can get a lot of bank close by. Oh, nice. Recon, you brought some of the protein works? Let me know what you think of them when they arrive, buddy. If you guys do want to take advantage of that, they have got the bank holiday sale on right now, which is like up to 70% off. And then our protein works code, Killer Pigeon, will get you an extra 10%. So definitely take advantage of it. I right now have mixed 2 together. I'm drinking blueberry cheesecake with white chocolate and raspberry. And I'm surprised. It's pretty good. So this is really nice. The Abbey of Kings detail. This is sadly not a good map for it, though. There was a previous water map in competitive that it looked better on. I think it was Warring Islands, where you got the extended, the extrusion. That was where Abbey of Kings looked good. The logic there is that you had a concave to heal well. This is an anti-concave. You haven't got much AoE where you can actually heal ships, but the logic behind this Abbey of Kings is that if you're turtling and you pull back, you can rapid heal up your vessels at an insane rate, right? Like, we're talking about 6 every 1 second added on top of the 1 every 1 second. Junk is going to arrive first, though. Ooh, wait. I mean, he could actually dive him. Yeah, he's going to try to idle him out a bit here. This is really smart. Anatan, so on point with his timing. Remember, he produces quicker. He techs up quicker. This is the value of the shoreline play. Great body blocks as well. Love that from Anatan, just to get more kills. Tech up is at least going to complete, but it's going to come at a price for Myriad. And remember what we said, like, the power of this UG comes in so fast. Any small advantage is a huge one. And this is a big one. 3 worker kills already, likely to be 4 before reaction comes out. He's trying to dodge and weave, but it's just not working. I love the fact that Anatan, you're even seeing points delay a new shot coming out, waiting to see the reaction of the movement from Myriad. This is brutal. Also, keep in mind that Anatan is now already up to 3 docks. That's another insane advantage that Zhuji gets, similar to China, is that they build structures quicker, right? So they get value out of this investment in wood faster. It's weird when you think about it that way, right? Like, compared to other civs who are essentially idling up 150 wood before they can do anything with it for a longer period of time. Now, what do you do, though, if you're Myriad? I'm a little bit perplexed, actually. I don't like to call games before they really are over. But this is a very hard path back into the game for Myriad. Okay, that's a sick idea. He's going to try to gank with the king. The problem, though, is that dock on the west side is going to make it almost impossible to sneak in unnoticed. In fact, the scout is already camping here as well, so I'm not sure he's going to get enough damage done here. Especially when you remember that Anatan does have a single Imperial official, so he can always rush up Iraqs and then supervise into free spinning. Now, if the king was able to heal on the go from inside the transpo ship, yeah, I'm not going to entertain that. That would actually be insane. Ooh, it looks like Myriad may have read this correctly, though. He's going east side. There's no vision there. The problem, though, with this is you're going to walk through the TC to reach the economy, right? There will be some idle time here, but it's going to cost you more in return. Like, look at the ship situation. It's a single Springald versus 2 Springals in a galley. He needs more to defend with. Archer ship's going the range. Anno, mostly on point here, is going to start to back up. Second Springal ship is now arriving, so this is a point where Mira's going to start to feel the pressure a bit, but maybe you can make this work to his advantage. Anatan should theoretically be paying a lot more attention to microing these ships right now, especially this close to the docks. And that might offer up an opportunity to sneak in here. We just need Mirai to not walk underneath the TC. There we go. That was about to become the most underwhelming night raid I've ever seen on Archipelago. Thank God he realized. So sneak around the back. But Anatan now realizing what's happened here. Like, you're going for a transport ship. That's less resources into aggro play. Demo has been queued up, but not out of the most aggressively located dock. And King is about to come around the back here. Important he starts getting some kills here, right? Considering his opponent get 110 passive resources on top of everything else, but does at least get 1 worker kill. The fishing is compensating for this, though, folks. We're talking about 12 fishing boats compared to just 7. Yeah, and this is how I vomit on my keyboard. Admiralty, remember what we mentioned about this? You need to be ahead to really be able to get into it, because otherwise you're now just more boats down. And you aren't even that many boats in to begin with. Honestly, the fact you went Admiralty here allows Anatan to get away with a spearman transition. This is really rough. King. Gonna go for the dive. So another villager is going to go down. But that should be the end of his shenanigans, right? Like, 4 spearmen should easily be able to keep him blocked in. They even have the hardened upgrade on the way. In fact, if he's not careful, yeah, funnily enough, Anatan could have just immediately killed the king there. But he's going on the offensive for the economy. Ooh, I just realized, actually, Myriad, a little bit of a boo-boo here. No forward outpost means you haven't got an aura at all. I think you actually have a better chance of holding this with that aura plus the attack speed increase. King, in the meantime, has been pinched. Now the siege begins. Yeah, honestly, I think you may have been able, to hold this with that outpost, but without it, it feels like Anatan has to micro like a goldfish for you to win now. King dead means you're not going to invest in another one, right? Like, you're already stretched thin, just trying to compete. Such a tough Civ matchup. Juji might just be the kings of full water maps. I do favor Japanese over Juji on maps like Holy Island. But here, it just kind of feels like Juji has found the true calling, right? A Civ that feels quite weak and underpowered right now, but definitely looks overpowered on this map. Other early galley play? Yeah, I think, like I said, your big issues here is, like, you went Admiralty and you also just didn't go an outpost, right? Like, if I had to choose between Admiralty and Outpost here, I'd choose an Outpost. Because the problem with Admiralty is when you're defending, it sucks. Because when you're defending, you have nowhere to retreat, so you can't leverage that extra range, right? Admiralty is good when you're attacking. Like, Admiralty is similar to the idea of, like, having enough breathing room to get piracy. It's a more winning play, right? Because for piracy to make sense, you have to kind of be a little bit ahead. Because A, you have to be able to justify affording it instead of building more boats, and B, you then have to have the advantage to be able to sink boats to get payback. Flood begins the ship numbers. Myriad, I got to give it to him. He's actually doing a good job of competing. But remember, there's a reason why that's happening. Anatan now pulling the trigger, Mount Academy on the way. And this is why Juji is so tricky. The fact he's able to afford a tech up while still massing a similarly sized fleet, right? And remember, yeah, there's the fishing damage on one side, but the king returned fire as well. Like, this just shows you how powerful Juji is as a pick here. A lot of the gold required for this play was just enabled over here as well. 75 gold per minute. Also just allowing him to start inflating into this demo ship count. And this is where Myriad's going to have to rush. Because if he doesn't rush now, this comes in. Armored hull now on the way. In fact, he should also think about going for Springle Cruise, because Springle Cruise basically means Admiralty does nothing. Demos. Creeping around. Myriad sees it, but he can't react to it. Formation shuffle hurts him there as well. He leaves the galleys behind. And if that galley goes down, he's going to be held hostage here. Looks like it is as well. There's body blocks. Oh, no! Okay, Anatan. He sees it, he immediately pounces on it. Demo's at least going to get denied there, but an immediate panic here. 3 galleys get queued up when he needs more Springles, more now than ever. Demos are coming through. And there's nowhere left to run. I mean, this is it. Myriad, those 2 hits alone are good enough to give Anno the edge. He's got more demo ships on the way. The armored hull difference really is showing here. An admirable attempt. I agree with Myriad, there might be something to this, but you've got to respect that initial Juji timing. They come in so hard and fast, and I think anyone watching this, the big lesson to take away from Anatan that he's done so well, but any Civ can do, in fact, is shoreline fishing. Shoreline fishing gave him this insanely aggressive timing. Sick demo hit there by Myriad, but at this stage, it's too much of an uphill battle. We're going to a game 3. Yeah, I honestly, the thing that Anatan is doing really well that a lot of players aren't right now on Archipelago, and it's kind of stumping me. You genuinely need to just go for shoreline fish. It's so powerful. Casting your series versus core 2? Maybe. We'll see where the day takes us. We've got plenty of games to cast. But for now, we get a third game between these two. We're going to be heading into Dry Arabia. China versus Zhone. How do you actually win that as Zhone? No, Recon. Shoreline fish with Vils. Because you drop the dock, so you've already got a drop-off location. Did I say fishing with fishing ships? I'm pretty sure I said just do shoreline fishing. I don't think I specified. Zhone's not too bad versus China. You sure about that? Because like I feel like French would be better. Because French at least scales TCs to a competitive degree while spamming knights, right? Because like either China stays long feudal and masses Chiganu and Zhone always dies straight away, or it's fast castle. Better 1 TC. All right. We'll see if you're able to flex that. What? Why right now? You're redeeming push-ups. Huh, Leave? Just because you're bitter because Japan sucks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I done 6. I was just predicting that someone was going to redeem it when I came back up. Oh, look at that. Someone did. Zhone and French have potential? Okay, so what you just said to me... wait, stars. Okay, so what Myriad just said to me is his plan is to trust the RNG of map spawns to give him a resource spread that allows him to deny Anatan. With that being said, it's time to hop into the deciding game here. Let me mark a point up on the board because our boy did strike back. We're going to a game 3 in this best of 3 between Anatan and Myriad. And Myriad seems to believe there is a way that China can be dented here. I am not entirely convinced. Anatan already sets us up nicely. The worst China spawn I have ever had in my life. Oh my god, you're actually not kidding. Double Deer Ford. And the Stone Ford. Double Stone Ford. Okay, so you have to barbican here then. Like, there is no negotiating this. I think you can recover this spawn if you wall north side, right? You just have to reach the stage where you can wall north and south, and then it's actually not too bad. But yeah, initially this is going to be brutal. Let's see if it's going to get better in different ways. You should at least be fine for sheep. If you're not, then noob, learn how to scout with China XD. Actually, okay, sick. You went for a double scout opener. Anatan does this a lot. Yeah, so he's going to be fine on sheep. This is also kind of cool because it has a knock-on effect where it forces Zhone out of the base with villagers quicker. So if, for example, Anno goes for a fast castle build as China, which is viable, he can just spring Lancers into action here, right? And Zhone is likely to play pocket resources. Like, she's top 3 most likely civs in the game to do it. Is this when you consider pro scouts? No, because we like win that game. Nah. I mean, China can sort of do pro scouts. It's just, yeah, if you're going pro scouts and hauling gold like that, like I feel as if you're skipping imperial official production because you have to get pro scouts quick enough. The problem with going pro scouts here is just you're exposing yourself to knights that you know are coming, right? And Zhone as well. I genuinely think you just go barbican drop on the stone and play 2 TC condensed, right? Because you have at least still got the 2 berry patches north side, and that's an easily wallable area. So it's not the worst case scenario you can play out of this. I'm sure. I'm not saying you can't do pro scouts with China. I'm saying I don't think you do pro scouts here, though. Like, maybe if, for example, Zhone goes 2 TC, you can get away pro scouts. Right? And then you just settle on Song. Because I think, like, if you see 2 TC from Zhone, then you go pro scouts, fast castle with Song. That's really good. But if it's 1 TC from Zhone and you try to pro scouts, I think you're just going to get dented trying to return the deer. Oh, that's cool. I love that. That's such a safe location as well. I mean, China doesn't really aggro you in the early game, so we talked about this pocket resources already coming in. Imperial Academy is on the way. Now, usually this would look like a throw, right? Like you're building Imperial Academy first up against a Civ that's going to mass knights straight away, but you have to remember that China is so egregiously quick at switching into their Barbican that there's not much of an opportunity to punish them. Especially when you're up against Joan, because you know what she's going to do. Or you don't! Wait, what? So what I was going to say Joan's going to do is that she's going to build a school cavalry of one villager, aka Joan, which means you'll always get your Barbican up, right? Instead, we've got literally the worst landmark in feudal age in the game. Oh, what the cock is this? I can't believe we're getting Chamber of Commerce here. I mean, actually, in fairness, it's not a bad spawn, right? Okay, I have one criticism. I'm going to spit in your eyeball on this one, Myriad. Why is it that you have all these deer gatherers out here and you didn't build it here? Like, you legit could have just built a Chamber of Commerce right here. I guess you want Joan on it. Is going to be the excuse, and you didn't want to walk Joan, I guess, which kind of makes sense. The nice thing, though, like, if he doesn't set up a marketplace here after tech up, I'm going to beat him with a stick. And he knows he'll agree he should be beaten with a stick. That's how you at least make this good, is you've now got an easy market transition. You don't even have to idle villages on walk time to do so, right? But I think the logic behind, like, if this was French, for example, he'd have no excuse. But with Joan, you at least have an excuse that there's no way you want to waste time walking her out all the way here, because she won't even get level 2 from it. She'll have to then walk all the way home, or stay there gathering deer. Walls also going up already. I mean, if I was Anatand and I scouted walls right now, I'd be like, huh? But why would I scout the walls when I can just see that you've got Chamber of Commerce and go, what? Yeah, like that's the thing. If he'd gone wheelbarrow straight away, then he could have walked Chamber of Commerce into the corner. It's like another knock-on, right? But like, I don't know if Myriad was planning the Chamber of Commerce from minute 0. His build and this approach makes sense if there was a chance he was thinking of going sock. But if he was always planning to go cock, then it doesn't make any sense that wheelbarrow wasn't in sooner. He didn't even get forestry, right? Like, that's a tough thing that also makes Chamber of Commerce a little bit suckier for Joan compared to French. Is French can go into a lumber camp straight away because it only costs 25 wood. But Joan has to pay 50, right? So it actually stagnates your timings on getting forestry. So you slow down your ramp up, right? Like, you should already be 2 traders in. 3 traders in. You're just, like, not because of this issue. Stable's coming on the other side. Anatan making the right choice there. I mean, he could just flood Horseman. Barbican's going up, so remember, he's starting to inflate his eco as well. And also, there's no full wall in yet for Joan. Timing could be disgusting here, by the way. Like, if Joan's going to go out to farm the boars like this, there's always an opportunity that she gets scouted on half HP. 2 horsemen can pinch her with that. Yeah, I'm still trying to, like, rack my brain why acid distillation is so expensive. Is there any logic behind why it's that much? Oh, wait, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. You already got level 1. I'm an idiot. Dude, I need to wake up. My brain was racking. I was like, huh? Rogan? But no, yeah, what are you on about? The eco upgrades are cheaper on both sides. It's just the difference is that the eco buildings being cheaper, for sure, is the big difference that makes Chamber of Commerce better for French. KP Dennard? Dude, I don't think you should talk. I cast your games this weekend. Antan is ramping into the Horseman. I mean, do you just make a fast castle play here? You can get those so quickly in this type of game. Horsemen, in the meantime, have found the villages. Well, at least he got wheelbarrow in the end, you know? Not the ones I won. I'm sorry, is this the... Are you about to be like Core in my DMs ranting? I mean, you didn't qualify, so what more do I need to say? Horseman gonna get 2 picks here. This is actually really good for Anatand. This is tough as well. Like, yeah, you're seeing the reaction by Myriad. Like, Knights take too long to scale here. He actually needs to go Horseman because he didn't have breadth. He has like 2 options. You either wall the map or you go to something cheaper because you need numbers right now. I love it as well because Anatan, this is the free HP horseman. He just keeps him far, far away from the fight. Is he going to get the kill? Oh, he's going to get it. Well, that is a middle finger as you sink into your grave. Other side, it looks like horsemen have at least been mopped up. Yeah, a little bit of a tough one here. More villagers going down. You do at least get the XP in return on Joan, but all of a sudden you find yourself now 5 workers behind the Chinese. Let me put it another way. You pick one of the most aggressive civs in AoE 4 against one of the most defensive civs in AoE 4. And you're the one losing villagers. And it is the fast castle we talked about. Yeah, this is like the solution, right? Like, Song already lets you compete with what Chamber of Commerce is trying to do. But add in a few worker kills like that, and it's so lopsided, it's ridiculous. And now all of a sudden, Anatan can inflate himself in different ways, right? You can start targeting relics because you're in a game where your opponent has gone for a more greedy approach. He didn't really scale into mass knights. He didn't really press you on the map. And also, because you've already let stables down and you have the supervision ability, you can now just outmass this pitiful counter knights. It becomes Joan's worst nightmare because can you guys guess what Joan's #1 most hated type of unit category is? Siege. No, it's definitely heavy cav. Level 2 Joans hate heavy cav. They get countered in both forms by it. Dive coming in. It's Feudal Knights diving the TC though. I mean, you are at least idling the timing, but you can't stay here long enough to do any real damage. And also, let's keep in mind he lost what? Was that 3 Knights in total in the dive plus the scout? This is atrocious, because now you definitely can't mirror the Knight spam. I actually think Myriad, he needs to prep Spearman ASAP, or he's dead already. Wolves are at least going to slow things down. Consecration on the archery range is a curious choice. Now, I do know that the Rax build got nerfed because Blacksmith upgrades are no longer free for Joan, but it's really important every once in a while to remind Joan players that the Raxes are still an option. And actually, I think a necessity here. Instead, it looks like he's just trying to rush into castle to go arbitrary. That has a negative connotation to it, though, because it means you're allowing relics to just be hoovered up by Anatan. Like, my boy's on point. He doesn't skip a beat. Dude, this guy, it doesn't matter how deep in the day it is, he always keeps his composure. This guy done a play all 16 against Puppy Paw. And he only forgot to make the games viewable twice. That's not a chip raid here. Need a lot more than that against Song Dynasty. If you didn't do the early damage, which is completely your fault, and played better, you wouldn't lose anything. So, I just want to, like, I'm just going to quickly condense what Myriad said there. If he played better, he would have won. You know what? With assessments like that, have you considered coaching? I mean, that's some part of Puppy Paw's coaching, of course. But yeah, like, if you don't lose any eco at all, sure, there's an opportunity there. But it's, I mean, the reality is, like, you then have to, like, pivot the other way. Okay, what if Anatan then didn't build any military at all and just went fast castle, right? And then rushed relics, you know? It's the give and takes of AoE 4. I think Anatan had a good read. Like, your biggest error, I think, was just not having an immediate push of non-stop traders, right? Like, these passively produced traders based off of eco upgrades, you already had gaps in a very early point in the game, which I think put you a little bit further behind on Knights. I know. Now looking to burn through the wall, but Knights are going to take a while. Remember, though, this is drawing attention at home, and this is where the relics will start to get hoovered up. What do you mean, lack of practice with the Chamber of Commerce build? Why are you not doing Chamber of Commerce all the time? Deep breaths. And yeah, you do get a pretty good spawn for it. Like I said, you got the marketplace in the end, right? It's so efficient, this little detail here. But, you know, I can't really take anything away from Anatan. You know, this is really smartly played. We talked about the Song Dynasty into Fast Castle being a powerful build, and he's showing exactly why. Like, even if you got this right, it's a combo of Anno's spawn being terrible and yours being really good. You practice JD, only the kind where it comes out of a bottle and I consume it quickly, while trying to forget what Gully's games on Kaosan look like. Knights choosing an ambitious fight here. Anatan is not paying attention, though, so actually this is going to work. problem is what's happening behind this, right? Like, relics are being grabbed, and you're reacting to the knights instead of reacting to the eco. I know, Gully. We're proud of you. You almost done it. Socotra is a confusing map. We forgive that one. Socotra is a weird map, man. What was that charge kill? This is AoE 4 things, smiley face. Okay, so we have got Castlage Knights, Arbitrary spam coming in. But if this switches to like a slow comp, China just wins that because of Siege, right? And yep. The TC's in now. Dude, I really like Anatan's approach to this. You know, it's something I think players have gotten a lot better at identifying recently, is that you don't have to rush your TC. You can actually go for like a tech up, you can go for an aggro play and then do TC on a delay. I feel like a player that really understood this very well a long time ago was actually Don. His Abbasis was really peculiar because he would always go Eco Wing and then all in on one TC, and then boom, free TC afterwards. Logic being is like you earn the lead, right? And then come for it. Is this fast imp? Because that could kind of work here, right? Because you're trading, so you just set up red pass here, and then you get a second TC down here. And the walls just hold the lancers back, and any that come nearby, Arbalest finish off, right? Like, that actually could work. And it was a Guildhall build. I just don't think you rely on waiting for the Guildhall pull. You just use the Guildhall pull when you're in imp to build units. That's pretty crafty. I mean, Anatan isn't really doing anything to contest it, right? Like, he's playing late game as well. He's walled himself in. He's gone 2 TC. He's stockpiling resources. Looks like we might be getting into a horseman pump, so maybe if he floods this with supervision, it's possible Anatan breaks through just before Myriad pulls the trigger. But it's going to be tight on the timing. Unfortunately, this village is not quite close enough to be hit through the wall. I do like that Anatan at least switching off of Knights. Like, Knights is how you now lose this game because you're never breaking these walls, right? And your opponent has already shown Arbors. Good reactions. Okay, I was impressed by how quickly Myriad pivoted on that. That was almost instantaneous as soon as he saw the Knight moving. Our boy switched on. I don't know, still not really sure whether he's going to crap or get off the pot, right? Like, 900 gold in reserve, 800 food. He is scaling the horseman, but he's not going over the top of it. So it kind of reeks of someone who's dipping their toe in the pond of aggro, but they're not fully diving in, right? Like, if he was fully going for this, he'd have 2-3 more stables, and you'd see 20 horsemen queued up. He's thinking about him. Horseman. Going in for the clash. Lancers arriving as well. Not a bad fight considering Zhone and the other half of the army aren't even here right now. Anatan getting a reasonable engagement, but unless he invests in more Lancers, he's still got to answer the Knight issue. Six sites now looking to be capped. An interesting bail and run there. If this does go into Imperial Age, Zhone can win this, by the way. The reason is that you can actually get into Mass Arbitrary with level 4 Zhone. But that requires you to be at level 4. And that's my issue, is the way this is trending. Like, if we trigger Imp before 20 minutes, China has a huge advantage because of pyrotechnics. Because then you just outrange your Arbitrary and outgun them because you don't have the attack speed or to try and even remotely mirror or match. It looks like we are going to end this in castle then, right? Nesta B's now on the way. That's crafty. So Anatan was waiting this entire time. He wanted to see that this was truly a castle play and not an imp rush. Like, inherently, over time, it becomes an imp rush. But if your opponent is 30, 40 Arbitrary in, you can actually counter him from an age behind. 2 Nesta Bs soon to enter the field. Burn from the flank. Ooh, he's going to get through. Break on the walls. Needs to run past the Arbitrary, though. If you waste time on this, you're just going to die. He needs to get onto the trade right now because the trade is big. 72 each way, and we're talking about 21 traders right for the taking. Cancellation of the buildings. Looks like we're going into mass stables here. Oh, that's interesting. So is he just trying to set the tempo? Because if you go slow-moving units like spears, right, like you have to have the walls to ever get in position to block the cav. Or is it because he knows about the crossbows? How would he know about the crossbows, though? He hasn't seen anything in this game of it. I guess it's just a healthy comp to consecrate into anyway, right? Like this is... I always talk about this being the most cost-efficient way of using consecration. Because you produce more horsemen than you produce knights per minute, you actually discount more overall resources. And yes, the gold does calculate traders, because right now he has only got 6 people on gold when it comes to villages. Level 3 Joan has arrived. This will at least be pretty nice. The only problem is when you consider the smite damage, it's not that great against Clock Tower Nesta Bees, right? These things are Goliathly tanky at 195 health. Normal Nesta Bees, actually level 3 Joan is pretty sick. And this is another reason why I think China is a little bit more favored in this matchup, is like when you reach this phase of the game, you can't just very nonchalantly snipe Siege. Well, unless it's unguarded like this. Oh, sick blocker there, just in the nick of time. We'll keep the Nesta Bees alive for longer. Joan now with the dive in, but that Nesta Bees just turns around the other trio. This could be over. He just needs to get those shots out. There we go. Flurry comes through. Body blocks in. Knights able to take it down just in the nick of time, though, and that's going to keep him alive, at least for the moment. Myriad still forced to retreat, though. Throws away all the Knights in the midst. Joan getting low herself. One hit from death. Divine Restoration Pump comes out. I can't believe that. Anatand, it looked like with the Nesta Bees going down, it should have been a one-sided affair, but somehow the tail end of the fight keeps him in it. Keeps him ahead. In a dangerous situation now because you can't really retreat away, right? When your opponent's going to mass horsemen like this, arbitrary this far out becomes a liability. He needs to get out fast before it's too late. Red pass, we talked about this, it's on the way. Now, it looks like Anatand isn't going to play into it though. He went for a keep drop on the other gold vein, so this is actually really well played by Myriad. If he'd not scout this detail, I assume he saw it, then it would be GG, right? Drop a red pass here, you just die. But this is going to allow him to extend in the next stage, and Anatand none the wiser for it. Might be a price though. I mean, you say the keep is greedy, but like when all your horsemen are dead, not so much, right? Like, I guess it's one of those cases where Anno probably felt like you didn't have any vision on the map, and that's how he gets away with it. Because if he thought that you were scouting everywhere, then yes, this is GG, because you just walk into the base, right? But you went into a fight before you saw it. You lost any cav you had, and now Anatan can just stonewall at home, because there's no real pressure coming. Wall breakthrough coming through. And a keep drop on the way. Anatan. Okay, let me know what you think of this keep. Center one greedy, but this one Assassin's greedy. Whoa. 19 villages marching out right now. Now, you do have the backup option, actually, that's not too bad to the north side. You need to pivot right now, though, because this trade is done. I know, still an age behind, remember, but if you look at it another way, really, is this a true Imperial Age? You've got a massman of Arbitrier, no upgrades coming through. They have not got crossbow stirrups, they have not got gambesons, they have not got elite tech. They definitely do not have incendiary arrows. And now, gold is becoming a little bit of a predicament. Farm set up. It's half complete now. Once this is fully online, Anatan can actually flood more horsemen than Joan can. Good trade off initially here. I just don't like the dive now coming in. Myriad, standing here is the worst thing you can do. I think he's getting a little bit too XP brain about this. He's so focused on all the farming. He's not paying attention. Ends up losing Joan as a result of it. As well as a handful of the Arbitrary. I think he actually lost about, what, 8, 9 at least to that dive. That was sick, though. I love that he went after Joan. You don't often see that due to the range damage reduction, but hand cannon slits go hard. And the stone wall goes even harder. Now handcuffing it. Do we hit Trebs is what I'm wondering. He should know about the red pass by now, right? Like, I think he actually got shot by it a second ago. Yeah. So, confirmation in. He was trying to go for a keep grab on the second 8k gold. It's so ballsy the way he's playing this. Traders now marching north side. But this should be an easily readable play for Anno, and in fact it is. Look at the move already out. I mean, this is how you GG him, right? This is checkmate. Because if you think about it, you know, these numbers look somewhat close, but they're actually really not when trade doesn't work. 21 of this economy is traders. Keep drops coming in. Oh my god, dude. He's actually going to get it up before anything can react here. In fact, I don't think Myriad even realizes what's happening here. He's distracted by all the wolves joining in on the party right now. Remember, yes, it's only 5 villages, but it's Chinese villages. So even if you now scout this when it's half complete, you will not be able to get anything here quick enough to react. Oh, and this is a brutal point in the game for this to have happened as well, when you consider that he's got the gold hat upgrade coming through. No scenarios yet, though. Horseman yet to be elite either. He's at least going to get one final route of trade. And it looks like he just got the bad news. He did glimpse it, but unfortunately, with no troops nearby, that castle is going to be a blocker. Nansan looks like he's finally ready to head up into Imperial Age as well. Whew. Siege workshops in the center also. How does Myriad now do this? Well, he has at least got cheap bombards coming in. Remember, Consecration with the Field Company Ordnance gets you discount on stone, or wood rather, and gold as well. So cannons actually insanely cheap for him. But it's not a quick breakthrough. And with the economy behind this now for Anatan, I think there's just going to be a raw number advantage for China. Cannons now at least trying to break through the walls, so might be able to re-engage trade before it's too late. Then you just... Okay, no, we're going to have this talk. Why? Palisades give no XP, but stone walls do. Stone walls even more XP given over. I don't think it really matters too much in this situation. Dive coming in, though, on the castle. Trade is moving through. This is expensive, though. I mean, he's at least got some Zhou's riders in there, but only Vet Horseman, not Elite Horseman. And Zhou once again getting sniped out. Traders is a follow-up as well. Village are going to start for the repair. Tech up now complete. And Anatan, you know, there might be trade access again, but here's a thought for you. What's to stop Anatan just wedging himself here now? Just keep trading, boys. Nothing to see here. Okay, so Myriad, we've got trade back online. Has come at a price. Buyback on Joan was utilized. Your opponent is now in Imp, and we mentioned this before. This is a sore detail for you. Hand cannons. Remember, China has pyrotechnics, so they can completely outrange you unless you Pavis drop. And that's tough, right? Because if you Pavis drop, your opponent only needs to back up one tile, and then you can't fight them. Pure Passpulse on the way to make sure he can back up. Pressure's now on, right? Like, so far, what we've been seeing from Myriad is him putting out fires to stay alive. Now he needs to find a way of doing damage. Because if you just keep stalemating like this, you're going to lose, right? Like, the raw economy in the back just speaks for itself, you know. Myriad, he has, what, 19 farms in total? Compare that to the other side. This Anatan up at 41 farms with triple granary. Looks like Uni's going to go down. Okay. A little bit of an ambush was positioned by Anatan. That was a quick read by Myriad. That's how he stands a chance here, right? He just can't allow those Unitechs to come through. Although, if Spearmen get favorable trades like this, maybe they don't need it. Nest to be shots coming through as well. Mistakes made hanging around this area. Myriad's going to make for the walls, but these shots coming in. Sick micro by Anatan to just get ahead of it to make sure that when it starts to reach that choke point, more flurries are coming out. Pyrotechnics just completed, folks. So double digits hand cannoneers. Now they outrange the Arbitrier. I actually think you need mangoes here if you're Myriad. It's like the best thing in these type of choke points. Cannons not so much. Bombards sneak in. Oh, immediate snipe down. Break on the wall. He's actually losing to one Nest of Bees right now. He can't fight. He legit can't take this fight due to that Nest of Bees, and he can't go for the snipe either because if he comes nearby with Zhou, the bombards will insta-killer. right? 280 health, and they do 120. You're at death's door the moment those shots come through. This is brutal. Nestabee's flurry now in. Joan goes to the snipe maneuver, but you may just notice that's only half HP, and she's instantly gone. What a perfect hostage hold there. Anatan with the 1-2 tap of Nestabee's into bomb bars, ensuring there was no way that Joan could clutch this up. This is over. Cool series between the two players, though. I think Anatan played this very well. Greedy at some points, but those openings matter a lot. Myriad already self-reflected about what he could have done different. Definitely an unorthodox approach from Joan. Whereas Anatan, I'd say maybe a little bit more casual, a little bit more standard of a Chinese format here to get him the win and keep his dream alive to make it to the main event of Master of Realms. Yeah, interesting one. So, who do we move on to next? I'm having a look now. Was Anatan versus CSO cast? Oopsie. I don't know if Anatan versus CSO was cast or not. What are you drinking? Stuff. Mixture of energy drinks, and then I got my protein works to keep me liquidated. Go get some. I think I put a little bit too little powder in that one. It's a little bit tough. That's the only thing because I'm mixing flavors at the moment. But when you mix flavors, because you're meant to do, I think it said 1.5 scoops anyway. Oh, wait. Yeah, I fluffed up. Because it's meant to be 1.5 scoops, and I done half a scoop. So I was meant to do 0.75, so I actually done one of each. I wonder why it felt a little bit light today. Oops. Trying to put on lean body mass, you a gym rat? Yeah, bro. I'm very big gym rat. Yep, I hit gym so often. That's why I wear the bling bling, so that, you know, when I get my pecs out, everyone's like, whoa, look at the jewelry. No, in fact, don't you dare start that, you piece of shit. I'm trying to find a new series to cast. Okay, so let me double check, because maybe Kat's profile still has the Kiljadi games. I don't think it does, though. So until Kiljadi publics his data, we can't watch that series. Yeah, we can't. But what we can do, there are plenty of other ones. I don't think I'm ready for more Zerton right now. We can do Recon versus Dragavan could be a good one. Yeah, let's do some Recon versus Dragavan. Get my Trash Bander up against Dragavan. The one who I thought was a Kid Prodigy before I met him, up against the Kid Prodigy. Yeah, I don't know, like, the way the Recon talked to me online, very innocent. To the point that I actually, before I met him at Wallow, I thought he was like 22 years old or something. Then I found out he was an old bastard. Okay, so, let's have a look here. We've got... Well, let me actually import the draft for Recon and Dragavan. So, Coastal Cliffs, 4 Lakes, and Archipelago. Oh, wait. Oh, no, dude. Is it default Archipelago win? Because I'm noticing a certain someone drafted... Wait, why are the names not updating? Let me do it manually then, I guess. And Dragavan. Alright, and we can switch. Boom. Boom. Of course he did Zerton. Dude, why would we ever doubt Anochad? That guy's a maniac. Oh, actually, Zerton, like, you know, I don't know if you caught the broadcast. It's probably a good thing you didn't catch the broadcast. How did you feel about that first game against Corvinus? Honest opinions only. How much hair did you want to rip out? I said on the broadcast, it's hilarious because like every time we're like, we've said it before that you have some of the longest game times, and you're like, actually, I don't. And then every time we get those type of games. Oh dear. Dead and Feudal? Yeah. It's wild, actually. I can't believe you got back into that. But then Corvinus was like, no, I refuse to leave for like a good extra, I think, was it 7 or 8 minutes? I think that game was easily over for. Oh, dude. That siege is busted? I mean, he played it really well. The proxy siege workshop is not something many people actually commit to. But it was ballsy and it definitely paid off. Almost got him the win. All right, so guys, we have another series. I was promised a very entertaining series here. Apparently, this one was tight. It was close. We've got Recon going up against Dragavan. That's right, that guy. The Dragavan. The filthy clown-carring, proxy-basing Dragavan that we know and love. Going up against our resident trash panda here. Iabid's up against Myabid. Myabid's? Iabid's up against Marlians. It's been a long day, clearly, already. Intriguing matchup. One that I would say should favor Ayu, right? Fast Castle's pretty undeniable. Marlians can't really get there quick enough unless they want to go for Ember, and that just feels like an insta-lose. And then when you get there, already some of your best comps are discounted. You don't really want to spam Musafadi up against Camel Lancers and Archers. You don't want to really be going for Cav against Camel Lancers. I think, actually, Dragavan has to do something in Feudal Age to try and win this game. It's actually interesting as well, because I think Iabid's Mamluk's Braveries, this is one of the civs they want to be up against. Mamluk's Bravery seems really OP when you're against civs that die fast. Because the logic is you're killing more units per minute in a fight, which means you're getting more Mamluk's Bravery buffs in your army, statistically, right? It makes sense from that POV. It's why Warrior Scouts, it's why Musafadi Warriors, they're great when you have that Zerg factor, but Iabid's have a little bit more stand ground power because those buffs come through so quick. Dragavan, there's a 92.5% chance he proxy for Embers. That's not true. I've been watching a decent amount of Dragavan recently. There's no for Ember, folks. Usually it's Feudal Age and it's proxy. The issue, though, is he's playing one of the worst maps for proxying. Coastal Cliff sucks for it because you can't hide the play. Right? Like, if this was a wide map, like even just Dry Arabia, you have more options. But Coastal Cliffs doesn't even have a Stealth Forest, which makes it very difficult to sneak anything. Recon, you're just going to be a normie, aren't you? Anatan is the only... Okay, I'm just going to... I'm going to pat Anatan on the back here. Anatan is the only person I want to watch play Iabids at the moment. Maybe Marine Lord as well, because Marine Lord's execution with Iabids is so succinctly clean, it's insane. But for entertainment value, it's Anatan and only Anatan. Maybe Dragavan, actually, now that I think about it, because he has done the weird proxy-based build with Iabids. But the reason, like, Anna will do things like the Dervish opening in Feudal Age and then go Growth Wing Castle Age. Every other player under the sun is doing this. Military Wing Reinforcement, now on the way, as expected here. Now, this is tough because you don't have an easy reaction choice here. If you're the Malians, you're going to have to go Javelins, which I don't think long-term you really want to be into due to Camel Lancers. But if you go anything else, you just lose to those Desert Raiders, right? Like, Archers doesn't feel great because your opponent, once again, does Camel Lancers, and on top of that, their Archers will be better once you reach Castle Age. If you go for a Donzo, you get kited. If you go for a Sofa, you get killed. If you go for a Warrior Scout, you most definitely get killed. So on top of that, because you have to go Javs there to make sure you're efficiently trading, you're also spending into the most expensive infantry unit you can, which slows down your tech timing. And that sucks for Dragavan because he knows subconsciously, like his brain is like, okay, Recon is going fast castle. There's no doubt about it, right? The only times I saw players in this tournament so far not go fast castle is when they lost the game. So that should be enough convincing for all the IB players to only go fast castle. Jesus, I've made my own problem worse. Is there anything exploitable in this spawn for Dragavan? I mean, that's the thing. It is a 4 gold. I really think Dragavan should just try to go for it. Because if you do allow this to turn into a cost-lace rush on both sides, I think you're just going to get caught with your hand in the cookie jar. But because it's a forward spawning gold, and then the retracted one is really far away, unless Recon comes and walls here, and then walls the back of his base, he is quite exposed here. My only worry is, I've seen it so many times, even against players that are like very talented, such as Dragavan, that first Desert Raider makes you react instead of being proactive, and that's bad. Right? That's what mobility gets. That's what makes the Desert Raider opening so insane. It's crazy as well, because when the Ibids first dropped, I was not alone in thinking the Desert Raider would be underwhelming as a feudal choice. Like, getting one unit for your tech-up choice sounds really bad. But when you realize what this unit really does, the movement speed, the flexibility, base damage being what it is, it's an insanely powerful tool in the arsenal. Usually that gets used better than that. A-clicks are not always your best friend. Horseman follow-up coming. That's really cool. Kind of makes sense as well, right? You know your opponent's going to react with archery ranges. On top of that, keeps them in the base. And thirdly, if they don't react with any units at all, it now gives you burn down capabilities against the houses. And unlike if you went for infantry, when you revealed your comp to your opponents, you see they've actually got a counter. Unlike infantry, you can easily walk away. Like, infantry might get pinched, right? The other thing that I really like about this is, you want to be going into stables anyway for Camelot to play. And if you went for racks instead to go spim and to be more cost efficient, Golems makes you a little bit easier to solve for, I think, because it's a slower comp. And this matchup is all about timings. So archery range getting out in early. Recon's just trying to get the golden ages here. Right, like we're actually about to see him trigger the age 1, and the whole logic is by the time you go age 2, you're on the border of having level 2, which allows you to inflate into blacksmith upgrades, as well as veterancy archers really quick. Huh. I just realized, we've been live for what, like 2 hours today? In the last 3 days, I've cast, what, 18 hours already of AoE 4. By the time we're done with this stream, I'm going to anticipate we would have cast probably 26 to 20 hours of AoE 4 in the last 3 days. I mean, if you're not subscribed to the channel, I don't know what more reason you need. Sounds like good value to me. Dragavan, this is where it's going to get bad, right? Like, we talked about him having to come out. Recon has read that correctly. He's not just greeting, he's making the right choice. By building army now to contest this, it's going to make it very uncomfortable for Dragavan. Especially now with that golden age kicking in. 10% matters a lot here, especially when your opponent only has 1 ranch, 1 pit mine. Kind of interesting thought here is actually like those Desert Raiders can just weave around the back as well. Pretty high base damage on them when they're in melee form. 13 strikes down jabs pretty quick. You do at least get return fire damage, but the problem is like if Horsemen plus the Desert Raiders come in, you're just going to lose these jabs. And even if it ends up being a 1-to-1 trade, remember these Desert Raiders were free. These jabs most definitely are not. Dragavan marching for that gold. If you're wondering why is Recon not just built an outpost, because he's built a big army like this. Like if you build an army like this, you still have to build an outpost. Something went seriously wrong. Horseman now probing. Jav count on the front side is not high here. The Donzo count is, though, and that's a problem. And also the exposed point there. Dragavan, a bit of a miss micro. Recon baiting him out of position here. Archers are going to have to retreat, though. Count not quite high enough. So it looked a little bit shaky there, but Dragavan does recover it just in the nick of time before his Jav count gets cut in half. Archers at least trying to reduce that Donzo count. Dragavan is slightly overextending here. He needs to reset. He's got a lot of Donzos, just not here, right? He needs to wait for the second wave to come in. Same with the Javelins. But this right now looks really good. I'm going to say something I shouldn't really say, but it's time to clown car Dragavan. Like, I actually think if you could find your way into a blacksmith in the next minute or two, siege engineering here, like, you force bad fights from Recon, right? Like, Jabs are kind of subtly good in those situations just because they can easily snipe the incoming horseman. But Recon, he's being greedy. I mean, I get it, but I wonder if the timing is right here. Dragavan, if he can actually just hunker down on that gold, he can GG this game now. But it seems like Dragavan doesn't realize it. Now he's getting baited back. Caught on the reinforcements. Well played by Recon. Yeah, the issue I'm now seeing for Dragavan is he's going to focus on protecting his reinforcements, and that means he's not going to punish the tech at all. And Recon, I think he just went with Advancement Wing. Okay, that's kind of wild. You do not see that often, but it shows you how much pressure Dragavan has put on him. That he feels like he has to, that it's a necessity that he gets that tech choice. I think another reason why Advancement Wing is quite tricky a lot of the time is you don't really have a unit in this situation. Typically, you want to scale more in the interim. So you'd rather just delay your tech up and have a bigger eco surge at the beginning so that you can inflate your building count faster, right? Because think about it that way, like the 8 extra villages is not extra gathering as well. It's also extra builders to just get all the production buildings online. That's another element that I think started to make Advancement feel a little bit inferior rather, compared to Growth Wing. Recon seeming to feel that time is of urgency here. Really, it's urgency for Dragavan. Tech up almost complete. More racks is being dropped. Love this. This is the appropriate reaction. You can win this game now just with Golems. That's all you need. Even if he starts spamming Musafadi, like Musafadi Feudal Age against Golems of all targets, will die every day of the week. It's quite crafty, actually. The way this was anticipated to play out, Camel Lancer should have been the GG, but because it's an all-in feudal play by the Malians, Dragavans are the MVP. Dragavans are rather Golems are the MVP. Great damage coming in. Nice hit there. Great micro as well. Love that. Dragavan, Donzos and Jabs getting different targets. So Recon, 3 villagers down there, is going to have to shift to the north side. Tech up is now complete. And Dragavan, he's all in. There's really no going back at this stage. And he has indeed queued up the Musafadi. I've seen this a few times, the Musafadi to answer the Golems, and I can guarantee you every time it failed. And those were in games where the Malian player was castle as well. Recon. First Golem's now coming out. Would love to see a blacksmith drop behind this. Undermesh could be huge here, but the gold idol out might be a problem. Dive starts to come in. Intercept on the reinforcements, beautifully done here. Recon just kept that cavalry alive for so long. And this is really bad for Dragavan. Like, when you're in this position, you're forced to put everything on the line, right? Like, you can't actually go back and defend now. But you also have to keep sending troops out. So you're just going to lose troops over time here. Golems defending in their own base. Camel Lance is also hitting the field. Reinforcement wave has been cut down. Golems getting the perfect fight here, considering Javelins are standing their ground. Love the fact that Recon didn't idle his economy, by the way. He just shifted it elsewhere on the map. Dragavan needs to read this and hunt it right now. Reinforcements finally have arrived. Donzo's second wave should be able to protect against the Desert Raiders. Recon hiding in the corner now from the Javelins. Dragavan not aware of it. Looks like there's not going to be any additional eco stripped just yet. This is the perfect moment for Recon to just go onto gold and get into the blacksmiths. I think that's the only thing really missing here. The issue is there's still 5 structures off of Golden Age 2, so those blacksmiths feel like a pretty heavy sink with a very delayed return on investment. Starting to feel like a quintessential one though. Dragavan now starting to get those Musafadi layered in. Now in theory, I said the Musafadi will lose to Golems, but if you just soak with the Donzos, you can get reasonable exchanges here. Just not sure if this is going to be it. Especially the way he's taking this. Jabs arrive a little bit late to the engagement from the south side of the TC. Golems are standing their ground. He needs to leak into economy here. Recon now being idled again, and that's what I'm looking for. Hunt is on Dragavan. If he shifts north side here, it's pretty much the entire economy, right? Recon has everything up here. Dangerous position for the Trash Panda. If Dragavan actually just goes for Steeled Arrow, these guys melt. Recon aware of it. Undermesh down the way, but I can't help but wonder, could this have been here sooner? And is it too late? Because the problem now is mass, right? Like, yes, Undermesh is finally on the way. By the time you have it, what army are you buffing here? Oh, this is a wild game, man. Yeah, I've been tuning for a while that I think Malians are overrated as a Castle Age Civ. They have a lot of power in Feudal. If you think about it, just for a few seconds, The passive income can still be scaled in Feudal Age. The units are premium in Feudal Age. And Dragavan is premium there too. He gets an opening game win against one of the favorite players to qualify for Master of Realms. The question now is whether he can get the second. Didn't want Ibis, to be honest, but picked it to block him, and then he stole my Malians. Oh, that makes it 10 times better. That fits with the amount of Malian games you've been doing. I'm missing all my predictions? What do you mean? Why would I make predictions for these games, Ben? Dude, easiest points for people to get right. I put a prediction up, and they just go check AoE for Liquipedia. I ain't giving points away that freely. So, Coastal Cliffs to open up with. We're going to Four Lakes next. That's interesting. Abasas versus Roos. Dragavan is a little bit of an Abasas specialist, by the way. I don't think we're going to be seeing the way that he's known to play it here, though. It's not the right map for it. Actually, in fairness, Rams against Docks, not the worst fight is. Oh, let me get that point up on the board. Oh, that feels good. The pick's on top right. Let me have a look. Hold on a sec. Let me import this. I don't know what it is with Cow's thingy. His dashboard just breaks a lot when you manually enter names at some point. All right, there we go. Should be correct now. Game number 2 of this best of 3 between Dragavan and Recon. An unexpected turn already as Dragavan takes an early lead in this qualifier series between him and our tricky Trash Panda. But maybe, just maybe, we're going to get to a game 3 here because Recon somehow got the Roos in this draft. I wouldn't discredit Dragavan, though. He's something of an Abbasid specialist. For anyone who's been watching this channel for a while, they already know that. This is by far his most coziest of sims. And on a map like Four Lakes, they're not actually that bad. I remember a long time ago when Roos was the most dominant pick by far on this map, missed a sure way that the Abbasids could shine on through as a potent civ. Wondering if we're going to something similar this game. Another thing to consider is actually, like, Ram plays off a military wing. Very strong for Abbasids here because of the fact that your opponent won't have anything to protect their docks. So we'll have to see if it gets to that stage. I have already seen those type of builds play out on Kawasan, and they are super effective. The difference, though, in those games is, like, you know, Roos has something they don't, which is a cheap response in militia spam. Why is Abba considered bad on water? They're not considered bad at all. I don't know what you're talking about. They're decent. The reason why you don't see Abbasids on water anymore is because there's just better options. They're good on land. Right? Like, it's similar to why you actually don't see Roos on maps like Holy Island anymore, is they're just so good everywhere else. Abbasids just have a very favorable 2TC build now. The thing that you get that's advantageous on water is the cheap docks. It's why they were actually seen as a pretty solid pick for Four Lakes, because Four Lakes is all about dock spamming, right? Same reason why Japan feels really good, because it's kind of a reverse the way that Japan does it. The Japanese get the fishing boats cheaper, right? Whereas the Abbasids get the docks cheaper. And in a way, that dock detail is kind of better than the Japanese one because it gives you more flexibility to approach multiple lakes quickly. Whereas for the Japanese, unless you're investing fishing boats, like there isn't an immediate payback there, right? The reason why Japan is favored over Abbasids on this map so much, by the way, is more to do with the unit quality. That's, I think, the issue here between the two, and the fact that, like, fast castle isn't really something Abbasid does well. Let's look at the spawn as well. That could matter a lot here because it looks like Dragavan got forward spawning golds. That's a dangerous detail against a civ that can easily just kind of all-in you quite quickly here, right? Especially when you've got fishing behind this, just spamming into knights. Dragavan is going to have to be astutely aware of his spawn. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries some early walls. The tough part is with how quickly these feudal knights can come out. Getting walls up quick enough can usually prove difficult. Especially when you consider that wheelbarrow doesn't tend to be a rushed priority when you play water maps like this. I'm still trying to figure out what Dragavan's plan is here. For good reason, right? Like this guy, whenever I see him with Abbassids, there's usually just clown carring going on. He loves clown carring. It could be pretty effective here. The militia are somewhat decent at dealing with it. I think that's a better approach than taking the mid game, though. Like, if you just go into a standard mid game play here with Lake set up, I have to favor Rus. But this is always the sore spot, right? The Kremlin detail. It's like, yeah, you can get that clown car, you can get that ram going, but you know, if Recon just micros it right, he can garrison, ungarrison, garrison, ungarrison to burn down a ram. So for that reason, possibly Dragovan doesn't lean into this. This is dirty, by the way. This is another reason why Rus is pretty disgusting on full X still. Did you guys know that it takes them 75% of the time it would take any other civ to build up walls like this? They pay the same for their palisades as anyone else, but look at that difference there. 3 seconds, and then if we click over here... Oh, wait, it doesn't show us too low. 4 seconds is what it says. For some reason, Rus build better walls quicker than basically every other civ, bar the Chinese and Zhuji. Yes, the walls did used to be cheaper. They took that away because it was absurd. I still do not know why they left the build speed in. I get, you know, it's almost like one of those classics where because Rus gets banned all the time, these small details get overlooked because there's not enough examples of it being broken. But mark my words, it really is a busted detail for them. Dock on the west side, wall in the east. So pretty cozy game right now for Recon. Smart read as well. Like against the Abbassids, it makes a lot of sense because Dragovan should be trying for proxy docks. Like out of these two, he's the one most likely to do it because he spends so little wood trying for it, and his opponent spends so much wood just trying to buy into his boats. Timing not going to work out here. Recon, you crafty demon. Actually, wait. Dragovan. No. No, he's fine. Okay, Recon doesn't even try for it. You don't want to at this stage, right? If the villager sees you straight away, he will kill you before you complete the dock. So Recon doesn't get his grab there. Military wing is now on the way, but notice that Recon's already teched up. This is one of the things that can make Rus pretty insane, is they have, like, on average, one of the fastest tech timings of any civ, right? Even on water maps, because they should quite easily be getting their double deer stack, which gives them enough gold for that tech. Rax coming in from Dragovan, so did scout out the stables. Everything is going according to the script so far. And that worries me for Dragovan because you need everything to be off script here. Rus from this position could just start massing knights to keep you defensive, and you could eventually be looking at archer play. We got a sneak coming on the other dock side. It doesn't look like it yet. I don't think Recon has to go for those type of plays, by the way. It's actually more on Dragovan to make that happen. No walls on real land yet, but that might hurt Dragovan. Horseman follow-up. Interesting choice. So he was thinking archers, but I actually think when you play a water map like this, it's probably easier for Rus to play knight spearman. So in a way, you're kind of giving him a good matchup, right? Because you have loads of food, you have limited wood, especially when you're putting that wood into fishing boats. Scout goes down. That actually hurts a lot. It's not about the sheep. It's actually about the vision. Dragovan is now riding blind in the dark. He's going to have to back up. So cancellation switch over. Unfortunately, Recon is scouting it all. So he knows that it's now going to be mass racks, mass stables. Interesting choice. Well, Recon in reaction to this should just, what, double archery range drop now, I guess? We've got the militia coming out early. He's already got a protective wall on the right side entirely, so there's not going to be any flank attack there. There is at least an opening on the left side. Theoretically, if Dragovan gets enough spearmen together, he can go for the burns, but the issue here is if you get seen walking across, Recon at any point can just transition from fishing into archer ships, right? And that will shut down the play. Instead, it looks like Recon is looking for that tech up. This is where it gets a little bit weird on water maps. It's interesting, actually, because on land maps, I'd actually favor Abbassids. On maps like, for example, Lipany against Rus right now, I think they have some very solid builds. But this isn't Lipany. The water is kind of inflating this too quick, and that can be a negative for Abbassids because when that tech gets aggressively hit, they are just even further behind. Like, compared to water maps, on land maps, you know, it's much more painful when you have to pull 12 of your economy to build a landmark. On land maps, it doesn't really hurt as much because you already have the fishing boats to replace. It's why, for example, you know, when you talk about feudal age on water maps, you'll see someone tech up with 8 villages because the fishing makes up for the gap. Can I just put an archer ship on patrol instead of wall on the shores? Yeah, but why would you? You build these walls so quickly, they have 2.5k HP. It's actually more efficient to do this than patrol. And also, here's the other thing. As Rus, it's even more efficient to do this because your fishing boats can just convert if a heavy assault comes in. And you'll definitely convert in time. Love this build. Abbey of Trinity. Blast from the past. Really smart choice here, right? Like, it allows him to inflate his economy quite quickly out of the gate. Archers are already being prepped, and they will get vetted up. Now, this is tough, because if Dragavan was rushing Castle Age as well, he'd have the advantage now due to the composite bows. He's just going to be at a raw disadvantage here, though. He's all in on it. Horsemen, archers, spearmen, now moving to the west side. And remember what we said about this. The moment it gets seen, it can get countered. Worse still is the fact that, yes, you can take down this dock, but it doesn't have any impact on Recon's economy. Because these fishing boats don't need to drop off at the docks. They've trained birds to carry the fish back home. You'd think that would actually be like, what, a Chinese fishing boat perk, now that I think about it. And here's the conversion coming. Wait, is he converting? No, he's just raw building one. Okay, so archer ship's on the way. Second dock should get protected in time. Dragavan in for some bad news here. So double racks drop. So it looks like we are going to be seeing archers plus men-at-arms coming from Recon. Dragavan is basically 3.5 minutes away from a tech up at least. So if you do the raw maths on what can happen from that, then 3.5 minutes away, I mean, we're talking like what? Per racks, you're going to be seeing probably about 12 men-at-arms coming out in that time, almost. Wait, no, 10. Let's say roughly 10, because there might be some stop gaps. So 10. So he's going to have 20 men-at-arms before you tech up. 30 men-at-arms before you tech up. Like, actually, Dragavan's kind of stuck here. I love this detail. Camel Archers is actually the correct call, because Camel Archers can deal with heavily armored units. The problem is the scale point. It's 35 seconds per. That's far too long to wait. Dive underneath the Kremlin, the Wooden Fortress now. Love that read. Castle Turrets is a big play here. The +2 damage to each archer shot coming out. I'm not sure if it's going to last long enough, though. This dive through, proving expensive for Dragavan. He's looking for the pin shot. Recon. Militia's going to get pulled. Villagers are in trouble here. So good stab in by Dragavan, but it's going to cost him the army for it. Men-at-arms already in position for the fight. The Knights on the delay to arrive here. And Dragavan may have found some eco kills, but the cost is going to be high. He needs to get out. Archer count's been reduced. Spearman mass is at least fat still, but remember that men-at-arms issue we talked about? This does nothing to stop it. Think about what just happened there. He attacked the wood line. Fishing is already happening. That's food. Gold is already guarded on the west side. And now, it means the men-at-arms flood can commence. Alongside it, the warrior monks are already returning the extra gold he'd need to keep this war machine grinding. Yeah, this is over. I mean, Dragavan, he has 2 Camel Archers to his name. That's not going to clean this up quick enough. He's about to lose full map control. He hasn't even triggered the tech up. He's just stuck. It's an admirable idea coming out from Dragavan. I just think Recon's read was on point. You know, a lot of the time, Roos don't really get these situations where men-at-arms flood is the way, right? Like, you always feel like you're leaning towards archers and knights and then playing into him. But this was just a great read. When you play water maps like this, you can kind of just out-Burgrave even a Burgraver with the Roos. It's pretty damn effective. Dragavan, I think he's just processing the loss now. He barely dented the men-at-arms. Recon's going to go for a soft reset. He's waiting for the Steeled Arrow. If he just scales into archers now, it's all over. Dragavan is going to go for that tech choice now, but... Ooh-wee. Minute and 45 seconds away. So let's think about the ramifications there. Probably 26 to 28 men-at-arms. About 30 archers, I'd anticipate, because I'm expecting that to get scaled upwards. In fact, yes, more archery ranges now on the way. You know what I'm seeing here? I'm seeing that Recon's a winner. And Recon just bought Pro Team Works. So if you want to be a winner too, you know where I'm going with this. Nice little kill on the ball. A little bit more cheddar to work with. About to be up to 4 relics here, though. The other issue now is camel archers are a stopgap. They're not an end game solution, right? When you go into Castle Age, they become worthless here. The reason why Recon doesn't attack in this time is because diving the base is the only way you can lose. Right? You don't want to give stat defense to anything like that. You just wait until you got both parts of the comp. He had men-at-arms. He didn't really have archers. If you go in with just men-at-arms and your opponent did like double down on camel archers instead of a tech up, you're going to lose the men-at-arms. It's going to be GG. If you wait for the archers, camel archers can't recover the game. Sometimes patience is key. You know, unless you want to select all your villages and bring them as well, sometimes it can be a throw. So this was the correct call by Recon. Firearm is at least slowing down the torch here, but it just doesn't really matter now. Dragman's base is pretty much forfeit. If you're wondering why is he targeting the archer range first, it's just in case the tech up comes out, no crossbows can come out. No upgrades can come in, right? Because for all he knows, Dragman might have invested in like 15 camel archers, and if he did, you don't want to let him get the veterancy out for that. I know I said it's bad, but at this point, Dragavan will take bad instead of nothing. So game 3. What did we say they had left over? There's going to be Juji or Zhone versus English or Byzantines. Is it a water? It's Archipelago, isn't it? Ooh, Dragavan's in trouble then. English versus Juji. I mean, anything up against Juji right now feels like an uphill battle on Archipelago. We saw a little bit earlier today that English maybe has some substance to strategy to kind of get out of that hole, but it's still going to be a tough one. Juji just feels figured out right now, and I have yet to see anyone provide a clean and obvious solution to them. Never thought you'd hear me say that about Juji, did you? Camel archers are at least cutting some reinforcements, but I mean, with crossbows now in the way as well. Dragavan, he's trying to get his own battalion together to defend, but the damage is proving pretty big here. 5th relic yet to be grabbed by Recon. A little bit surprised by that detail, but outside that, he hasn't really done anything wrong. Dive comes in as well. Dragavan not yet ready to defend with that army. The problem here is the archers, right? He sees so many men-at-arms, he has to react with crossbows. So the archers that were designed to counter the camel archers also counters the follow-up unit as well. I mean, this is over. It's about to reach the tree line economy, at which stage there's no coming back. Game 3 is going to be on the menu. And it is going to be a hard one, folks, because of the fact that I'm almost certain, like without even seeing it, it's going to be Juji versus English. We saw earlier from Myriad up against Anatan, like something that kind of looked a little bit spicy, potential there with the English king landing with his own little Normandy beach storming, but it still feels like a bit of a pun. It, to a certain degree, requires mistakes made by your opponent, I think. The archers good versus Expos and hand cannoneers, I guess. I mean, well, wait, why are you thinking hand cannoneers at this point? Yeah, the archers are great against Expos. And the camel archers as well. English should never win versus Juji on water. I actually think they can be okay on Holy Island. You just play king build, and then you try to sneak a council hall and go 5 longbows. But yeah, like on a true water map, no. Alright. English versus Juji. Let me get game 3 loaded up. The problem as well is like Archipelago doesn't... You have one variant spawn that maybe could help Dragavan, and that's the close spawn. I'm just not sure if we're going to get it. Yep. It's the worst case situation. I said about the close spawn potentially being a good thing for Dragavan so that he could land the king, but that's not what we're getting here. Deciding game between Dragavan and Recon. Remember, this is the second qualifier, the last chance for both of these players. And it comes down to this. Kings of Archipelago in the hands of Recon. The Juji's legacy finally finds a home, a viable way to play competitive. And Dragavan, On the all-encompassing and powerful English may have found the one situation where they actually look underwhelming. Let's see what he's got in mind. Spawn, definitely not favorable for this strategy of just rushing the king here. I was talking about the idea of sometimes Archipelago gives you a spawn where essentially one player's on this island and one player's on this island. In that situation, your king timing can get you onto the enemy island very fast, but I just don't see that happening here. Do love that Dragoman starts with the shoreline fishing, and it looks like Recon is going to mirror it, but he's going to also eclipse it. Love this. 4 villages compared to the 2. This is really important in the strategy. It allows UG to get a very quick meditation garden and a first boat out to aggro their opponents. This is like an interesting matchup from the production side on water. Ooh, Dragovan, a little bit of idle time there. Had to rush up a house with 7 villages, so not a great start there. But yeah, to the point of the interesting matchup when it comes to docks. England is going to spend 10% less resources on their boats. Juji is going to produce 10% faster. Now, you'd think that spending less would be better, but actually sometimes the production just kind of eclipses because it gives you surge points. That's why I always favor Juji. You know, that with the meditation garden. On a map like this, by the way, Medi Garden here is huge. Double golden food is so worth it in this game, especially when you consider that that isn't a 6-stack of berries. It's an 8-stack. Oh, that's vulgar. So he ends up getting 48 gold. 48 food rather, and 50 gold. That's huge. You know, that offsets actually the cost efficiency of the English if you think about it. What about Admiralty? Yeah, so the big problem with Admiralty, it has the same exact issue things like Piracy have, which is at the point that you're able to get it, it's kind of a winning more tech. You shouldn't really be able to get it for free. And you definitely won't get it early. Because you have to remember, to build Admiralty, you're sacrificing, well, in England's case, 2 boats, right? Because, for example, you can build a Hulk for just a little bit over 250. Admiralty costs 500 resources. It also idles your dock from producing extra boats. So Admiralty very rarely makes sense early on. It only makes sense once you scale. The other awkward issue you have with Admiralty is that if you are defending a tool, Admiralty sucks. Because extra range only matters if you can keep range, right? It's like the idea that Longbow beat Chuganoob. If Chuganoob push you up against the wall, then Longbow suck, right? Because you've lost your advantage entirely. So that's another awkward issue I've been seeing is Yuji's early timings, especially with how quickly they surge the initial boat advantage. It means that Admiralty feels even less desirable. What I have noticed actually recently, a really underrated play with English picks on this map, I never see a forward outpost. I think that's actually a big deal breaker for me. We watched a game where Murad looked like he maybe had a potential recovery arc, but one thing that was really missing was defense when he was up against Anatan in that game is he didn't have the outpost aura buffing his boats. I actually rate that a lot higher than Admiralty. And it's more cost efficient as well, right? You have to idle for 1 minute to build an outpost, spend 100 wood. And if you're idling for 1 minute, you're missing out about 45 resources. So that's 145 resource investment compared to a 500 resource investment. So Recon, he hasn't actually gone for the Medi Garden. Oh wow, he's being really, really greedy about this. He went super wide for the second dock. That's kind of cool though. So the logic is that he's now got his aggro point and his eco point. What I like about that for Recon is now in the event that he does lose a battle, he has a backup plan, right? I'm just going to say, believe in yourself, right? We're going to go full anime mode here. Why even think you're going to lose? But I kind of get it. You know, there is always the potential for someone to slip up. And also, Dragoman is a really crafty bugger. And that's something that Recon is definitely aware of after that game 1 with a surprising loss to the Malians. Meditation Garden now on the way, though. Dragoman, he knows he's got to match that timing. But unfortunately, it looks like he doesn't have enough food. So this is what we were highlighting before, right? Like, these timings are kind of dirty. He done himself dirty as well, though. I think he should have pulled a few more villages onto the shoreline fish to get extra drop-off here. Because he's holding onto a lot of wood, not enough food. Timings really do matter here, and it is going to be the meditation garden where we anticipated. So, guys, this is going to generate over 100 resources. It's 50 from the gold, 48 from the food, and then you should be getting about, I'd say, 7 from the wood. Pretty healthy meditation garden here, and exactly the resources you need. The reason why medi gardens on gold and food is so valuable in my eyes is that in the event your opponent makes a slight mistake, your goal is to spam demo ships. Now, that mistake should usually come about 6-7 minutes into the water feud. So 6 or 7 minutes, think about that for a second. For the simplicity of mathematics, let's just round it up and say you're getting 50 gold, 50 food. 7 minutes, that's 350 food, 350 gold. So that ends up being a pretty healthy increase in your demo count, right? That's, what, 3.5, almost 4 extra demo ships compared to your opponent. Abbey of Kings rushed up to 10 now. Is Dragavan going to attempt it? The transport ship play would be a cool idea here. Especially considering that Recon is gathering off of loose gold. His spawn has put him out of range of the TC. So, in theory, if you get a king over here, you force a spin in transition and you starve gold. That's huge because, really, the way you win these initial fights is going to be sprinkled and demo-focused. Is this game for late Sea War? No, early Sea War. It's why I'm actually happy Zhuji's getting picked instead of China, right? If this was China, we'd be looking at Baochuans, but Zhuji tend to really peak late feudal, early castle is their win condition. The reason why Warring Islands goes late game and Archipelago doesn't, by the way, is that Warring Islands give you back spawning fish. You can see the Recons try to take advantage of back spawning fish, but the difference is, like, if you're on Warring Islands, there would be safety here around the back, right? Like, you'd have a backside to your island where fish couldn't be harassed. That's why you always see late game trends on that map versus Archipelago. Extra docks coming through. There is going to be an inflation advantage here. And the transport ship play is coming. Well, we said Myriad does it. Dragavan joins in as well. Cool idea. But you do need to go in unseen. So it's important that he wraps wide on the west side. The issue I'm seeing in this game is because Dragavan didn't want to pull a fishing boat to scout. He doesn't know where he's going. And I don't blame him for that, by the way. Like, you are already going to be behind on production rates. If you pull a fishing boat, you're already just miles behind Zhuji. But it means you have no prior info about where your opponent even is. Like, for all you know, he could be on this island, right? You've literally done nothing to discover his location. I can't believe this. Is he actually going to get in time? Oh, Recon, if this works out, are you kidding me? He's going to get seen by the fishing boats anyway, so it looks like Recon is going to get the early heads up. This is the moment where you're like, wait, what? He's doing what to me? Gather the wood, boys. Man the parapets. The king has come to town. And Recon immediately rats for the racks here. Ooh, not a great start here. Dragavan just hanging on to the marketplace, but decent damage done to the king already. So free spearmen should be enough to just shut this down. In the meantime, the sprinkle count is already up to 6. This Civ is bonkers. Loads of details add up as well. Like, the build speed just saves you so much resources over time, right? Like, you'll have to keep building houses, but China builds them a lot quicker. Then also, think about the houses versus village implication, right? Villages are much cheaper at 125 wood. A lot more efficient. These details actually do add up a lot when you then consider things like the supervision for the 20% more. It starts to become quite obvious why you'd favor Zhuji in this matchup. Especially if that king can't do anything quirky, and I don't think he's going to be able to now. Recon needs to be careful about the way he micros this. As long as he keeps 3 spearmen together, the king should not be able to contest it. Looks like he is going to scout out that backside. The problem is, yeah, Dragavan, this is great info, but what do you do with it? It looks like Dragavan has got one hope of making this work. He's gone for the mass demos very early here. Hey, don't mock the king. In fairness, actually, he forced Recon to commit, what, 320 resources into units, not to mention the tech upgrade for 50 resources and the racks for 150. That's pretty substantial. That's a 520 resource investment to counter a free unit. And all you had to do is buy a transport ship for him, which are not expensive, remember. They only cost 90. But here's the big problem. We've seen it time and time again. The castle age timing. Shell monster in the way. Ooh, Recon, he gets the early warning! What? Wait. Okay, 1, where was the reaction from the demos? 2, where was the reaction from the Archer ship? That was so greedy, I can't believe that. Recon, an empty bar is not a dead bar. Fishing boats are also in trouble here. So Recon is going to forfeit the north side economy. This could be big. I mean, this is a tricky part of what he done, right? The kind of gambles, if he ever gets scouted here, there's no way out. And that's his entire fishing lead and more. Tech up complete. Demo is on the way out. Dragavan. He's got enough demos to detonate the dock quickly here, right? You need to. Yep, he got his value though. Fishing boats go down, and Dragavan says, no, wait a second. I know what comes next. And I refuse to fall for it. There could be a pincher here, though. He's trapped in. Dragavan! There's no way out. Oh my god, Armor Hull's about to come in as well. Demo ships need a hit. Recon, the micro off point here. The demos get the wallop just in the nick of time. Dragavan, by some miracle, is going to get a semblance of a decent trade here. Armored Hulls is still going to favor one side. But I cannot believe Recon even gave him that much. That should have been a GG pinch straight away. Dragavan at least keeps it competitive in game number 3. Does keep a Springwood lead, but folks, an entire age behind. You have to remember Armored Hulls is a big thing here. Demo ships coming in to mop up. Second wave of ships is on the way, but with the Springwood crews now in, you don't have Admiralty and your opponent just got his own version. This is where Dragavan is going to struggle to play from an age behind. Recon just needs to not rush this. He can reboom some fishing on the backside if he feels a little bit light. He has got a weak economy, right? Like, he has been crippled by this. He's down to, what? I think it's 11. Yeah, 11 fishing boats compared to the 16. Looks like Dragavan's going to try to snipe the eco. Ooh, Recon moves away just in time. I mean, I've got to give it to him. Dragavan. He really shouldn't find himself in this position, but that slip up, that missed micro by Recon, has opened an opportunity here. Dragavan. Demo's going in. Detonation on the fishing boat's not too bad, especially if he now just returns fire of the galley. He does exactly that. More eco going down. Recon in a bit of a pickle here. He does at least have the defender's advantage. That equals healing, the armored hulls, the Springwood crew. He should win this out over time, unless Dragavan can keep outplaying. I'm just not sure he can at this stage. Demo ship creeps in, does get one. You're getting awfully close to the enemy docks though, and this is intentional. Recon, he's pulling you close so the demos have an opportunity here. Especially with no galleys on the front side. One that's snoozing right now, split of the fleet. Not going to be good enough here. Demo goes in, finds the sinker, and Dragavan, this is where it's going to turn against him. Springwood count down to 5, Recon now up at 7, more demo pump on the way, and Dragavan nowhere near going castle. I think this is over. Ah, man, I feel so bad for him as well. Dragavan, it was such a sick play there. The fact that he got baited into the economy on the backside, Recon got the perfect backstab, but by some miracle, Dragavan found a way out. And yet it all just simply doesn't matter. Courtesy of you being up against Juji. Juji that are now looking to pick up those relics at home, and I wouldn't be surprised if a transport ship is on the way. In fact, I'd love to see Recon just take the Shallow Monk and one villager on a transport across here. 3 relics spawned on this one island on the right. That is an absolute jackpot waiting to be yoinked. How much fishing does Recon have left over? 10 fishing boats, but it's only a 6 eco lead for Dragavan. That feels like nothing between the Medigarden and now the impeding relics. Yeah, this is a GG attempt by Dragavan. So he's going to probably actually go to double digits on demo ships, right? If he can't win a fight there, it's over. If you're wondering why would you go full demos like this, if you try to play Springwood ships, you just die. Your Springwood ships are just simply worse now, right? You don't even have Admiralty. Your opponent basically has Admiralty because of Springwood Cruise Tech. Remember, that's the one in Castle Age that gives the +1 to range and the faster attack. And on top of that, he has Armored Hulls for additional health. Like, there is simply no way you win this with anything but demos. But that should make you predictable. Recon already has more junks on the way. Backstab coming in. Dragavan, He may have outmaneuvered Recon here. Can he do anything with it, though? I love how there's just fishing boats out here for reasons. It's so difficult. Especially now that you're actually body blocking your own demos and force them into a funnel point here. Chase is on, but the archer ships try and counter out. Demos are going to get a decent wallop, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. For that many demo ships, you need the entire fleet. 3 archer ships left over, 5 Springals. Demo backstab coming in, though. Dragavan is going to have to shift away from those docks quickly. And now that it is simply a archer and Springal affair, this is where it will favor GG. If it seems like I'm being very defeatist about the English, it is the age difference. Like, the techs are absurd. Right, like, think about the raw health increase, 450 versus 540. The extra range, the extra attack speed. It's a huge world of difference here. Dragavan, I want to give him all the credit that's due here. The fact that he's even making this look remotely close is impressive. The problem is he's not really addressing the core of the problem. The economy lead isn't big enough to overcome this problem. Now I'm starting to have my doubts it ever will be. Because if Dragavan ever has to stop pushing to go for a tech up, it will be over. It's going to be rebooming the Springals. Recon, I mean, he just needs to spend. Like, actually, this is the thing. This wouldn't even be close right now if Recon spends the resources. For some reason, it looks like Recon just doesn't know what he's meant to build right now. Which makes a lot of sense, right? He's playing blind. He doesn't know what's coming next. So he's just kind of waiting and then reacting. But I think what he wants is to force Dragavan close to the docks and then push 5 demos to overwhelm. Which will work if Dragavan continues this trend. Like, that is a lot of hulks again. Demos. Nice hit there. Dragavan pursuing here. He's pinched his own demo ships, though. If Recon realizes that it's easy pickings, instead, it looks like he breaks through. Recon splits the fleet just in time. Dragavan all of a sudden out of position. He needs to get out. If only he could just find a little bit more eco-inflation here. The other tough part is because that back dock never got taken out, you've got the situation now where Recon has safe economy away from the fight. And that's really dangerous for Dragavan, because if he ever ends up retreating and Recon pressures, all of a sudden your entire eco's idle up, your opponent isn't, right? Like, you know, that's the kind of trade-off is when you centralize your economy like this, it makes it easy to protect, but actually easy to be shut down and idled out. Yeah, Recon even actually going for the level 1 mining tech, which I feel like we don't just see too often, but that reeks of me of a demo push coming soon for Recon. I don't know if he really needs it at this stage. I mean, he hasn't even got incendiaries. Incendiaries would at least make sense of it. I actually think you just do Springwood archer ships en masse. It's that brain dead, especially when you've got Steeled Arrow like this. Yeah, I think Recon is definitely going the archer ship route now. Dragavan looks about ready to tech up. The problem with this is, like, this is the risk point, right? Like, if Recon senses what you're doing, it's over. And Recon, he's suspicious. He hasn't seen an attack in too long. Game sense on point here. Says, if you're not going to attack, then I'll force your hand. Dragavan, at a moment when he should have been invested in more now, he realizes that maybe a little bit too late here. Queues up 3 more demos. Fishing boats stacked up, ready to be idled out, though. Archer ship count now up to 6, and notice that Recon's holding them back. He's got room, he's got man in the sails. He can always retreat if the demos come out. Dragavan now pulling the trigger. King's Palace on the way. Is it going to cost him everything, though? Hard locked on his military camp right now. Recon taking the lead. Demos creeping through. Archers not quite able to get the insta-kills here. He actually needs the range level 2 upgrade. But the spread is good here, right? Archer ship's now arriving. And Demo's just kind of A-click braining it. It's going to lose him the fleet. I think Dragavan, tech up complete, yes, but now you're stuck on an island. Now, historically, that was actually a good thing for us English people. Every time we lost, we just went back to our island and middle-fingered. But sadly, if a fleet this big comes hunting, you know it's over. Dragavan, An admirable attempt here, but it seems like no one has yet to find the answer to Zhu on Archipelago. Whew. GG. Trash Panda continues on through. And of course, we saw how that actually trended. This was the series before Recon took on Core. You can guess how that one went. But we have got more series. In fact, I have just been informed that Kiljadi has opened his data. So thank you, Mr. Kiljadi. Very big shout out to him. So let me just quickly name these a second. All right, there we go. Just naming this. So that we'll call that one Pro Wrecked by Kid. I mean, yeah. All right, there we go. So let me get that draft back up now that we can actually do that series. Big Poogers. So this was from qualifier number 1. Let me just load it into the data bank. Doink. Update the draft. So we are going to have a BO5 between Kiljadi and Cat. In fact, let me just update the score outline for that. Great games by Recon. He still got it. Yeah, I was starting to worry he's a little bit washed up, but actually, but you know what? On Sunday, I was impressed, especially with that Order of the Dragon game. I really did not expect him to make Order of the Dragon work against China on Holy Island, but impressive performances. A lot of pod games this weekend. Hell yeah. And that's why you need to be following this channel if you're not, because basically this is the place you go to find all those games that do not get cast on EGC. Because that's how I spend my Mondays and Tuesdays. Because I'm a pleb. I need to really get hobbies. Actually, I guess this is my hobby. I'm a weirdo. I love it. Oh, I think I can close this door now. It's getting a little bit chilly. Whoop. My games are fun because I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Okay, do you want me to make it better, Recon? You know that first game against Core? Core didn't know what he was doing either. No cap. I'm not kidding. All right. So let's have a look here. So we're opening up on Socotra with an English Malian matchup. No, Stan, these aren't FFAs. FFA when? I don't know when. Usually they're a struggle to get together. I mean, I've said this before, like, the problem is, you know, there's usually not enough people who want to play in them. And also, weirdly enough, not that many people that seem to want to watch them. I don't know. When was the OOTD game? That was in the final match between Recon and Core, final series, rather, yesterday. I think it was game number 3, I want to say. Holy Island. All right. You guys ready for this? Poll for FFA? No, dude. We're doing the tournament recaps. Sorry. Most people are at work, Lamette. Most people have a job. Is that Age of Noob? My boy is back? You've been to Socotra? Very fast. Okay, well, Age of Noob, I don't think your Socotra had Malians and English fighting for control of it. So this is going to be a very different experience to your holiday there. One and all, welcome back to Master of Realms. We have got a best of 5 deciding series here to see who will make it into the main event. Will it be Kiljadi, the Finn, or will it be someone from a little bit further east? We've got 3D Clan's Cat looking to stake his claim here, looking to make it into this $25,000 tournament. He opens this series at a huge disadvantage here, though. English versus Malians. Now, this is a matchup that actually has changed recently because of the King build. But on a map this small, I don't think the King has the Roman potential he's looking for. And I gotta say, Malians has kind of impressed me. They're a little bit more threatening of a Civ than I was anticipating, considering I thought that the lack of full surround on the Veins would actually hurt them and hamper them. That is a cool start from Cat, though. I didn't expect this. He went straight out onto the boar. Okay, that is actually wild. Like, I don't think I've seen a player do that yet, let alone an English player, but it's kind of crafty, right? Like, a Malian player can't mirror you because if he does, short bows kill. So, like, English in a subtle way may be OP because of that detail. I do think the #1 pick on this map is probably going to be Chinese, followed by English. They are very potent picks. English because they can kind of do what they've done in Mountain Clearing, where they can potentially, like, kind of rush you up like this in the center and then even follow up with like a proxy base. The reason why China's so good is because the Barbican rushes that just establish them outside of your base and seriously limit what you can do. Mongols is definitely going to see a lot of appearance as well, simply because outpost rushes on the tree line can GG the game quite quickly. Unless you get spawns like this, actually. Looks like Socotra has improved its spawns a bit. I think recently, when I've been casting a few games on this, there's been an additional tree line compared to original Socotra, which tended to have 2 tree lines, one big, one small, that would spawn like this. Now, when you get a third spawn, it makes it a bit harder for Mongols to GG the game straight away. Abbey of Kings coming in. So, Cat is not going to try the longbow play at all. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You're definitely going to be up against Javelins. You can't stop Javelin spam because the gold is spawning on the back here. I do believe, and you know, someone who spawns Socotra a million times because they're a psychotic person can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the gold is intentionally spawning behind your TC now in Socotra. If so, that's really cool, because one of the big issues, you know, why Mountain Clearing doesn't just end in 5 minutes, at least the last 7 minutes, is because the gold tends to spawn on the back, so it's a bit hard to reach. When you open up with forward spawning golds, it just makes 1 or 2 certain Civ picks broken. English most notably, right? Because they can literally just outpost rush you with short bows, and you can't do anything about it. So Man's coming in. I'm wondering, does Cat follow up the Abbey of Kings with a longbow play? I know that English love doing 2TC right now, but the stone is a little bit far out there, especially when you consider how close your opponent's base is. I know going 2TC versus Malians is very popular. I just don't think this is the one. Right, like I think that in this situation, if you go for 2TC, your opponent's too close to you. He'll pressure you. Usually the other reason you do 2TC is because they do fast castle with Fulani. We've seen with the spawns, it's usually hard to just rush Fulani anyway, and you simply get more value out of that feudal army. And thank you very much, Crackety, for updating the title, my friend. Shout out to Crackety, who has tuned in from work today. Not fired yet, but if his boss finds out that he's watching me, he might be. So Rax drop coming from Kiljadi. Makes a lot of sense when you know it's going to be a king opening. Does feel a bit weird to do this against English, but remember, you've got Javelins. So if your opponent now builds Lombos, that's a good thing for Malians. What do you think, guys? One's if you believe the Malians have got this. Two's if you think English are too OP now. I mean, I'm just going to say it. He could rush Imperial. No. There are not many maps where, like, I would discount the English, but this might be one of the matchups on a particular map. Especially with what Cat is doing. He's going fast castle. Yeah, but if this is fast castle King's Pass, he's in trouble. Because, like, it's all good having loads of villagers, but it's not good when you don't have anything to do with them, right? And there's not much in the way of options here that you can sneak onto. So, like, what? White Tower, I guess? The problem with White Tower here is if there's Donzos already, you can't White Tower the center, and that's the only way I see value in this, is if you White Tower, like, here. I mean, I guess Kiljadi could struggle to contest a White Tower because of short bows and the king, because it kind of forces you to commit, right? And the gaps... Okay, actually, that's kind of sick to think about. The out of combat, right? Like, you throw a javelin, but then you're out. Then you have to wait. You can't commit in because the short bows will, like, whittle you down. The king will whittle you down. So that means that the king can heal up between that. So that actually means that White Tower could work here. Especially with how slowly Kiljadi is escalating the Donzo count. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a condensed choice. Cat retreats away from the ball. He pretty much got the full value, though. So I don't think that this is like a good move from Kiljadi from a haha, I got you now perspective. Cat pretty much got everything he was going to out of that ball play. A meow. This is definitely going to be a White Tower. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. So this actually protects the gold and the stone, right? So theoretically, you could go 2TC on a delay. I don't think that's what we're seeing here, though. We'll probably end up seeing, what, a Men-at-Arms flood? You still need to build a racks to get your upgrades is the issue with that build. He definitely would have the gold to do it, and it would be a quick way of taking control of the map. Killjoy is nowhere near castle. The only worry I have is like if you spam Men-at-Arms, he could just react with Musafadi in feudal. And as long as he plays away from the armor and away from the aura, it's a difficult one for Cat to have an edge in. We haven't got much in the way of ranches at least, so that's one thing looking up for Cat. Okay, yeah. So we had a few confirmations. Your first gold always behind your TC, and yes, the other ones are scattered. A lot of them actually also being on the coast, which is where usually Malian's going to have a sad game. Because, like, for example, here, you can't build houses on, I think, 4 positions there. 3 or 4 positions. So a lot less generation over time. This one, even worse, because it's kind of, like, weirdly etching in there. This one's fine, though. Killjoy's like, okay, center of map sounds good to me. Pit mine coming up. King did try for a dive. Not able to do much against this many Donzos, though. I love that wall. That's brilliant. So this wall, I want you guys to think about all those cliffside games. We talk about the short ramp control. This is the short ramp. You wall this off. You have quick route into the enemy base. They take double the time because they have to go around the tree lines. It's an insane advantage. Even a bigger one when you consider that if you get outnumbered now, you just have a wall to retreat behind. You're in a matchup where your opponent should be really building lombos. So you should always have ranged advantage here. What's Cat doing? He's actually going to TC. I'm so confused by this build now. And yeah, remember what we said about the racks, right? You built White Tower for this? Behold, the entirety of the English army. 2 pit mines set up. Ranches haven't really been bloated yet, but actually, like, you know, I said the spawns are usually bad for Fulani. I think Killjoy has just enough room here, especially if he clears 1 or 2 of these berries. So it could take him a bit of time to get there. Maybe you have to trigger castle before you have full Fulani effect, but I don't think that's actually the case. Considering the Cat chose 2TC, there's no rush here. This is a funky build out of Cat. I was on board with the idea of like you white tower and then mass troops to kill maybe, but this feels way too greedy. So what's Killjoy's game strat now? I guess you just constrict the map. The other issue going to 2TC, your opponent doesn't have much in the way of resources, right? He can't access gold easily. He basically has this 4K and that's it. He's got loads of stones, so I guess you can keep drop. But even farms, I mean, that's another thing that's kind of funky for English, right? It's like, when space is limited like this, civs like the Malians feel better because they get so much food value out of a small area compared to the English that need to get farm cluster after farm cluster up. Can't now the 3 minutes. Please just build a racks. Wait, what? Okay, this is just getting weirder. He's going archery range first, despite the fact that he's built 3 men-at-arms. They are Dark Age men-at-arms. They pretty much someone coughs on them and they die. Right? A strong breeze comes in and they get blown off of Socotra. I mean, I guess the king at least upgrades for free, so there's that, but I'm hoping that, in some ways I want these games to be crazily weird, but at the same time, that this is a kind of weird where I'm just not seeing the picture he's painting. Dive coming in the second TC. Killjoy could just build 2 rams right now. Like, I actually think 2 rams is the easiest way to deal with this. Kind of surprised he's gone for the Steeled Arrow. I don't like this element by Killjoy. Undermesh is a bigger priority, and even bigger than that, genuinely, is Siege Engineering. But my boy, this is why we love ourselves some Killjoy. Guys, I want you in chat right now. I'm going to say the words, and when I do, you're going to type the name of the player that comes to mind. Who is the most aggressive player in AoE 4 at the pro level? Get your answers in. I already know what the answer is going to be. I don't know where B's come from. That's wrong. The atypical answer is coming through. Vortex, 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 Vortex. This guy right here, he out-aggroes Vortex. I've seen it time and time again. This guy has no chill. Right? I have watched him do heinous things against El Sensei. This is a name to watch in 2024. Like, we have more aggro players. Looks like B's on the way out. Not sure how much he's going to be playing in upcoming tournaments. He's at least going to be featured in Master of Realms. But this, I mean, you know, Vortex, this is his now new non-biological bro. Because him and Killjadi are by far the two most aggressive players in AoE 4. Cat. This army. Well, at least he's finally got veterancy on the men-at-arms, but there's now almost 20 Musafadi, and here come the Rams. You really do not have an army to defend against two Rams here. And, oh, the Blacksmiths. That's juicy. 4 Blacksmiths actually hurting him here, but what choice did he have, right? He has to put the farm safely behind this. So now you're techless, right? Like, I think you've got nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing here. And no way of dealing with 2 Rams. 3rd Ram now coming in. Jav count's also kind of scary at this stage. Like, the King is going to lose a lot of health when he tries to dive out to contest. Killjadi, he might even just consider, yeah, 4 Rams and what, maybe you clown car this? I think you could put Donzos in the left side Ram, closest to the mass, and then Javelins on the right side, and then go in. Or you could just A-brain it. That also works. So underway. Killjadi even pressuring from the left side. Cat's tree line is actually getting quite thin at this stage. There's a risk that he's just going to run out of resources. Rams quickly dent this. Men-at-arms. Dealing with one of the Rams, but the King does go down for it. And the mass is in. Villagers could be targeted by the Javelins right now. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Musafadi also flooding through. TC's definitely going down. And Cat, what was it all for? A 7 eco lead? Not even that. More villagers now to fall. The Malian lead still maintained here. And the entirety of that eco lead that Cat had built up is shriveling up and dying. Only a 2 villager difference, but it really isn't at this stage, folks. Remember, at home, the Fulani is about ready to be dropped. Killjadi is about to be a mile ahead of Cat. I can't fathom it, man. I mean, Cat, all in feudal. 2TC, feudal, like, so many other things make more sense than this. Fast castle into all in, but fast castle into 2TC. I feel like this may have been the worst option on the table for Cat in this game. Even more so on a map like this. There's just nothing you can really hide. Like, this whole idea of White Tower into a smuggle 2TC kind of can make sense on maps where you have hidden information. Socotra isn't really a hidden information map. There's just not really enough room to hide anything, bar the stealth forest in the center, right? But we aren't in the center of the map. We're at home. Rams will just dent a little bit more production. Cat fully suffocated at the stage. He won't die straight away due to the White Tower, but he'll die in a few minutes because of what's coming. Fulani on the way with 5 villages. Killjadi is floating way too much gold. I mean, I hope this is a Siege Workshop drop and like 4 trebs. That could make a lot of sense here, because the only way that Cat now somehow wins this is if he gets to exist for, say, 30 minutes. I mean, even then, I don't know what you're able to gather 30 minutes from now. Just a reminder to people, Socotra is a map that has no fishing. So before anyone says, what noobs don't fish? People who know that no fishing spawns on this map. It's purely from a Navy strategic standpoint. That, by the way, is another reason why Malians are actually pretty sick on this map. Transport ships are very tanky. And also, the transport ships of the Malians, when you garrison inside them, you get javelins you throw. So yeah, little tip for people playing Malians here. Transport dock plays are going to start making an appearance. Yeah, like we were casting on EGC the other day, And when floodplains came up, someone was like, I've watched RTSs for years, and this is by far the worst map I've ever seen in RTS history. I knew straight away that guy is some SimCity builder, man. Like, floodplains and Socotra, I like the idea of these type of maps. I like the idea that Navy can exist as a strategic military choice, not as an eco choice. I actually think that, as it stands, fishing needs to be nerfed by about 0.5 to 1 food a second on both types. And then it's fine. Because then going fishing isn't a mandatory requirement. You can just win some situations by playing land instead. And that leans more into Navy being a militaristic choice. Jav's now moving in. Lombo count ain't looking good. I mean, here's the problem, right? You're against Musafadi, that's why you build into Lombos, but you're always against Javelins. This is exactly why Malians historically have been just absolutely annihilating the English. Armorclad is at least making this a bit more competitive, but Cat's a sad boy. Right now, he really wishes he had at least level 1 undermesh. He's like, I'm glad I have decided I won't come back. Okay, let's be totally real. That guy typing that was never coming back. I guarantee that guy walked into the wrong channel and he actually doesn't know how to count to 4 and actually didn't realize that he bought AoE free anyway. Dude, that's my favorite type of person. I am announcing that I'm going to do this thing. If you don't change that, just do it. Great. Frolix also on the way home from Kiljadi. Actually, do you know what it is in that situation? Like, that's the person like, I'll jump, I swear I'll do it. And then just you guys are just there going, do a barrel roll. Mango defense at least coming out from Cat's going to buy a little bit of time, but Kiljadi basically just going Pure Age now. I mean, I don't think, like, you don't need to, but when Cat does a build like this, why not, right? I mean, if you could just reach up, you get a Culverin, Siege can't recover his game, Bombard can clear up the White Tower. It is actually just a clean, quick raid to winning here. 4 of the Huntress also guarantees there's no attack on you. Boom. There we go. Secures extra food if he needs it. Not really the case, though. Sacred sites are being locked in. You could even just stonewall the south side to really make Cat depressed for the rest of the series, but instead, we'll give him a semblance of hope. Ah, yes, the good old lose your TC and then build a third TC at 19 minutes after fast casting with White Tower English build. Rising popular build that I'm sure we'll see more of in the year 2032. Poor Cat. I'm not letting him get away from this one. This was a very unorthodox build. It's surprising as well because Cat is actually, I'd say, more of an aggressive player usually, but this was a very anti-aggressive approach in this game. It's kind of expected when you're against Malians. One thing I'm going to warn people off now is like other players might have just went for an Ura and GG'd. Cat does have a tendency to either all in you or reluctantly hang in a game for a while. I don't think he'll be able to hang in this one much longer though. Tech up complete. I mean, this is where you should just double tap, right? Go for precision training as well as the elite status on Javs. Then all you need is Siege. Gonna give his army auto stealth for the rest of the map? Dude, that's actually a fair point. I mean, you could have got a little bit closer. Like, why not here, right? It's only a little White Tower. Jasmine's finally marching. Oh, Cat has at least got the walls to slow this down. I'm not really sure what he's slowing it down for, though. Culverin's been queued up. I mean, that is actually GG. Cat, at this point, you build transport ships to hop on board and leave the map. Because there ain't anything here for you anymore, bud. Maximum of 8 minutes left in this because I do not see a world in which Cat gets a decap. Remember, folks, these are BO5s, so we get bare minimum 2 more games. And honestly, looking at the draft, I think they both got a good lick of it. You've got Japanese, Ibids, Mongols, Abbasids, and Ottomans still to come for Cat. Other side of it, Kiljadi did draft Achery, Juji, Delhi, Zhone, and Chinese. I definitely think Killjoy drafted better, but Cat actually has some elements that can win there, right? It's not like he picked French and then picked Order of the Dragon. His brain was switched on for the draft. When I see "Come on, Cat" in chat in this situation, I've just spotted the one person who mains English. Sorry, TG Allens, but I gotta shine the light on that one. Bombard also up, so this is where the white tower's gonna be falling. It looks like we actually have a stable transition coming as well. Cat with the scouting men-at-arms. I mean, honestly, you can't afford to send anything to scout right now. You just don't have enough to defend. He's trying to rush an age up. It has to be a Berkshire, but guys, here's the problem. Like, even if it's not Berkshire, even if it's Wingard, where are you placing the landmark? Look at Killjadi's vision. There is nowhere you will be able to place this. Like, maybe here, where it won't be seen. And hey, sup Hermes Prime. Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Shout out to Hermes Prime. He's funded a few tournaments before. Lovely to see people putting some money into the scene. To give these players something to dance for. Bombard now moving in. This is GG. Like, the white tower is going to be taken out before he can tech up. Unless he pulls 40 villagers, the white tower will die before the bombard, before the tech up comes out, right? Delete all your farms to build the Berkshire? No! You build the Berkshire underneath the Fort of Huntress. This is about sending a message. The message is, I like to feed. Villagers now coming forward. Wait, is he legit just building an outpost for a cannon emplacement? I think he is. Musafani and marching in as well. I mean, in fairness, Killjadi's main army isn't here, right? So the Berkshire should, in theory, go up. I don't know how it ever feels like it was worth it. All right, we've done it. Cat, he's in Imperial Age, and now he's gonna build a Reboldiquin? I'm sorry, I just don't know what the hell this is meant to do. He's losing the other landmarks, by the way. The Bombard is just going to clear all these up. And then after that, Trebs are dealing with the Berkshire, right? So it's going to be a landmark victory. Cat refuses to give up, but Killjadi isn't going to allow him to remain much longer. You have 189 food a minute. Like, can we just be real now? The conference actually just sniping down the villages. This might be the most depressing English game I've watched in over a month. No, there's no might about it, because actually England always wins at the moment. So this is by far the most depressing English game I've watched in over a month. Oh, my mistake. He has got the berries, guys. The Stealth Forest is also hiding the fact... Oh, wait, no. Outpost C over that. Oops. Well, CC's about to go down. Berkshire. Gonna start to feel the pain here. Trebuchet count is up to 3. For some reason, only one of them is attacking. Second one just joined in. Third soon to join. And we're going to be opening the series with a win for Killjadi. But still some distance to go. I don't know if I should light a candle in memory of the English in this one, because that was painful. All right, let me just go ahead and put that point in the board. I don't know, man. Like, there's having faith and looking for a way out, and then there's just essentially being stubborn, right? That was just stubbornness in the end. So, one game done. Next up... Okay, so I think next up... What map are we going to? Oh, okay, we're going Holy Island. Juji versus Mongols. I'm not sure what Mongols do there. I don't know, I feel like that should just be a win for Juji. Maybe Mongols try to trade and they play land eco. That could work. Maybe just go for a classic outpost rush. English losing most of its matches so far more? Well, yeah, when you pick them like that, of course they're going to freaking lose. That's like, okay, let's think about this another way. That's like picking Juji on Mountain Pass. Are you smoking crack? Like, you want to go late game? No? That's like picking Mongols on a map that has no trade at all. I'm trying to think of the perfect example of that. What's the worst map you can pick Mongols on? Like, come on. All right, let's go. Game 2 of this qualifying series between Killjoy and Cat. We take the Holy Island. And it's time for the Zhuji. They're unstoppable. Up against the Mongol. No. Well, this is going to be a tough one. Mongols, definitely a civ that we've seen once or twice in the qualifiers for Master of Realms on this map. Not looking great. I feel like usually they've been getting the wins more because of errors. You could argue they're forced errors, but maybe Cat's here to show us something. I remember a long time ago, Mongols were pretty cool for the idea of Silver Tree play on this map with trade and kind of a land pivot very early on. I'm wondering if that's the idea where Cat's going to try to block his opponent's early greed play and then tech up afterwards. Because something you have to remember is like the Rax opener is pretty effective, especially on a delay getting into a transpo ship. I think that's maybe what we'll be looking towards here. Cat is stockpiling the wood. But is he going to commit to the Rax first? Considering the villager is out here, I don't think so. Okay, so no aggro in the early age. Yeah, something just sunk in my heart here. I feel like the Mongols just gave over like the biggest advantage, really. The idea is that you open Spimmin here because you can march across and you can just block out the dock, right? Like the reason why it works so well is recently, believe it or not, very recent development in competitive play, players discovered that transport ships are actually pretty good. Because it used to be the Mongol play with Spearman didn't work anymore because you just wall like this and it's GG, right? Then people went, hold on a second, what if I just build a transport ship? Like there was actually, if you guys remember this tournament game, I think it was Beastie done it to a player. And everyone lost their mind. Casters, players, viewers, their brains melted. Their whole perspective changed. All of a sudden, Mongols could be good again. But no, Cat chooses to just go for greed. Which has to favor Zhuji here. Like, Zhuji is already an S-tier pick on this map, by the way. The reason is that Holy Island is one of those maps that tends to spawn resources more condensed when it comes to things like stone, gold, and food. That's very advantageous. The whole goal here is Zhuji, you're looking for a double stone spawn because the Holy Island meta revolves around this idea of static defenses as you creep along the coastline. You're more or less outpost rushing water, right? Unfortunately, it looks like Kiljadi lucked out in a bad way because I'm not seeing a good stone hall at all. He's got a double stone here that gets nothing else. And the trade post blocks the east side. So I guess he's going to, have to settle for the home? You could come out for double gold, I guess, in the berries, but there's nothing crazy here. Actually shocked. It's very rare you get a spawn that doesn't at least give you double stone and a gold together. But it seems he's found one of them. Yeah, Mirad, I think, if I remember correctly, Kat taught Faye that lesson as well in the first qualifier, because I believe we cast a game where she picked, I believe it might have been HRE, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it was Kat. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I'm thinking Mia Micah. Mia Micah was able to do it as well. And that was off the back of like an expected outpost rush that just turned the Spearman into a transport ship. And I remember why I forgot that game now, because that is the single most bounty I've seen in under 10 minutes in a Mongol game in a very long time. She had to cancel her dock after it got attacked about 8 times. So, Cat's being a little bit annoying with the Khan. You shouldn't get any substantial damage. You see the quick munch in here by Killjoy. He's just trying to get out of the way. The issue is you can't while the Falcon keeps scouting like this. Cat. So it looks like he is going to be playing it. He goes to the Horseman on a delay. Okay, this is interesting then. So he sets up the food to make sure he can afford the pump. And this is kind of cool because by delaying it, he's going to have a very rapid speed into Mass Horseman because he's been stockpiling that stone. Remember, he opened with the Uvu and then went dock straight afterwards. That's kind of cool, actually. And he can always go for that transpo ship play we talked about so that he can move in to burn down the dock without having to waste time on the walls. Considering that Killjoy now has gone into Spearman, though, looks like he scouted the play out. Oh, that's rough. So Killjoy was probably thinking Spears to push the Khan away in the first place, but now he just got full warrant into it. A little bit shocked that Cat didn't go Spears. I guess his worry is that Shugenu come very quickly with Zhuji. And Horsemen at least allow you to kind of like move and decide where you want to fight. But I feel like now it's the case Killjoy should simply be able to go into Feudal Age with little to no pressure. Yeah, and Cat just got the bad news. I think he just has to match the tech up now. If he adds in more Horsemen, it's pretty bad here. The tough part as well is like on the fishing side, he should be behind there, right? Like 7 fishing to 5. Wow. Okay, no, Killjoy's behind. And I'm surprised by this. D-Stone's going to be the play, so Cat isn't looking for trade at all. I guess that makes sense when there's so many spearmen already. Come in, don't tell people that. One's if you favor Zhuji, two's if you favor Mongols here. I mean, Zhuji, yeah, this is really cool, right? Because the Mongols lost the initial opening choice, you now lose your dock. There's not really something you can do to stop that as well. The spearman count as it is. He's going to try to get in the archer ship. I'm a little bit shocked, though. I feel like Killjoy got greedy here. If he goes to the dock first, it turns into a ripple effect. But because he's split between the Uvu and the dock, the archer ship's going to come out, and also archers could be pushed out by Cat on land. Looks like he doesn't want to invest in those archers. I can kind of understand where he's coming from, right? Like, quite the stretch. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to look to go in on the economy. And the Feudal Age upgrade did just come in, so should be 1 or 2 eco kills here, especially when you pinch like this. Killjoy unable to move away. Sick moves by Cat. Now ahead by 5. I'm a bit confused by Killjoy here, man. He still hasn't teched up either. Guys, this might be a really quick game. Ironically, trying to out-aggro the Mongols may be Killjoy's downfall. I mean, this is not a small achievement, by the way. Like, Killjoy is a very talented Mongol player. He understands this Civ inside and out. And right now, Zhuji are considered to be the kings of Holy Island. Archer ship now moving across, so this should be an idle out on the fishing. Another negative of building your dock like this, you don't have any fallback options to pivot to, right? You come from one location, so an archer ship camping here shuts down everything. And the Medigarden, I'm going to look away now. That's depressing. Like, don't even try to calculate the numbers. You'll cry. That is the most underwhelming Medigarden you'll ever see on Holy Island. Archer's being queued up by Cat as well, so Killjoy, this mass is going to get counted pretty fast. It's the interesting detail, right? With the delay in the tech timing from Killjoy, essentially Cat can afford to lean into land. Killjoy, it's going to be a long road to recovery, man. Like, considering the worker losses and the fact that he doesn't have much of a fishing fleet in the first place, I don't think he can play water anymore. Can we sneak back on the docks? Actually, Cat needs to either build another galley right now or bring the archers down. He has got the Yam, so in theory, he can kite out with the archers here. I'm a little bit worried he's allowing this dock to go down. It looks like a Springald should come out just in time. Killjoy trying to get crafty, unfortunately. The boat has scouted it. Ooh, you gotta be kidding me. The freebie not even taken there. Horsemen have been pushed back and wiped out. So it's just going to be archers versus spears. Early palace guard from Killjoy. What? This is a really funky build. I guess Killjoy has to get creative, though. That dock might give him a... I'm not even going to finish that sentence. For a second, it looked like it might be able to get away with something. Unfortunately, Cat already has the Springald ship coming out at the pristine time here. He is yet to notice. Like, I'm kind of getting confused at the fact that Cat is the one playing blue, but it's almost like orange is the camouflage for water in his eyes. Good interception. Killjoy in a bad situation, but at least making the best of it. Does deny the demo. Still, remember, this is fishing versus no fishing. Archer count is getting high enough that it can start to contest this. Villagers, an ambitious choice. Cat, what? Okay, if there's a way you can lose this game, this is kind of it. Right? Just don't give him anything for free. You don't need to in this game. You have Deerstone, you aura. You can always walk away. It's inevitable that Killjoy should over time get starved out here. Springald ship now coming out. But I think Cat, has he not scouted this still? I think he still hasn't noticed that one dock. And this is why early Palace Guard are worthless, guys. I mean, you'd simply build archers to counter it, right? Like, if this was fishing economy, I could understand early Palace Guard, but it's land eco. And yes, he has got a lot of sheep, but still leaves you quite limited. Kujadi has been squatted as well. Demo. Gonna come out. Good shot in. Unfortunately, not enough here, right? 3 Springles versus 1. You can keep pumping demos, but Cat should be paying attention now. Archer mass starting to bulk up. It's rough because I feel like the last 2 or 3 minutes, Killjoy just played better. Because to me, Cat has let things slip through that should never happen, right? Like this dock shouldn't have been there, the villagers should have been sniped, the initial archer ship shouldn't have made it into the fishing eco, the spearmen should not have been allowed to attack the villagers, let alone snipe any of them. But the lead Cat built in the first 6 minutes of this game is so substantial, it just doesn't really matter. And by the way, that's why Killjoy's hanging in there instead of just immediately calling GG now, is the Cat hasn't played this perfectly. So there's always room for errors. I respect that. Unlike that last game where it's like, no, this is actually done. This game is like, you can see that there are gaps in the execution. But I think this is where it's going to get undeniable. Cat starting to move out the archers now. If Killjoy could switch into Horseman, he'd stand a chance here, but it's so expensive on food in a game where you just don't have agency over economy anymore, right? He's trying to get back up onto the fishing, but before you can go fishing, you have to get a big enough army, right? Unfortunately, Cat is all too aware of it. Demo Springles now marching in. Cat will microwave the archer ship just in time. Demo, there's nowhere to run. Killjoy is going to have to give one over. And if they just turn, that's going to be 1 sunk. And no one to be pinned, but it looks like there's some hesitation here. I think he was expecting Killjoy to build a demo. Scout going down, Killjoy now playing blind on land. Palace Guard are going to try to march in, but the Yam just inching closer here. I don't really see a world in which these Palace Guard get to do damage. Cat is once again mismicroing though. Villager down. I mean, the Yam makes this so tilting. The Palace Guard are already kind of pathetic statistically, right? But this just guarantees you can't even gap close. Spearman mopped up now. Keshik follow-up should be the moment where this becomes kind of apparent for Killjoy. It's a double Keshik pump as well. All Palace Guard about to die, and this is where full map control is going to be forfeited. C situation, it looks like Killjoy has actually held on there, but there's still no economy to assist. Meanwhile, other side of this, we're looking at what, 8 fishing boats now? So, where do we go next in the series? Remaining maps, remember we've got Coastal Cliffs, Kawasan, and Hillendale still to play. I feel like... Killjoy still has Delhi, right? Do you save Delhi for Hillendale? He did get H3 as well, so I guess he has options there. It's crazy that Killjoy is still trying to come back into this, by the way. Oh, wait. No, I forgot what I'd done to us here. Remember when I said, like, Cat has this reputation for, like, hanging in games that almost look done? He's like, there's a way back. We have to remember Killjoy does do that too. I think we all recall that Beastie Killjoy game where he basically went down to 6 villagers, I think 26 minutes into a game before GGing. So as long as he thinks there is a chance, he will not give it over. We'll trade out here. Still a demo from Cat, though. Interesting choice to micro it in on its own. Cat now going into the ramps. Very defensively built ram, by the way. He could have been a lot further up the field doing this. Khan is also on the field. I mean, you could actually just start pivoting into the attack speed arrow in these type of fights now, actually. Killjoy, I mean, the options are drying up fast here because the sheep count is now down to 6. Is he going for a 2TC play? I hope so. I'd prefer that to him going arrow slits to try and play back underwater fully. Then again, like the way that Cat has played this is very lax, I'd say. I feel like he's in a position where he should be going for the attack a bit more convincingly, right? It's almost like he's not quite sure how far ahead he is. And that should become apparent. Ram moves in. Hand cannon slit upgrade did just come in. Focus fire under the Ram here. Unfortunately, with the outpost already on fire, I don't think it's going to be good enough. Yes, the Ram goes down, but that outpost is dead. Keshiks are going to start to back up. Wait, no. Are you kidding me? There's no way. I don't even know why you activated movement speed arrow there. Like 100% you activate the attack speed arrow there. Frontline's been cleared up though, and this outpost is going down. Killjoy about to lose access to gold. That's a big problem. He has at least got the back spawn gold, but no mining camp set up there yet. And the reason that's a big problem is I think he actually needs to get a lot more military vessels together. Cat should simply be attacking. And Cat does not have Whistling Arrow. I wouldn't expect it in a game like this. I don't think it really matters that much either. You're talking about 10 to 15 archers in most cases. Okay, Cat is about to go aggro on water. We've got piracy on the way. I don't want to give Cat an excuse, but I'm starting to wonder if this was a bait. Like, let his opponent get back onto water on a delay, because now piracy is insanely valuable because of all the fishing boats. Remember, piracy gives you bounty when you kill boats. So these fishing boats are about to be a jackpot. One tough thing with piracy, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong and they fixed it, I'm pretty sure piracy was bugged before, in that if you demo shipped units, you didn't get piracy gold bounty and food bounty. I believe that is still an issue. Now switching into Chuganu. Cat going in for the killing blow. We're up to 11 Springald ships here. Killjoy only 6. If you demo a boat, there's not much to do. That's not true. If you demo a boat well, you essentially blast all the wood and gold into your other fleet, right? So like you catch them. It's even easier to get the resources that way. Just make sure you're wearing a big mitten, otherwise it's going to hurt. Sprint around the docks. Killjoy. He's going to have to fight this. There's not much ground to give over, so you have to take your fight soon. Meanwhile, on land, Keshiks are riding in onto the eco. Killjoy at risk of running out of food quite quickly in this game. Demo is not going to find his target. Cat idles up as well, but does at least get a hit in there. Let's switch over and see the bounty gold coming in quick here. This is where it snowballs. This is what Mongols need. If they get that tool in their arsenal, it gets out of control fast. Gold and food up the wazoo. And when you stockpile the fishing boats like this, it's even better. I mean, that has to be it. Killjoy has to know the feeding frenzy is happening here. The sad reality is he doesn't know just how much resource he gave over. Because you can't tell if your opponent has piracy. But you'll be able to tell in about 2 minutes' time. Powerful play there to give Cat control of this game. And at this stage, it's undeniable. The pincher up against the coast. Demo, get maximum impact there to clear up the fleet. Counter Demo's coming out. It's just simply not going to be good enough. This game feels all but decided. Demo's holding the docks hostage to guarantee there's no counterplay anymore. Killjoy looking for one last Ura as he plays into Chuganu, but considering we're about to have double digits Keshiks, I don't see this ending well. Good lord. I mean, Cat, if he just recalibrates his economy, he's Castle Age, right? He kind of mismacroed on the wood, but the amount of bounty you get, it's that classic one where you just don't expect to get this much food and gold. Like, how many boats are we talking about dying there? 20? At least. I feel like he's got 20 instances of bounty out of these plays. So that ends up being 500 food, 500 gold. That's insane. Across the course of less than 2 minutes. Killjoy, not one to immediately give up, though. Does actually get a good raid in with Chuganu. Cat on his way up now with the Kurotai. If only Killjoy could see this, there would be a chance, but I think he's going to camp the gold. He doesn't think the tech up's already happened. That's unfortunate. Oy, oy, oy. If only he knew, but you know, this is the type of moment where I look back 10 minutes ago when Killjoy lost his scout. That scout would have told him this was happening. He would be pivoting across instead of wasting time on the Uvu. Because remember, with an existing army, now Cat actually has an upgrade straight away. Kurotai is like an immediate Castle Age upgrade due to the damage buff. Oh, that tech up complete. Killjoy has to dive here. No retreat. Remember, food is looking lacking at home. He's having to take risks on the field. So if he has to back off for a tech off now, this is over. Might already be over though. Veterancy is going to come in before he can force that fight. Killjoy, even if he camps on the Kurotai now, it's not a positive anymore. Buff Shuji on what? Get out of here. What we're learning from this is we need to buff Mongols on land. There we go. Kurotai. I mean, if he actually does force the pack up, there is a risk that it dies straight away. Because remember, you don't have any ranged armor when you're packed up. And he's already lost 2k HP. I mean, Cat, dude, you either need to move the Kurotai straight away or you need to fight. So he's going to move out. Defense arrow doesn't get activated. Archer's insanely tanky up against Chiganu. And Keshik's just going to go on in. This has to be it. Surely. Spear count is down to just 9. Keshik count remains at 8. I don't really see a way anymore. I'm sorry that I'm losing faith in the Finn. I mean, he has got a lot of Chiganu coming behind this. But it feels like an imminent Congo line of death. I mean, Cat, if he just masses archers now with a veterancy upgrade, it should be that simple. This game is so weird, man. Kujari hanging in there. I mean, maybe if he had 80 Chiganu, I could see how this could end up working, but 30 Chiganu up against 19 vet archers with Kurotai buff, and he didn't even get the kill on it. All right, buddy, wrap it up. Go game 3. You're repeating what Cat done to you in game 1. Like, actually, that's the irony, isn't it? Killjoy's pretty much doing what Cat done to him on Socotra, refusing to give the obvious surrender. In fact, I think what Killjoy is really doing with this type of game is he's trying to leverage the fact that Cat seems a bit indecisive, right? Think about the positions Cat's had in this game where he should have just been able to end the game. Instead, he kind of delayed it, right? He took the safer route. I'd say the way Cat has kind of played this, and it has me a bit worried later in the series because of it, he's played more reminiscent of 2022 AoE 4, where players look to just take the safer route, right? They weren't as sure of the all-in timing that could just get them a win quickly. And that always offers up routes to recovery for your opponent. But at this stage, everything should be obvious to him. Remember, the military numbers just don't track them. They're a bit of a lie. A lot of it is in war junks right now. Killjoy is about to get the tech up. The Kurotai is on the way in now. Hunt continues. Speaking of Hunt, villagers out here in Danger Town. It's going to be a dive in. Chiganu should get wiped out. He's creeping his own Kurotai. Please move. Please. No, Killjoy, don't kill that archer. You're helping. Oh, an admirable attempt by Killjoy to try and recover this game. But now, even with tech up, you've got a lot of exposed economy to worry about. And Chiganu don't feel like they're going to be able to protect that. Keshik's swelling up as well. We've got 11 Keshiks in total. Kurotai moving even deeper now. Cat's like, buddy, you look like you're having a hard time. I'm going to donate a landmark. This Kurotai is now yours. Yeah, look, the feng shui is on point. The aesthetics fit in here, I swear. This is just Kublai Khan era China, buddy. It all looks natural. Cat Nah, it just all looks so simple. Villagers caught out of the base. Imperial Official goes down, and that is it. Distance to this series. 2 games in, 1 apiece. That's exactly what I want to see when we're looking at a deciding series. Why doesn't he give up already? Welcome to Cat versus Kiljadi. Oh, dear. All right, let me get game 3 ready. Wait, I just realized they drafted Hill and Dale, right? Oh, no. All right, well, anyway, we're not going to Hill and Dale next, right? I don't think so. No, we're going Coastal Cliffs. Ibids versus Delhi. I still feel like Ibids just win this matchup. There is a skill element, right? Like if the Delhi player is a bit better, they can just win. But at the absolute peak, I think Ibids take this every time. You just have to play a little bit of feudal and move in. That's why we do what we do, Immaculado. This is the go-to place for your casting needs in Age of Empires 4. If you missed a series, good chance we're going to be covering it here. It's time for the recap of the Master of Realms qualifiers. So many games covered, so many missed. We're here to fix this. Cat versus Kiljadi, game number 3. Delhi versus Ibids on Coastal Cliffs. The matchup that we've been seeing a lot of at the moment, and one that I actually do favor the Ibids for. Ever since Marine Lord discovered that really sick build, wait, was it against... Who was he against in that? I think he was against Kiljadi. The whole idea was that you play a little bit of feudal, you prep yourself for your Golden Age level 2, and then you rush Castle Age. And it's very difficult for a Delhi player to do anything against that. So, curious to see if that's the way Cat's going to approach this. He's definitely had some interesting plays this series. Some hit, some miss. As long as I don't see 2TC, we should at least be on the right course. Yes, I have already seen 2TC Ibid in this qualifier. No, I do not have any clue why. That's about as deep of the assessment as I can go there. Yeah, I actually think your goal should never be to remain in Feudal Age. If you're in a position as Ibid player where you can win the game in Feudal, I feel like that's more on your opponent making a mistake than you just doing well to get there. Castle Age is always the real win condition. Until something drastic changes with Ibids, I don't see that ever changing. Delhi, on the other hand, pretty popular on Coastal Cliffs at the moment, right? Like a really good map for them. You'd think that 2 Sacred Sites would be kind of sucky, but there's a lot of things that really work to their advantage here. You know, static defense type civs and greedy civs struggle because the stone's further away. That's already a nice thing. There's a decent kind of clustering of berries and food out on the map. That's something that Delhi also takes advantage of really well. They are a pocket type civ that doesn't have to camp at home. And the other thing that I really like is 2 Sacred Sites. With the way the map typically spawns, quite often you can wall the entirety of the map and not spend more wood than you would walling 2 Sacred Sites. Right? Because if you take the distance and then you go across, you're pretty much there as long as you intercept with 1 tree line, which actually with this spawn Kiljadi could. He could basically come forward to this tree line and then wall both sides. So pretty big threat for Cat if he doesn't keep his eye on that. And likely to happen, considering that if he does go for a naked Castle Age, he's not pressuring the Delhi at all. Oh, what? Guys, that's a growth wing. I'm pretty sure I can count on one hand the amount of growth wing feudal plays I've seen from Ibids in the last 2 months. This build fell off hard. This was the OG build, right? After the trade wing, when we really settled to a point where it just wasn't a clownery and we had this optimal fast castle build, the build was to go growth wing into advancement wing. But this is funky, man. I'm a little bit surprised that he's gone for the 3 villager start instead of waiting for the 8 villager pump. To say if it pays off for him. Kiljadi on the other side, I'm expecting something just a bit more standard here, which should be the Ghazi opening. Ghazi opening is really good in this matchup because if it's military wing, you counter already. And obviously he's not going to have Desert Raider to counter, but what he's going to have is exposed resources. So Cat needs to make sure he rushes an outpost up here. He has got the wood together. My instincts are telling me that he's going to build a production building instead. You want to play Feudal Vibers here? I think you play Feign Feudal, though, Mirad. You don't play all-in Feudal. You basically play a little bit of Feudal and go Fast Castle. Right? Like, that's your win condition still. So I don't know if I fully agree with that choice. I guess you could see value in the growth wing initially, get the troops up, then advance wing afterwards. And yeah, there's the outpost. So it is definitely going to be Fast Castle still. Go one decisive fight and then advancement. I don't think it even needs to be decisive. The goal is to just force your opponent to overinvest, right? Because if a Delhi player then goes and completes the triangle, then he's too invested, and then you go castle. So, like, what you're probably going to see from Cat is, what, Horseman as the opener? He's delaying it. He was actually prepping an archery range there. But usually you want to go Horseman here. Then Kiljadi is going to go Ghazi into Spearman as well. And then you feel really good because you know you want archers later anyway. And at that point, usually a Delhi player is going to just go archery range as well. Or blacksmiths. And at that point, he's kind of in for a penny, in for a pound. Meanwhile, while he's like double, triples your investment into feudal, you're going castle, right? Looks like we are going archery range, though. This has to be the Desert Raider. But it doesn't make sense to me, because if you're going Desert Raider, you can just build a stables and do the same thing, right? In fact, I prefer the stables drop. You go Desert Raider, and then you go Horseman. Instead, he's building the literal worst unit you could build against the Delhi opening here. This game is weird. Guys, a little tip when you're playing against Delhi. Unless you force them to build something other than Ghazi, they will always build Ghazi. At the highest level, every top player knows this. Ghazi is MVP. Even though you're building a Tower of Victory that buffs your infantry's attack speed, Ghazi is still the S tier unit to begin the age with. You only see something else when a Delhi player doesn't have choice. So, like, for example, we've seen against the Abbasids, they can often think about this. Because against the Abbasids have 2 spears, 2 archers. So usually the players go 3 archers to counter them. But most matchups, this is just the default. And I'm a little bit shocked that Cat took this approach. I'd argue you start Spearmen and then maybe go archers here. Prefer Desert Raider plus Horseman, to be honest with you, though. 1 Desert Raider, 2 Horsemen. The logic is your Horsemen commit first, the Ghazi attack them, but then the damage has been reduced to that of a Horseman, and then the Desert Raider comes in on the side with melees that hit for 26 damage per strike. Maps of neutral stone walls which block access to resource water. I like the idea. The problem is that as far as I can tell, the generational code just isn't set up to handle that type of behavior. And it's kind of a shame. Because that could be really cool. Like, that's something I really love that StarCraft has. Is StarCraft has the ramps that are blocked, right? And you can destroy them to open paths. Or in some cases, you can destroy the sides to create blockers. I do wish we had that. Like, I'd love to actually see maps that had... The way they could do that, it would require a new type of terrain. You could basically create mountain terrain that can be destroyed. That's what you do. But, I mean, dude, like, when are we seeing those type of engine changes to AoE 4? I wish we had those, but I don't think we're going to get them. Kiljadi now following up the archers. And Cat. It's going to have to be advancement wing, but he hasn't won a single fight. He's even adding in farms. When have you ever seen an IBID player do this? And then follow that question up with when have you ever seen an IBID player win doing this? AoE 4 is built on a modded engine? Sure, but like you've got multiple issues there, right? Like multiple development studios involved. Whatever's happening over at Relic now, you have to remember they just got like acquired. They left Sega. So I don't know what that does to contracts. And also, like, I don't think we've had that many engine improvements in the last 2 years, right? Am I wrong on that? Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I'm not, though. Kiljadi, 2 sacred sites locked in, so Cat is going to have to come out. This is the other problem with Kiljadi, like, with Cat's play, rather, at this stage, is you played for an initial win. You didn't get that initial win. You didn't even attempt that initial win. So now the Sacred Site Timer is a real threat. He's got Advancement Wing on the way, but his army isn't really looking scary right now. I mean, you have at least got archers you want to upgrade. He has played a bit of into the Golden Age. He should be able to get the veterancy fairly quick here. But Kiljadi already has the answer to keep you in your base for at least another 2 minutes. I mean, that's not entirely true of AoE2 though, right? Because they rebuilt the engine from ground up with the remasters, right? I'm pretty sure that's what they've done. Multiple updates like graphics. Yeah, but graphics isn't the same thing. You can change graphics more easily than you can change what I'm talking about. Graphics is more an artistic change because you can just essentially replace assets as they get referenced in the engine. I'm talking about game mechanics, right? New behaviors. Like cliffs that you can blow up is very different. Nice double villager snipe there. I mean, Cat has basically lost the entirety of the growth wing advantage, right? Like 304. That's right, it is free, isn't it? Yeah. I'm so used to seeing the growth wing in castle now. No pressure coming the other side either. And that also worries me because it means the Cat doesn't really have much food long term here. Good thing he did build those farms, I guess, right? Only 8 sheep left over. Berries already exhausted. Archer's just diving into those spears. I mean, the count is not impressive for Cat here. Like, I'm worried the Ghazi could overwhelm him. He has at least got veterancy on the way. Steel Arrow and Undermesh are not there yet for Kiljadi. He's still a minute and a half out, so I think Kiljadi needs to calm it a bit. You don't want to be diving in anymore. Veterancy is about to kick in just 30 seconds. Being said, if you offered a fight like this, maybe. It's just so difficult with Defender's advantage. Just a handful of spearmen enough to buffer him away. Cat. Ooh. Just playing with fire right now. Remember, what Kiljadi wants to do is kind of throw away the army to get rid of your army. Right? Because your army is going to get upgraded. Kiljadi's isn't, right? So this is the best time for Kiljadi to try and trade. Looks like Cat does survive the onslaught. And Kiljadi now having to switch over into Spearman. So what? Probably just mass Spearman, mass Ghazi now. The problem is you really want to have archers because they're incredibly attack speed, but they just don't now counter anything directly. Ooh, dude. Alright, Kiljadi's magical fingers, man. You guys saw that, right? He optimized it. He was just 1 damage short of killing each of the villagers due to the undermesh. So what does he do? Final shot, he splits between the 2. Sick micro by Kiljadi. All of a sudden, eco lead. Even bigger one that's an apparent. You have to remember, he's got those sacred sites locked in, so that's additional cheddar in the pocket for the Finn. Might be about to get denied, though. One danger for Cat is before those fights looked really good because his archers had choke points to fall back into with a few spears. Now you're in the middle of the map. You need to be very careful about this. Archers. Immediately get rid of the spears. Camel Lance is going to ride in. Spearmen have arrived, though. Terrible fight to begin this, and Ghazi are going to pursue. Now, he does have the +2 range damage, so Ghazi do more or less just get wiped straight away. But one scary part I've noticed here, I remember Recon talked to us about this before, is sometimes it feels better to build more units than vet up. Because the problem now is you overkill what you target. So Kiljadi's raw number count is better, especially when you also consider the attack speed increase. It allows him to just move to the next target quicker. Next target is going to be more villagers by the looks of it. Textiles is finally there to kind of mitigate some of that. Archers will start to trade out the enemies again. Lancer's basically being ignored, right? Like, this is the correct approach because now the Spearman can come in to try and deal with that Lancer. I'm impressed though, man. Like, Kiljadi's still an entire age behind. Just boxing Cat in like this. Maybe this is the thing that's going to convince me he needs to change gears. Ranged armor level 2 now on the way for Cat. Should cliffs be destroyable by petards? I mean, I'd love to see petards. If you guys haven't checked out Hosen's mod, New Ways, by the way, it's a tuning pack that adds new units to all different civs. And he didn't call them petards originally. I had to tell him it's probably a better name and probably more user-friendly. But he actually added petards, which are like demo ships on land. Yeah, there's interesting ways you could implement that as well. Like, if cliffs at least had a health tag, like a wall, then you could set it up to be like insanely high health, and certain units get insane bonus damage against them, right? It's like X unit gets, 5,000 extra damage, so it's not just spam and whittle them down. I don't know. I still think it'd be cool. Like, I think what we've learned from Bridges is those type of options are really refreshing in the game. Like, Bridges, Destructible Bridges, was an amazing addition to AoE 4. Killjardy doing an amazing job to just continue to constrict this game. It's crazy for Cat, right? Like, you think maybe just a Manjanique, but it just feels so expensive at this stage, especially when you know your opponent's still going Ghazi. And somehow, some way, that Sacred Site was never decapped. Cat never able to sneak out here. We're just 4 minutes away from a victory for Killjardy. Archer Spearman now hunting. Ghazi looking for the backstab, slowing down the retreat of the Camel Lancers and body blocking the Archers. And more Ghazi now leaking in. I think this is it. Cat, it just doesn't have the numbers anymore. I don't think he ever did. Few Spearmen left over. Camel Lancers now low on HP. No hope in hell that he can turn this around. Game 3 is going to be going to Killjardy. There's no doubts in my mind anymore. What a cool series. Ghoulims would kill Delhi. Ghoulims would get kited, though. Ghazi can kind of body block on the front, and then the Archer mass will swarm, right? That's why I think he didn't go Ghoulims. It's also a case of, like, the reason why he leans Archers and then Camel Lancers, he can afford gold, he can't afford food. We talked about this, right? Like, food long-term sucks for him. So if he rushes into Ghoulims, he's really putting himself on the clock. Like, he has a very clear low ceiling. I think that's what kept him off of it. I do agree there's a lot of games where Ghoulims are better, but I think Killjardy's constant pressure is maybe what kept Cat away from that. Because you look at this game and you just think, oh, Archers should win. But there's something about Delhi Archers. The attack speed buffer is insane. I've seen them beat all kinds of things. Like, these guys can annihilate javelins so simply. And statistically, like you do the maths, it doesn't make sense. But that's the thing about the Delhi. They don't need to do maths, okay? Right, you're busy doing your calculations. This is the jock on the playground. You pull out a maths book, he takes it off you and smacks you around the face. Well, this is quite the smack to the face right now. Smack to the teeth out of the mouth here, Cat. Front lining now with villagers. The Manjanique, it's too late to make a difference. Ghazi are going to move in for it. And the villagers are dying. If it looks like Cat is holding, that's because those are eco units. Militarily, there is nothing left of this army. Really, there's just nothing left of Cat. At this stage, I'm going to hit the fast forward. This is a game you do not recover from. I would bank money on it. I would bank $500 on it. And I don't gamble. It would take Killjardy disconnecting or being an absolute muppet. And Killjardy is no muppet. Sometimes he makes you feel like a muppet because it almost feels like he's just got his hand on you and in control of you. In this case, he's had his hands firmly around Cat's throat. Villagers with Killjardy. Wait, what? He's walked across the map and is now taking berries from out of Cat's mouth. Villagers trying to frontline this. The Manjanique needs to be protected. But at what cost? I mean, I'll give it to him. He may not call GG, but damn, does he make it look fancy? Or maybe ugly, messy, whatever it is. It's a series that continues on. Killjardy now on match point. Whew-wee. The Darker Bar being that... Oh, wow. Yeah, actually, you know what, Baltoon? That's a fair point. And I cast a lot of games. I'm surprised I haven't noticed that sooner. Look at Baltoon, guys. This is why he qualified for Master of Realms. His eyes are just so good. All right, we're loading up the next game. Looks like we're actually heading to Kawasan for a Chinese-Japanese matchup. Oh, whoopsie. Don't want to spoil the game for you guys. Bring it across to me for a sec. One sec. I just need to send a message as well. All right, so let me quickly update the score and we'll get into this one. So, Killjardy on match point. Of course, when we get into the game, I think they're on opposite sides to where they're meant to be here. Yep. Always the way. Match point on the board now for Killjadi as we hop into game number 4 of this best of 5 qualifying match for Master of Realms. It's a fun one. I love watching this matchup. Chinese versus Japanese. A matchup that actually on land, if China can survive, they feel really good. But it's if they can survive. Japan has some very aggressive timings both on land and water maps that can actually ruin China's day before they get to their peak. And I have a feeling Cat's not going to play this slow. Cat, when given the opportunity, is actually a very aggressive player. I just really want to emphasize that to people. I've seen how fast this guy can play. He's a wild card. I still remember in the last EGC tournament, some of the plays he executed were kind of disgusting to watch, especially when he went for a, what was it? It was, I think it was the Byzantine Rus matchup, and he just full-on sent it with ram rushes into Byzantines. So I've seen some pretty cool games out of Cat this year. Actually, like, very quickly making a name for himself in the 3D clan. I know so earlier someone was asking, is 3D clan back to AoE 4? I don't think so. I think that's more to do with the fact that, like, Cat still wants to play. But to my understanding, and I haven't got confirmation of this, it's kind of a rumors and you hear it through players and whatnot. I believe the attitude of 3D clan right now is they're focused on Zero Space and Stormgate. They won't say no to players that want to play OE4 as well, but it's a case of, like, you know, if their efforts are in those games and you only want to play OE4, it's probably not a good tournament, a good org alignment for you, which is why we saw Anatan switch to My Insanity that actually have an ongoing presence in AoE4. Well, it's going to be some fun little presents wrapped up in black in this game. Koka Township on the way. This is what makes Japan so good on these type of maps. Killjadi has already gone into the dock play. This should get denied out pretty easily. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't maybe try to build into an outpost or just rush a Barbican instead and then play delayed dock. This for a while has been the known opening for Japan. It's very rare that Japan actually goes fishing boats first now because it's so good to get that initial Shinobi. In fact, it's kind of mandatory now. Ever since the nerf that came in, where the Shinobi doesn't spawn the moment the tech up completes, it feels like the only way you actually get value out of this play now is if you ignore water and go Shinobi first. I think Cat's good at dying and taking it late game. I actually think Cat's good at playing very aggressive as well. He might end up at the late game, but I've seen him play a lot where he's the full-on aggro party. So tech up complete for Cat. First Shinobi on the way. He has scouted this, right? He's about to. Timing's actually going to be perfect. This is kind of sick. Shinobi's coming out in 8 seconds. He's already going to walk down the center because that's optimal. And then he'll know exactly where to go because of the way the scout's rotating. Like, he should come inwards here to get confirmation. But considering that they both did spawn on the east side, it wouldn't make much sense for Killjadi to walk to the west pond first. Is China the most SimCity-like Civ? No. Probably Abbasids. Because Abbasids has a reason to SimCity, right? The Golden Ages. Kind of interesting when you think about it that way, right? Also, Abbasids tend to, like, ramp up production buildings a lot more as well. No, I don't think Byzantines are that SimCity-esque. It depends what you mean by SimCity, right? Like, just clustering loads of buildings is definitely Abbasids. Sub-touch coming in. Yeah, a little bit suboptimal there by Cat. Should be able to back away in time. So we did get the outpost play we talked about for Killjadi. Killjadi is stockpiling a lot of resources. This is going to be the Barbican drop. So this is where the Koka Township play starts to flop. Because now you have to dive. Like, this is something I know a while ago. Japan on water really isn't as OP as people think. Because all you have to do to counter Japan on water is the moment you hear their tech up, build an outpost. You may be thinking I'm oversimplifying. I'm really not. You just build an outpost on your dock. They can't do anything. it's so crippling, it's so debilitating. It's another reason why they rush this Coca Township play instead of trying to play fishing first, because if you wait, it's even easier for someone to outpost up. I have literally watched games end at 6 or 7 minutes in on maps like Golden Heights because of that detail. I think it was Vortex who executed it perfectly multiple times in one tournament, where his opponent would be playing Japan. He'd be playing, let's say, English, I think it usually was there that he does a lot. He'd wait to hear the tech up and then turn around and build an outpost. Cat's going to need to try something else. Meow, there we go. Junk ship's coming out. He could actually be really annoying here because of the villagers shoreline fishing as well. So he could actually afford some idle time, and especially if you hit those villagers, that damage is permanent. Like, I actually don't want him to go for fishing. I want him to hit the villagers. It's much better to go for the villies here. Sabotage. Oh, no. No, no. Come on. 2 Shinobi in a row clownily failed to sabotage. The third one gets it, but you just paid 360 resources to pause the enemy production building for 30 seconds. That ain't worth. Oh, damn. I mean, the damage is at least adding up, but, you know, Kiljadi, if he just repairs this now, he should be pretty fine. There is a risk that his opponent could spring or demo him off the lake here, but I think that requires a lot of negligence from Kiljadi. Like Warjunk has now come out. Good timing for Cat's own one, though. And Villager is going to shift west side, so it looks like he's splitting his economy. Demo coming in. Big success there. Kiljadi. He didn't go for the garrison. He didn't go for the deny. Well, I have to be easily amused. Like, my one redeeming quality is the comedial element of me. God knows I definitely didn't get laid because of anything else. Friendship coming in. This is getting bad, guys. I mean, he's at least not losing the dock. He has got double dock now, but remember, there's a creeping threat of economy here. Shinobi already knows there's no second dock to contest, so Cat, if he can just stalemate this, he's going to be ahead. Demo comes in big. Counter Demo gets taken out. Doesn't quite finish off the Warjunk, but if this just keeps stalemating, it's now going to turn into a lead for Cat. Oh, that's sick. Really love that. We've been seeing a bit more of this now. The villager repairs for the ships is really smart. Makes such a big difference in very close kind of contests like this, where it's just one boat difference, right? Waiting for the passive heal gives recovery, gives breathing room. So sometimes it's worth just idling a villager to just keep that pressure ramping, especially when you know your opponent has gone for shoreline fishing. If you can now just go in quicker and idle him out, it balances out having this villager out here not working. So we have now got naval arrow sits on the way. Something that's much easier to do for Japan, courtesy of gathering on gold, giving stone. Look at that. Such a fun civ. Oh, not for people who have to face it. Actually, that's not true. Japan actually is like one of the worst performing civs at highest level play right now, guys. The problem is they have no diversity. And yes, you did just see that correctly. That Springle ship turned to attack the Warjunk and then shot the fishing boat. That still exists. You remember earlier we were talking about like bugs and, you know, quality of life improvements and mechanic improvements? That bug has been in the game for over a year now. I have literally watched a Warjunk shoot a Springled shot past its target and it fly off towards the enemy base. That can happen. Speaking of this Warjunk, definitely get its value. Hand Cancellate does just about get it though. But now the real threat reveals its ugly head. Cat with these trades has been so efficient about it, he's moving for castle. Raid's going to come in from single horseman. I just don't think you care. Oh, no. This is such a wasted investment for Kiljadi. I think he knows it's fast castle now as well. When you see this many villages up here and an outpost being rushed, it's kind of obvious. But there's not really much you can do about it. Especially now with those arrow slits in. Cat. Looks like he should be able to hold here. Arrow slits is going to push away the archer ship. Fishing is kind of getting out of control. We're now up to 6 fishing versus 3. Reminder that Killjardy went for fishing much earlier than Cat did. Another ship down. Guys, I think we're getting a game 5. Killjardy's in trouble here. He doesn't have a fast castle play on the agenda. I mean, he has got, what? Yeah, only 4 sheep left on land. He's gathering berries right now. This is grim. This is also, remember, even worse by the fact that he didn't build Imperial Academy. He went Barbican. So he only has 1 Imperial official buffing wood. That means the limited food you have is drying up quicker. And it also means that worse gathering around berries truly does exist there, right? Meanwhile, you're up against a Civ that has Tawara. So they're already superior to your gathering rate. Demo, wasting a lot of time here. Killjardy actually might get a win on water now. But the price is definitely going to be high here. He still has to clear up the dock. On top of that, you're about to be up against a Castle Age Flood. Looks like he did actually turn this into a 2-pond affair. Not before Cat got what he needed off the west side. Floating Gate now on the way. I'm expecting this to be Mounted Samurai. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Your opponent already went for a stables, so Mounted Samurai aren't counted there. It's the quickest unit to get across the enemy base in raid. Also gives you a level of agency across the field to guard relics. Demo. There'll be a reset here for Cat. He can repair with the fishing boats, by the way, so this junk is low, but can easily just start absorbing shots. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. Demo hiding. Mass fish boats here. Cat, a little bit questionable on the micro. Wait, is he actually about to lose both ponds? Okay, that's wild. We need to do a sheep count. This could actually pivot really bad. He's got 2 sheep left over. He's got the berry still. So it's not GG, no food for Cat at the start of this checkup, but this does look bad. This ship comes out, though. Fishing has been mostly removed. Only 1 fishing boat left over for Cat. Dock on the other side is going to be taken out. So Killjardy now ahead when it comes to that economy. But he's an age behind, so he needs to catch up soon. Can he do this in 4? Demo. Ooh, that was so close. Man, the sails comes in clutch. Killjardy's going to overcommit for this as well. I don't know what he's thinking there. The archer ship would never get the kill quick enough, even without the villager repair. Billy is finally going to go down, but Junk's now dying. Killjardy, on the verge of winning both ponds, has now just given 1 back. And remember, because he has to now double down on these investments here, that's less to defend with. His opponent is an age up. Killjardy should be fully aware something is coming. And he doesn't have a great answer right now. In fact, Shinobi's already lurking in the shadows here as well. Wait, Cat? No. He never Yorishiro dropped. Oh my god. That's such a critical blunder. I can't believe the Cat's entire Castle Age advantage doesn't really exist right now. The first Mounted Samurai only just came out. I mean, he's being distracted, right? Like, Killjardy keeps reinvesting on water, and Cat keeps looking. I assume he's looking, but now I'm not so sure. What? Dude, this is so messy. I mean, this was late in the evening, but still, this is absurd. Cat should be a mile ahead right now, but Killjardy's somewhat still in it. Shivs out from the villagers. I mean, this is going to cost you, what? 2 villagers, maybe? Oh, okay, maybe not. Cat panicked. That's wild as well, because Cat did have the Shunshin, so he could have got away. Mount Samurai now arrives, though, and Killjardy, no answer to this. He's put everything into water. This is over. Like, this 1 Mounted Samurai can win the game. Especially when you do that. Killjardy, no. Sir, stop, please. This is why we tell children not to run with scissors. Jesus Christ. I don't even know what possessed him to think that was a good idea. Second Mounted Samurai arrives. Goal now to be idled out. Finally, he's getting into Spearman, but I think this is going to be too late. In fact, these 2 Mounted Samurai could just camp the Spearmen that come out. Has he remembered the... No. Guys, this is actually not how you... Like, believe it or not, this is not what makes Floating Gate OP. But I hear, if you wait for 4 Shinto priests holding Yorishiros, then they merge into a big Yorishiro and summon Exodia. Okay, no, he's not falling for that scam anymore. Thank God he remembered before 4. So, wait, is this Yumi? This might actually just be Yumi. Like, his opponent only has Spearman, right? And also, it's another raiding unit. So, Kildadi, actually not too far behind in economy, but the next wave should just kill him. Because if he goes for a tech up, he doesn't have anything to defend with, right? And there's already a Mountain Samurai on the way. And it is indeed a Yumi play. I still don't know where that Yorishiro went. Wait, did he forget about the... Rogan? I think Cat forgot to drop the Yorishiro off. I'm looking for the Shinto now. I'm definitely not blind this game, chat. I've got my gunner glasses on. I see everything. Oh, wait, did he lose? Like, I'm so confused where he put the Shinto. Oh, okay, there we go. He ran him back. So at least he dropped off in the end. At the floating gate? Oh no, you're right. This is the one. Yeah, but there was 3, right? That's what was confusing me. Oh, on this raid. That is it. Like, 1 or 2 Mount Samurai, maybe. 5 plus Yumi also on the way. Killjardy knows when it's done. GG gets called. A deciding game now on the way. Ooh, we going deeper. Game 5. All right, so what have we got left over then? Because we're pretty deep in now. So Killjardy has Zhone or HRE, and Cat has Ottomans or Bastards. Dude, it's going to be HRE versus Abba. And it's Hill and Dale. Ooh. That... Maybe a Bastards can make that work. I wonder if you just 2TC HRE here. Why the Mount Samurai have shields? They probably just yoinked it off someone they killed, right? So actually, like, the Japanese did have shields. They just didn't have shields like we have shields, right? They didn't have, like, hand shields. They had really big shields. The kind of, like, the ones that you could hide your entire body behind. Comes down to this. Hill and Dale, deciding game between Cat and Killjardy. Killjardy with his fabled and threatening HRE. In fact, I'd wager this guy is right now the most scary player on the ladder playing HRE. Cat on the other side, cozy with the Abbasis. Definitely a pick that gets slept on a lot and has started to come back in the forefront. Decent map for them as well. Tradewing definitely on the menu, as MSN did highlight there. Remember, Hill and Dale does spawn these nicely and cozily in the corner. I don't think you're going to be able to trade for free here, though. HRE should be very aggressive. What I was wondering is whether HRE was going to try for a 2TC build. I do love this beginning out of Killjardy, though. Moves immediately out with the mill to gather from the deer. That's going to give a very aggressive tech timing. Like, we've actually seen this from players on other maps. I think this was rising in popularity with a few people on Golden Pit back when that was in rotation. Recon especially would pick HRE here, and he'd walk out to the nearby deer and just gather with the prelate nearby, right? And then come back for safe resources afterwards. What really makes me love this play is the fact that you can now stay out longer with your scout, and that means long-term you'll have more food, right? Because you can go for the sheep. Unfortunately... Apparently, Killjardy has no RNG on his side so far. He makes a rotation cross-map and finds 1 sheep. It looks like he got beaten through the center by Cat, who's doing a lot better at 5. Ideal map for both civs. Yeah, if you remember, actually, like in the olden days, back in the olden days, this was HRE's jam, right? This was their map. For a long time, they were the best pick on this map until a certain little Delhi rose to power. And that was when, like, Hill and Dale, I think, you know, that the last time you actually saw Hill and Dale consistently in the map pool for tournaments, Delhi was the best pick by far. Like, they actually dominated this map. But in more recent times, you know, Delhi have found other avenues. I think there's new contenders on the block. Irobids in particular is an intriguing pick to me. We've seen picked a few times here. Keep an eye out for that in the main tournament because I think Irobids will start to see more pick here simply because of how safe and free going Castle Age is. Arkin on the way though. It's going to be on the gold line, the fat wood line. Yeah, so he's keeping the door open, right? This could either be fast castle or it could be full feudal with mass archers. Eco wing from Cat though. I think Trade Wing was the way, and Eco Wing is the way to despair here. The problem with going Eco Wing in this game is you make your play very obvious, and you kind of now are banking that HRE doesn't attack you. Like, if Killjadi now goes 1 TC all in, I think the Bastards are in trouble. In fact, Killjadi should be finding out about this now. He's moving around the back of the base. Not a great sheep pool. Only 9 in total compared to 13, but he got the info right. He should see the Eco Wing going up. And this should inform the next choice. I mean, it was already not going to be 2 TC because you didn't place the Archon on the stone. But I think this is where you now just go feudal all in. I mean, the relic spawns aren't too bad for a fast castle. I just think that offers a potential way for Cat to follow up. Because here's the thing, like if you go Eco Wing, you're so cost efficient into TCs, you can start to scale Camel Archers in prep for Men-at-Arms Flood, right? Whereas if your opponent goes Mass Archers straight away, do you really want to be building free TC in a very claustrophobic location like this? Like you'll run out of resources very quickly. I'm curious actually what you guys think, and people watching it later as well. Do you think HRE should win this or Bassids? 1's for Bassids, 2's for HRE. Because I actually think that this matchup is one of Bassid's surprisingly good ones. I think HRE can struggle a bit. Even when they go full-on feudal, like if the correct wing choices are made by Bassids, they can make your life a living hell. Trade Wing is a bit dicey if your opponent is going like full aggro, and it's an open map, because Archer spam, right, can just shut down trade. But on a map like this, it's fairly safe. Wait, did someone just renew ads? What? That's a good reminder to people to use their Twitch primes, actually. I mean, where else are you going to use them here, guys? Thinking statistically, you will not find more casted AoE 4 anywhere else in the scene than here. So use those Twitch primes. Actually can't run an ad because one automatically ran recently. Rack's archery range drop coming in. Correct choice by Killjadi. He loves this build, by the way. Like, the moment this change got made with marching drills, he was one of the forefront players just completely beating people up with it. He even kind of shined a light, rather, on how HRE can annihilate Zhone and Feudal, which is something that just, honestly, at the time, made a lot of people's jaws drop. It was kind of unheard of, right? There's not many civs that willingly play into Zhone and Feudal, especially when you don't have Feudal Age Knights. You don't know why Killjadi's playing Mass Archers? Because his opponent's going multi-TC. The only way that Recon can, like, the only way that he can afford Spears plus Camel Archers is if he gets the TCs online first, right? So if you just block him before that happens, it's a very cozy position to be in. I actually agree with Killjadi's choice here. Like, where are you placing these TCs? Dude, Cat's going to have to play these TCs like he's playing China. That don't feel good. HRE archery range feels wrong to you? Dude, you're living in the past, alright? Next thing you know, Florita, you'll be one of those people who's like, I can't believe people email nowadays. Oh, God. How do we ever move beyond carrier pigeons? It's a new day at new age, my friend. Archers are the S tier unit of the HRE now. Barry's already getting blocked out. Looks like we're going to see a forced commitment into Sables here. It's kind of funny, actually, because you can just flood archers to overwhelm. We almost saw Faye make that work against China the other day. But Killjadi already has the spin on the way. This is also another reason why when people go 2TC, they go melee wing. Like, this is my problem with Cat's build now. 3TC, I get it. 2TC, this is trash. If you're going 2TC, you go military wing every day of the week. Because you have the triangle covered, right? You drop a stables, and you have counters for all unit types. Now you've built double stables, and your opponent already has that unit counted. Ay, ay, ay. Men at arms as well. Killjadi just leaving nothing up to chance here. A bit of chip damage. You be careful not to lose these initial archers. Mass matters a lot here. And I'm wondering, blacksmith? Yes, there we go. This should be steeled arrow into, I think you just rush engineering, right? That TC is close to the primary, but it's not very tanky. Hell, you could even clown car this. And there's the Fabled Camel Archer. But guys, I mean, food-wise, this is not a good game for it. Cat doesn't have much to work with, right? It's got 14 sheep, and that's kind of going to be it. And these units do not scale quickly. He built an archery range to build Camel Archers, not to build archers. And keep in mind, by the way, he's building Camel Archers into Mass Archers. Yes, I get it that Camel Archers aren't bad against Spearmen, right? They do get double damage, but by the time you're from range to attack those Spearmen, you're being hit in the face by about 20 archer shots. Wait, eating crusty bread sounds very British, does it? Okay, one weird thing that I experience every time I go to Europe is like Europe everywhere they do half loaves, right? Whereas in the UK, like we always just have the full grown loaves. You ever notice that? You know what it's all about, guys? Sourdough bread. To bring that back to the game, perfect. Because I think Cat's going to be very sour about this one. The numbers are just ridiculous already. Even with this eco lead, right? Like Cat, he has at least got Golden Age 1 now. So the 15% increase is going to make him quite competitive here. But it's still HRE with a 40% buffed economy for at least the next 8 minutes. Horseman trying to cut reinforcements, but when a Spearman, it's a bit more difficult. Camel Archer at least comes in handy there. And Killjadi's going to have to slow it down a bit, wait for reinforcements. Like, running out like this could actually cost you dearly. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's thinking with this. I mean, March Drills will at least be able to retreat him pretty quick. He needs more spears. He needs them now. He needs to actually get in the choke points. Killjadi, the other crazy part is bringing the rest of the army home. He needs to be going in. You can see that he's selecting the army by mistake there. The choke points we go. Spearmen are going to come out. And all of a sudden it turns into a trap. Horseman not able to get away from this. I mean, it started off well for a second there, but now Cat, like, you have to remember the drain that's happening here. That's a lot of food down the drain. Only 10 sheep left over. Siege engineering down the way. Killjadi senses an opportunity to go. He still has half his army. Remember, guys, that was a fair fight for Cat. What I mean by that, military pop situation. Half of Killjadi's count wasn't there. They never actually got involved in that fight, and Cat still lost the engagement. Camel Archers getting targeted by those archers. Men-at-Arms just trying to chase in onto the Horseman. I mean, Cat's being cute with the micro here, right? But he's got bigger problems now coming. The Ram's up. Another Camel Archer goes down. Those are not cheap. 230 resources each. Love that he's going off the marketplace, actually. The thing that Cat's going to run out of first is food. Actually, it might even be worse. Like, he stopped gathering gold. He's in a panic to get more production on the way. Camel Archer count. Only a 3 here. This is pure chaos, guys. The Horsemen and Camels. I mean, it is the right call. Cat is trying to stop the all-in timing. It's really smart here. But, you know, of all the civs to try and do this against, HRE is one of the tough ones because of the fact that they just have that marching drills. It's going to work for the time being, but still needs to address this mass in his base. A little bit surprised he didn't go for it yet, but I get where he's coming from, right? Like, if he goes in on that mass, the reinforcements would arrive. But this is backfiring quick. It's deceptive because you're looking at this game like, a Cat's kind of taking okay trades until you remember that the food is running out fast. And even though food is limited for Killjadi as well, like, beautiful thing about HRE, easy transition to farms. On top of that, if he needed to, he could always go for pocket resources, right? Because Cat isn't looking at them. He's only using this mobile cav battalion to block reinforcements. Honestly, think Killjadi just needs to chill a bit and get more space. I think he actually needs like 2 more Raxes here. He's being a bit greedy about this. He definitely could afford it as well. Army continues to patrol. Ram just continues to dent everything. And Killjadi, big mistake there. He needs to come back right now. Cat, at critical point, finds the food. And Cat is in panic mode. 22 villagers out to the deer. It's crazy because Killjoy has the right idea, just in the wrong location. Look, he's checking the berries on the north side. He understands that Cat can only be in this game with food. But now, because he gambles the 50-50 and comes out wrong, wolves are going to be up. Cat, he may be able to make this work. 14 eco lead, and now access the resources to use that lead. Although this is a bit ambitious. Goes in a bit too soon. Spearman able to trade out. Archers, get rid of the camel archers here. We'll start to pull them away. But count has been reduced, right? Like, he basically has one camel archer left here. Killjoy. Where the hell are the troops? Oh, they're coming. They're coming fast. And what up, Joe Bear? Thank you for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. Speaking of swarms, Killjoy. The second wave arrives, and although Cat has got eco down the line, that delay may have cost him the escalation he needed here. Bloomery now on the way. Pretty cool idea here with the men-at-arms spam. I think Killjoy just had enough of kind of getting pseudo-counted. So now what? You just mass men-at-arms and archers. Your eco should be good enough with the farms being laid in to get away with this. And that is also a big issue. Like, if this goes on for another 7, 8, 9 minutes, Cat is going to have to go farms. Still hasn't even looked towards it yet. And what up, Kazi? That's what I want to see. Use those Twitch primes. Get them in. You support the channel. You support me. And also, did you guys know if we manage to get towards 300 unique subscribers, actually 100 unique subscribers, Twitch actually gives me a reasonable share of the revenue. There we go. Down elusive, resub. Legends. Keep them coming. Come on, it's a hype train. Level it up. There's no brakes on the Killjoy train. There better not be any brakes on that hype train. Cat. Eco moving across the worst possible time here. Wait, he didn't... Oh, he didn't separate it into a little colony here. I wonder if Killjoy knows. Like, he did scout the walls, right? I believe he saw that. Horseman mass is getting pretty big here. What up, Atraxi? Thank you very much for the gifted, buddy. Keep him coming. Keep him running. Killjoy in the meantime has to run back. But, oh, Cat. This is the crazy part to me, right? Like, I actually think Cat could have qualified if he wasn't so fixated on what his opponent is doing. Because I think he's going to lose this game simply because he's not using his advantage. Right? Like, look, think about what's happening here. 20 horsemen. And there's no wall. If he just walked in that moment, Killjoy's dead. This happened earlier in the series as well. Like, the game he won, the Mongol game, that should have been over in half the time, wasn't because Cat didn't understand how far ahead he was. It's happened again. Now, the raw numbers as they stand, I mean, it doesn't matter if you cut reinforcements, right? Like, if Killjoy has to hold an army back, this army's big enough to hold back the horsemen now. Villagers also being hunted. Second wave is built up. It's on the way. This is done. The moment this arrives, there's no fight Cat can take. Well, guys, I respect the efforts of Cat, but... Wait, this is the first qualifier, right? So Cat might still make it through to Master of Realms. He definitely ain't making it on the first qualifier, though. 2 more villages going down. I mean, the eco lead is non-existent when you consider the 40% buffer. Wolves going up for Cat. No tech up on the way. He's hard locked here. And Killjoy has options. Either all in feudal now or goes Castle Age. Yes, Ruthless Warlord. As ruthless as Killjoy. Prime subs all the way. Keep it coming. Make your mark on the video. Like Killjoy's making his mark on this map. Smearing Cat's blood across it. Outpost not going to last long, even with the fire armor. It's to be 5 more villages down, and all this work to build an eco lead, all this work to try and cut reinforcements, and for what? Cat is just running around like a headless cat in the mid-map. Ram's now on the way. It's crazy to me, man. Like, I think Cat's going to be looking back at this game and shaking his head and kicking himself, right? Like, at any stage, if he just went in the last few minutes into the enemy base, he could have forced a GG. He could have flatlined the HRE economy. He's doing it now, but I think at this stage, Killjoy has enough to just kill him first. Villagers pull away. Army is going to back up. More troopers on the way. And the enemies, well, they're going to be outmatched. Cat not able to find the economy as quickly as mass archers are. Killjoy moving in. The Seek Shelter actually working against Cat here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Killjoy just bogging him down, wasting his time. Villagers are going to shift away. Yes, there's losses to be had here, but I have to say that this feels a little bit more permanent on one side than the other. Torch is out. He's going for the kill. Ram hitting the second TC. Primary is going to get dented. And remember, you can't do the same thing on the other side. You have 12 horsemen, and your enemy has E-repairs. You're just not killing him. This is done. And that, folks, you remember early in the series where it's like, the most aggressive play on the ladder? Ain't Vortex anymore. Dude, this is why. How many players would have waited to build 4 Rams to end that in an orderly fashion? Not Killjoy. He says, I've got 20 plus torches. I don't care about your +5 fire armor. You're going to die. Oh no, and the wall up comes in. Marie gets abandoned here. Even if he was to kill all this eco, I still wouldn't be convinced. He's not dealing with the landmark issue. Town center's about to go down. Villagers rushing back to try and repair, but there's simply just too much blob. Love the fact the archers are now just building up the rams to make this a bit quicker. But this is done. Killjoy is going to qualify on the first try for Master of Realms. Look forward to it, man. Honestly, I think this guy, I would have been shocked. Jaw would have dropped to the floor if he didn't make it through. And what is up? Blitzkrieg Blue coming in with a 5 gifted just in the nick of time there. The savior of the sub-train. Cat wishes he had a savior right now. I hope Cat does review these games and think about where it really went wrong. Like, even in the games he won, I think there's a route to optimization there. The most notable standouts to me is the game he won, Holy Island, where, like, there was a clean array. The English game at the start was a weird build, but we'll just, like, overlook that one for the time being. Because look at this game as well. It's that killer instinct. I think the reason Killjoy has leveled up his game so much and come into his own as a player is how relentless and aggressive he can be. He understands when he can win a game. And this is also a player that doesn't shy away from the late game if it comes to it. But if there's an opening to take it early, I've seen it time and time again. Killjoy will pounce upon it with no reservations. Let me know what you guys think, though. Cat, is there something here? Is there someone who can still rep 3D Clan and do him justice in Master of Realms? Or should we just focus on Killjoy more in the future? Oh, what is up? Look at you guys with the subs turning up. Woo woo. Appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you. So, how long have we been live? I've got food coming, but that doesn't mean we need to stop, right? Because the other thing is, like, we usually have 2 days to cast as many games from the tournament as possible, because after that, like, you know, players have played too many games or whatever, and I take the Wednesday off. So I think we'll aim to go a little bit longer. But I do need to eat first, so what we'll do is I'll put up a very entertaining game while I'm goon. And when I come back, we will cast more games from Master of Realms. So let me just get a game up now. What was this one? Oh, that was the Gigabrain game. The Jome versus Byzantine game between Beastie and Killjoy. Or do we have... Give me a sec, guys. Just have a look. That one was fairly recently, right? Oh. I think maybe. Most of you watched the Anatan Papapour show match we done, right? Yeah, let me check the YouTube replays then. So what we'll do... Oh, wait. We got a Dimu game there? 1 second. Dimu Poggers? Ooh! Oh, yeah. Dude, Core versus Dimu. This game is hilarious. Alright, guys. So, when I come back, we're going to do more Master of Realms games. I'm going to quickly go eat. But this is a really fun game. I think you guys will definitely enjoy it. It's Abbasids versus Zhu Xi. So, have at it. And we'll be back afterwards for more live casts of Master of Realms games. See you in a sec. Ooh, it's a live game. It's a live game. You know what that means? That means we get to do predictions. It also means this is going to be hilarious because some interesting choices coming out. It seems Dimu is doing a day of Zhu Xi here. Meanwhile, Core is back on his Abbasids. Now, I gotta say, like, actually, credit to him. I think Core does pretty well with the Abbasids. We've seen some really impressive games. When people were starting to test out the whole idea of, like, fast castling up against the Iabids, he was one of the first people there finding success with the, I think, the Culture Wing build, right? Which was really cool to see. This is a different kind of tempo, though. This is one focused solely around feudal more than anything else. And I'm curious to see how Core's going to address it, because one thing straight out the bat, straight out the door, actually, that I'm not a big fan of is if we see Military Wing. I think this is one of those matchups, and this is rare. You will rarely hear me say this about Military Wing. I think this is one of the very few matchups where you could not go Military Wing, because it's not valuable at all. The reason is that you're going to get 2 archers and 2 spearmen, and your opponent's just going to build Chuganu rather and kill you. And thank you for the resub, Jurosar. Wrong back the Swan, buddy. So I think in this matchup, I don't think you can just go Culture, right? Culture feels a little bit greedy. Does it feel that crazy, though? Trade Wing is kind of intriguing to me. Trade Wing on this map spawn as well, with where he's placed the House of Wisdom and where the neutral trade post is, isn't a bad idea, because if you think your opponent is going to play Feudal All-In, which is like practically all Zhu Xi games right now, or go fast castle and do nothing, either way, trading is a very beneficial element for you. So we'll get the moment of truth soon. Meantime, initial scout rotations, looks like we have got a 12 sheep pull versus a 10. So not too much in it, but pretty respectable for Dimu when you consider the fact that his opponent should have been able to stay out for a lot longer due to the berry gathering of the Abbasids. And I imagine we are just going to be looking at standard Meditation Garden. Honestly, I think you just take the default location. Like, it's kind of been given to you quite nicely here, right? The berries and the gold with the wood line like this, it's going to be a decent one. You could run out into the middle of the map, but if you think your opponent is going Military Wing, it feels like it's kind of a death sentence for the villager, and you might not even get the landmark up. So, considering Dimu hasn't even pulled a villager yet, it's going to be the safe choice. I'm a little bit heartbroken, not going to lie. I legit think that one of the things that can make Zhu Xi absurd on this map are the central spawns. Like, look at some of these. Double food, for example, is just a jackpot. I don't think there's a disgusting one. Sometimes I'll see it be like 3 berry bushes in range of each other with gold as well. I think this one probably wouldn't have been worth the walk. So Dimu did make the right choice. But cool, we're going to find out if this is the right choice, because I'm really not sure. All right. I'm going to get chat's input, because we like to involve you guys. One's if you think Military Wing is the correct way to go here. Because it is still going to be 2TC. That's an obvious. Like, you're playing Abbasids, you're almost always going to go 2TC. Because I think that Trade Wing would have been a lot more beneficial here. It would have also forced your opponent out of his base towards you, and then you could have punished him when he comes nearby. Right? To me, Military Wing is just, like, you're running towards a player that you know can have what I call the paper shredders of Feudal Age, right? They just disintegrate anything that doesn't have armor, and all 4 units you're sending are going to have no armor. Maybe the thought process for Core is like, if I can force him to build military units, then that's good anyway. Instead, it looks like Dimu may be playing into Core's hand here. If this is an intent to go 2TC off the back of Song, then I actually think Dimu may have made a bit of a mistake here. The reason is that you could very easily get punished for this with the military wing units, right? Like, you're not going to get a good TC placement, which I guess isn't the end of the world for the Zhu Xi. But you also are going to give harassment value of the Core, right? In a game where usually you probably say the Abbasids shouldn't be able to do anything with these initial units in this matchup, he'll be able to due to the fact that you're going to be spending, or presumably, 600 or so resources on the TC, and then of course the tech up is going to cost you another. Oh, I always get the maths on it. Was it 520? I think 510. Sorry. Because remember, Tang Dynasty gives a 15% discount. Which is about to arrive here. Scout already knows about it as well. I love the fact that Core just sits in range of the TC and says, yes, yes, I am coming. Dimu, yeah, he needs to move more villages over ASAP. Now, the good news is it's only 2 archers, 2 spearmen, so it won't be enough to stop him gathering, but it is going to kind of skew his economy a bit. Might actually cost him a villager if he's not careful as well. Yeah, so starts moving the villager away. That is going to be a villager going down. I mean, it should be. Wait. Huh? Nani? Okay, he's at least going to get 1 now, but I mean, that should have been 2 villages then. A little bit surprised by that. Dimu, oh, even more surprising. He doesn't have the stone. What? He has to build a marketplace. This feels terrible, guys. He just spent 170 gold to get 10 extra stone. Right? Yeah. Don't get me wrong. He bought 100 for it, but he only needed 10 of it. That feels catastrophic. That's so painful. Interesting choice to delete the mining camp. I guess he just doesn't want to deal with the pings, right? Because remember, the Abbasids, like, they don't get anything from burning these builds down. It's not the Mongols. The TC now rushed up. Other side of this Core already has his on the way as well, but notably slow, right? Juji build speed difference. The difference that's going to balance out a bit nicer is the fact that, remember, you've got fresh foodstuffs here. You know, we've seen a lot of these Abbasid Chinese matchups before, where I think I still favor Abbasids, but you can see how Chinese can contest. I think this matchup's a bit different, though, because you don't have the Song Dynasty that gives the extra production speed. You don't have the Song Dynasty at all in this game. You just have 2 TC versus what I would say is a better 2 TC. Yeah, it's kind of wild how much better China is than GG. Not just the Song Dynasty, but it's also the Taxman detail, right? The Imperial Academy buff was kind of bonkers, whereas this Civ still struggles to kind of get those Imperial officials out, right? They don't get the discount you do as the Chinese, and also they have to sacrifice villager production to do it. Is it worth throwing those units under the TC5 to just force a shift around of villagers? Yes, because he doesn't want them, right? You can see, like, Core is not building any more military units, right? So he just wants as much idle time as he can get. If you were trying to scale into something bigger, I'd agree throwing them away is kind of a no-no. Damn it. Wow. Well. We've seen this before out of him, actually. I think we cast a game a few weeks back. I believe it's against HRE as well, where he went for the Palace Guard spam. We've also seen him do it against Kiljadi's Mongols. It's a pretty cool idea. You scale several of these Palace Guard, you force a reaction, and then you just pull them away, tech up. All of a sudden, you've got your Castle Age Palace Guard already in the field. In the meantime, you just have this beautiful blocker to anything Core really wants to do, because there's no realm of existence in which Core is going to choose to do a camel boom right now, right? So that's your biggest threat that isn't there. Instead, what he's doing is free TC Abbasids. What? Alright, this is getting quite some interesting spices to the brew. So Dimu's going to fast castle now, right? Because I think he did just glimpse on that, right? He did scout on it. So he knows the free TC build. Presumably. He definitely knows at least 2 TC. Understandably, you don't want to play a long feudal, because you'll just be falling behind. He is going to go for the fast castle. I like this. It's really smart. Like, Core's not going to be able to rush it. He went free TC with military wing, which means he's not been getting the discount. That already hurts. On top of that, when he does go for the tech up, he's going to be stuck waiting almost 2 minutes. And it's not really the type of game where you want to spend those resources to build units beforehand, right? Because if you do, you're doing this, which is exactly what I was worried about him having to do. The Camel Archers. They're a Palace Guard, which kind of justifies it, but now with your opponent coming over the top into Castle, I feel like Camel Archers is the worst thing you can build here. You're slowing yourself down too much, right? Like, you're not going to have the resources amply to get to a fast castle, and on top of that, you're not even going to have the scalability. And what I mean by that is Camel Archers, they take 35 seconds each. It's not like you're booming these units out every 10, 15 seconds. Shalom Monastery now on the way. Decent discount on this, right? Like he's saving himself be 270 resources. Camelot shot. Oh, cool. Cool. That is definitely not a core W. Heavy damage on the Camel Archer and hasn't really done anything with it. So Dimu just a cheeky little outplay here. The other important thing here is this is just keeping core at home. So he's not even intercepting relics, which is critical because remember, Dimu did go up the Shallow Monastery. First one already queued up. Yeah, this is going to get rough. You know, what's interesting is sometimes I've actually seen players drop a monastery just so they can spend gold into monk production as well. I'm not expecting that this game. I don't think you need to. I think you just prior the food and rush it. The reason why it can sometimes feel good here is because like you're already spending a lot of food onto TC production, and this, you know, do you really want to be putting onto Shaolins when you want to be putting on Knights instead? I think in this game it's fine because core doesn't have anything. Right? Like, if this is a game where you need to scale army, I think pumping this many Shaolin monks would kill you, but it's a smart read by Dimu, and now core. Military wing, free TC into eco wing. I see this kind of build way too often, and it always hurts me. I really do wonder if, at the start of this game, had core just chosen to go eco wing instead, could this game have looked a lot better for him? Has at least got almost a 10 eco lead at the stage, but the difference maker really for Dimu is going to be the relics that the monks are now gathering. On top of that, remember these monks actually make reasonable attackers themselves for the main army. 15 damage, a 0.75 attack speed. That is the lowest you will find, right? If you think Ona Big E should attack quick, meet these lads. What did you guys bet on in the end? I've got a feeling we've got loads of Dimu fans in there. Okay, it's 97% Juji. Poor core with the 3% of votes. How do you counter Byzantines? All right, I'm going to run you through this. It's a really, really high-level guide. So have you got your notepad out? Make sure you're paying attention. So, all right, what I want you to do first of all, you need to start with your PC. You need to get on it. You're going Age of Empires 4. You're going to read the details that sound most egregious to you about the Byzantines. And then you're going to open up Reddit. And then you're going to type out a post. I just sat down and realized chat said that as well. So, I mean, how you count Byzantines? Like, you're asking me for the Holy Grail of answers without any context of what you're playing. Yuan Dynasty is funky, by the way. That gives him the discount, right? So, Yuan Dynasty, I'm trying to remember the numbers. It is it a 15% discount? Oh, sorry, 10%. Yes, 10%. Yeah, you're right. So, a 10% discount on all units, right? Honestly, am I the only one who feels like Yuan Dynasty is kind of underwhelming for the Juji? I don't think I want it to be buffed. I'd rather it just be something creatively different than a little bit of a discount. It's very weird because like Juji in a lot of ways feels like a discount Chinese, which is ironic because basically all of the dynasties are based around discounts. Right? Like, it's kind of a weird thing that just reinforces our idea that this is a cheap version of the main Civ. Is that all of their dynasties are about cheapness, except Ming, which gives the... What does Ming give? Because it's not the damage, because that's... No, it is the damage, right? Because standard China is health. I think Ming is damage. Yeah, 15%. Thank you, Crackly. It's like, unless you go all the way into Imperial Age, which doesn't even... Like, the rest of Imperial just feels terrible anyway. There's just no upside at all for this Civ. Dimu now going for the Jiangnan. Wait, is he losing out to that one Camelot? Not like this. Okay, this is one of those sad moments where you're like, I've got 26 villages. If I just stab him once. The problem is, as long as core doesn't do something silly, he shouldn't really ever get caught here. So Jiangnan is eventually going to come out. Core in the meantime in his base is getting raided. The Palace Guard have done some chip damage here, but not enough. Core still over 10 villages ahead. And his farm transition fully underway here. 15 farms in, he's adding about another 10. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dimu, of course, is getting the Song Dynasty prepped so that he can get into his own farm transition. And yes, you did just see that correctly. Dumu built his Castle Age landmark to then go back and build his other Song Dynasty Feudal Age landmark. The reason for this is he probably wanted the extra food that you get out of taxing Mount Lu Academy. And you might wonder, well, why did he do it that way around? Well, because he was still Tang, right? So he got the 15% discount on doing the second Castle Age landmark, which is more cost efficient than doing it the other way around. I mean, not that you could because you lose the dynasty, right? So that detail aside, it's also the fact that this is just more cost efficient. Did it for code 100%? I think it can be both details. I think it can actually genuinely be both details. Like, I've noticed this, a lot of players have stopped in Mount Lu Academy, and I've noticed the difference it makes in their food. It's kind of surprising just how helpful it can be. It doesn't sound like a lot, right? 20% of taxation, but when you got multiple taxmen scurrying around taxing everything, it's surprising what it can do. It's kind of similar to the idea of the Japanese farmhouse with Yorishiro drops. Seems irrelevant, really isn't. It's going hard into those shallow monks now. Dude, he's going to rush Imperial Age. Okay, this is getting pretty comical. Yeah, we've got a ball boy build from the ball boy himself into Imperial Age, which is really big because remember the shallow monks. The reason this is kind of efficient is the fact that shallow monks don't have an elite upgrade you have to queue up, right? They just auto get upgraded. A few villagers are going to be chipped down though. I mean, this is a game where Dumu has five relics and 3 sacred sites, right? Like, he's got an insane amount of gold. It's kind of weird because he's not really spending the gold. Nestabes are now in the way, which is pretty smart here considering that Core mainly just has crossbows. What is this build? Oh, I love watching Ben. Villagers now being paused, like, don't kill my market that allowed me to build my TC earlier on. Monks now marching out. Funnily enough, very effective up against Rams, by the way. And he has activated the Body of Iron, so 50% range damage reduction. Remember, the way this works is you take away 50% of the damage you take, and then you take away an extra 2 for the ranged armor techs you've got. So it gets the breathing room, pushes the Rams back, and that buys time now for the Nestabes. Dumu, hard commitment now back into the Castle Age. It looked like for a second he was heading for Imperial Age. Instead, he is going to be adding in a healthy layering of Palace Guard plus more shallow monks. Only one farm cluster in, second one is now on the way. Core has to be a little bit worried about that, right? Like, it's such a meaningful build, but if this ever gets fully online, it feels so hard to shut down, especially at this stage in the game. Still, we've got some ways to go. Remember, the production speed is pretty quick here. 20 seconds to pump one of these bad boys out. SMEs are being dodged out. Core. One nice thing for him is how long this Body of Iron cooldown is, right? Like, you're waiting, I think it's, I'm trying to remember, was it 2 minutes? Either 2 minutes or 100 seconds. It's a very long wait. And once that's gone, these guys do die fairly fast. The issue right now is Core is microing like a goldfish. He seems to be looking away. Stood his ground. Worst possible thing to do against the ball guys. You see, what people don't really realize about the shallow monks is they all have arthritis. So if you just run and gun, they die quite easily. Standing still, definitely not advanced. Willems. Oh, he can get a second one here. Or we could just attack guys that will kick our ass. Okay, so not as expensive as it should have been for Dumu. It's kind of funny, right? Like, we're in a game where Core is almost 40 villages ahead, but it doesn't really feel substantial when you consider the taxman effect, when you consider the relic situation. Like, Dumu is in a fairly good position, and the taxman effect is just exacerbated further by that Mount Lu Academy detail with the food, which kind of generates even more to work with here. What is the win condition now for these two players? I mean, Core can play this game very late, right? Like, the Ambassadors are one of the few civs that can trump China and discount China in that late game. Actually, that's not true. Everyone can trump Juji in late game. I think it's good for Core to try and find age up, because to me, I feel like this is one of the strongest points for Juji. When you go into Imperial, it feels like you have this very shallow and hollow Imperial, right? You don't have hand cannoneers. Some of your unique techs that you can lean into your landmarks from just don't even feel that great. Ming is maybe your one redeeming quality, but your landmarks, once again, in that age just don't feel as powerful. The one way I could see maybe late game looking good for Zhu is if you play into cavalry. I feel like that's what the intent was from the devs. It's like, no, none of this hand cannoneer and infantry and siege stuff play into the cav. The problem there is this is one of the worst civs to play into cav against, right? Like, we're reaching late game where camel riders, camel archers, spearmen, these are all things that Abbasids thrive in. So, well, the other thing they thrive in is the trade. Core now on his way towards Imperial Age. Is trade win wise? Yes, because we're heading into late game, right? And gold will eventually dry up. Your opponent went from Outlaw Academy. He's playing Shalamont comp, which means he can just afford to play the late game on food only. And on top of that, he is going to have plenty of gold to assist it. So what do? You go trade so you never run out of gold. That's very important for the Abbasids because they have some very strong tools in the late game. The hand cannoneers are pretty decent due to the extra health they get. On top of that, you've got Ghoulims, which are actually surprisingly effective up against Shalamonks, right? Shalamonks have very limited melee armor. They cannot damage reduct melee attacks, and Ghoulims have the double strike. So it's very important that Core ensures he has late game gold access here. Temple of the Sun now on the way from Dumu as well. Correct choice as well. I've been losing my hair. All right, like me and Dumu are going to be bros at this rate. At the detail of library, like so often when I watch UG players, they go library first and then they don't use library for 4 minutes, and it hurts me, guys. You don't realize how deeply to my efficiency core it hurts. By the time they queue something up in that library, they've already gone and got their other tier 4 landmark. So like always, in my opinion, go Temple of the Sun unless you have some very weird niche strategy in mind, such as maybe mass bombards with the terrorizing cloud. But like, you know, most games, you're not going to go to that straight away. Even if you did, the way that becomes disgusting is with Divine Defense. Like, all the good options feel like they come after Temple of the Sun. So both players with the tech up. Cool, going into the last horseman now. Against Shalamonks, you might say that's a very weird choice, but I want you guys to realize that this is the equivalent of Cherry, was it Cherry knocking or an old man's door, right? You hear him run the door, you knock on it, he comes to the door. What are you all doing on my lord? Yeah, shut up, old man, and then you just run away. Like, that's all you have to do. And it's kind of interesting the way Core's begun this, because I don't think you need to attack into the siege. All you need to do is flood into the economy. That's how you now win this game. Dumu hasn't protected himself, right? He's got a stone wall across the ways, but not towards his main base. He's not playing China, which means no Great Wall Gatehouse to protect him either. And everything about Ben's comp reeks of lack of mobility. Yeah, don't go knocking on my door, okay? Depending on your country, you definitely should not knock on old men's doors. They might have terrible eyesight, but they also might have a shotgun sitting behind the door. Willems now marching in on the villagers, though. Dumu's trying to get some keeps. He knows he needs someone to defend against what's coming here. This is the thing, like, Core, the moment he revealed the horseman, Dumu, this was a very smart reaction. He understood what this game's about to turn into. It's going to be a horseman flood that you can't keep up with. So how do you deal with that? You wall, you keep, you restrict that mobility. A bit of a weird micro from Core there, though. Runs past the stone line, comes back in again. I think he's maybe trying to bait the Nestamies out of position. Doesn't really work in the end. Still, he can keep this up for days. Look at his economy. 150 to 91. His whole goal here is to try and starve Dumu out so he can't reach mass boom. Because I think that's the one thing Core's worried about is when they both go max cap. Although Zhuji are very inefficient compared to China, they've got some things working in their favor, such as that 5 relic grab in this game for Dumu. Numbers are crawling upwards. What's the count to Shalamonks? More Shalamonks. Thanks, I'm here all week. So, the counter Shalamonks, like in this game, Ghoulims are really good. Ghoulims are probably your single best counter. Hand cannoneers suck because of Body of Iron. Mangoes are also as your bait. It's just so hard to get enough mango damage together. Like, it's a 252 HP unit, right? You're just not going to kill him quick enough. When an army is 70% nest of bees. Well, hold on a sec. Calm down. We're not that deep in. Don't be a knob about it. Ha ha! Wait. He's on the other page. I hate myself. Oh, this could be big. Cool. Needs to get the hell out quick. Remember, no textiles, plus the fact these guys hit for an absurd 19 damage. And also, it's kind of more wild than that. Like, their DPS checks out at, I think it's 25 a second. And he hasn't even fully scaled it, right? Like, yeah, he's missing 2 melee attacks here. Smashing the base, cool. I mean, cool, you just gotta go, buddy. They don't come back to deal with this. Clean this up later. How you deal with the Shalamont? Someone asked, what is the counter? The counter is simple. You ignore them until they die. They're old men, right? They've only got a few years left. Run away from them. Run towards the thing that's fueling them. These guys are not cheap. 200 food each. Find the economy. Shut it down. Or you could run at the old men with walking sticks and get hit with a whipping stick. Sorry, the whooping stick. Is Cole really losing this game? I'm trying to weigh up whether this is like Dumu just played this really, really well, or if there was a slip up by Cole. I think Cole's idea to go Horseman was smart, but his choice to attack the Siege and the Shalamonks, not so smart, right? Like, brain cell count declined at that point. He had a lot of horsemen. He should have been flooding the farms. Like, that's, I think, the way you deal with this. And then behind it, you stonewall up so there's no counter raids. Instead, he still has enemy monks in his base. He's still only building horsemen. If your goal is to fight the mass monks, you have to build gulags. And by the way, the siege shouldn't be a problem because also you're the Civ that has culverins. So you dominate siege battles. So yeah, I feel like Korg became a little bit too fixated with horsemen. And it turns out old men beat horses. Wait, what? Hey, someone's got to run the blue factories. Dumu, now with his nest of bees operating like trebuchets here. Ay, ay, ay. All right, so we said China's kind of like worse than, like better rather than Juji at everything. But guys, I think I found the one way that Juji can be better. Mass Shaolin Monks and Nesta Bees is the premium Nesta Bees spear comp. I mean, you should never be allowed to afford it, but if somehow, some way, you get the moolah together, this is what you can expect. All right, we got Juji Library now on the way. So Dumu, I mean, this is kind of where things get wild, right? Is these Shaolin Monks do benefit from the Divine Haste, notably so. They get actually reasonably speedy. The other possibility in this game that I could see being pretty good is Divine Defense. Like, switch over to Divine Defense for the Nesta Bees spam, and then I think on the unique text in the Juji Library, he's probably looking at... What one is he going for here? Wait, is he going more Taxman? I mean, you could go the Bombards and go the 11 tower range, right? Which also complements the Divine Defense really well. Because for the time being, he's literally just keeping it on Divine Vitality, which is... I don't know if that's just a mystic or intentional. I think the idea is kind of cool, like, because the Shaolin Monks, when they're moving between new targets, will heal even quicker, right? Because you've got the Divine Vitality, but then you also have the Ascetic Recovery. Which I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think Ascetic Recovery is either, is it 1 health a second or 1.5? So you're getting either 3 or 3.5 healing per second. So you're getting like double chivalry. Alright, moment of truth. What did he want from this? There's no way he wanted to roar the dragon, right? I think that's still bugged. Is he going for the dynastic protectors like we talked about? I think this might be a protectors build. Remember, we said that's the one way I think that Zhuji really makes a lot of sense in the late game. Outside this kind of Mimi Shaolin Monk siege build is to go Cav. I think those are the two angles you can approach the late game with Zhuji. So Dynastic Protect is pretty good. Instead, though, it is going to be the Cloud of Terrors and the 10,000 volts. Now, that's pretty cool, because Dimmu is the guy who I've seen experiment with this. We've actually got, I believe it's uploaded on the YouTube channel. There's a really cool game where it experiments with the Cloud of Terrors and the Divine Defense. It's 11 tower range bombards. They're like mini great bombards. I was really impressed. I believe he wasn't able to win in that game in the end, but it looked like he should have off the back of that strat. So potentially a very strong one. In the meantime, these Shaolin monks are looking the strongest of all. Camel Arch is not really being microed away by Core. Oh no, and he's got the Divine Haste. And the Ming! Okay, so this is what I was worried about. This is the moment where the final melee tech is going to come in, right? And then we're talking about 25 damage per strike. That gives him a, quite frankly, absurd DPS check of 31.5 with these guys. There are not many units that can match that. Like that, you're literally in knight territory at that point, right? Like that is elite knight damage. Yeah, you know how usually you have that, like from the Star Wars movies, like I'm one with the Force and the Force is one with me. I'm one with the Force, right? Dimmu's just here. I'm one with the board and the board is one with me. I'm one with the board and the board is one with me. Wait, please tell me he got the armored caravans. He did, and it doesn't even matter. You know, in a lot of situations, the armored traders is really smart. It doesn't matter because these Shaolin monks just hit so hard. Oh my god. You have to feel for him, because I have to wonder, what is Core thinking right now? Where did this go wrong? How is it that I am unable to defeat the power of the Balds? Pretty good game, right? Told you guys it'd be an entertaining one. Welcome back. Hopefully you all found that one entertaining. We've got more AoE4 content. That's right, folks, because we are going to be checking in on some more of the Master Realms qualifier matches. I'm looking at the brackets now. What do you guys think about CSO versus El Yona? CSO versus El Yona could be one option. Just have a look. I'm checking the early rounds, see if we had any spicy ones. We already done the Battle of Toddlers. Dragavan versus Gully Duckle did get cast on EGC. We've got... Was there any upsets in the early rounds? Like, why were these people up against each other? I can't believe they went out there early. I don't think so. I think actually, credit to them, the seeding for the most was kind of on point, right? I don't think there was anything outrageous per se about the seeding. We could check out... I don't think Baltoon versus Avali got cast, right? Pretty sure it didn't. So Baltoon versus Avali could be one. I mentioned the Anatan CSO series. Did the Anatan CSO series actually get cast anywhere? I don't think it did. So Anatan versus CSO could be a really good one. You won one game versus Cat, then got wrecked. That's the spirit, Robin. That's the spirit. Did you know that Gully Deckle almost completely wrecked Zern? He just, didn't want to figure out Kawasan past 20 minutes. Oh, I feel so bad for him, man. He was so close to actually doing it as well. Yeah, it's like, dude, he had him on the ropes. Like, for real. Zern was dead. I don't know. Zern's just really... So this is where I think Zern really thrives. He's really good at finding ways out around that 25-30 minute point. You know when, if a person doesn't have a clear goal in mind of how to end the game, he always wiggles his way out. We saw that in the Corvinus Zerton series yesterday. He should have been dead. And somehow, some weird way, he slivers his way out. It's incredible. All right, so bear with me. We're loading up AoE4 now, and we're going to be... Let me get the draft for Anatan versus CSO. So, Archipelago, Hillendale, Dry Arabia, Kawasan, and Socotra. Let me go ahead and reset the score. We'll import the new. Bloody CSO always chooses that name. So Anatan versus CSO. And we'll switch over now. Anatan drafted Ottomans willingly? Ooh, that's interesting. The Ottomans pick is to protect the Japanese pick. That's pretty cool. Japan's hardest counter is actually Ottomans. Like it's one of the few matches Ottomans can even win in Feudal Age, because all you have to do is use the meta melee armor, and it's GG. So yeah, that's actually really, really smart by Anno. So let me actually get his data up now. We'll check in on Anatan versus CSO. Because I'm pretty sure nobody cast this series, at least not from what I saw. So I said we're opening up on... Let's have a look. Archipelago? Okay, that's intriguing. Like, Archipelago getting pushed straight away is kind of weird for CSO. Because I think he wanted to keep China for deeper. He's actually picking HRE. Oh, dude, that's like the easiest win. I actually think HRE can't touch Juji on Archipelago. Alright, let's get loaded up then. Prove the point. It's drinks o'clock, by the way. Technically after work hours, which is why I had to go ahead and make myself a delicious citrusy drink with some peach. So this is triple sec, peach schnapps, and lemonade. And it hits the spot. The orange comes through strong, which is what you want there. The peach snap just kind of like numbs it a bit. Just enough. All right, should we get going, guys? Y'all ready for this? Welcome back to Master of Realms. It's time for another deciding series to see who's going to qualify through to the main event. We've got My Insanity's Anatan going up against Team Elephants CSO. We open this series on Archipelago. Interesting map to actually kick this one off on. Really fun one to see these two going at it, actually. For those that are not familiar with Louis MT, Louis MT is basically, it's like the little bro, sorry, CSO rather is little bro Louis MT at this point. They are teammates, and they actually scrim together a lot. Contractually, they're meant to scrim frequently together. So you're kind of just seeing a new Louis MT being molded before your very eyes. And he's had some really cool stand-up performances against some known players, taking games off them. Not to mention, actually, even against Louis, a lot of the times we've seen a more balanced situation where it's not just a stomping, right? I think actually CSO actually might have a positive win rate against Louis recently. Let's see if you can apply it across the borders to someone in Europe. Anatan definitely starting off this series strong. I gotta say, I was looking over the drafts and reviewing it. I actually do really like Anno's draft. Juji is incredible if you know that it's going to be Archipelago. I think Juji is the #1 pick here. The other thing that was really incredible is the way that he drafted Ottomans into Japanese. Ottomans definitely doesn't have much credence in the entire draft, but the value in Ottomans is allowing the Japanese. For those who don't know, Japan is actually hard countered by Ottos. So he's got a really good tail end of his draft, and he's filled it out quite nicely along the way. Delhi, Byzantines, even a Bastard to see if that has flex. Now, CSO is definitely not weak. He did actually get the Chinese. Surprisingly, he didn't try to experiment with it here on Juji with the Archipelago matchup. Outside that, he got Mongols, Zhone, Malians, and Ayabids. I think that there's definitely some ways CSO could win this series, but to me, Anatan's draft is a little bit more well-rounded, especially when you consider the map draft came out as Archipelago, Hillendale, Dry Arabia, Kawasan, and finally Socotra. I hope we get to see some more Scotra. I've actually been enjoying it. You know, like, it's interesting because originally when it got announced for Rebel Warlords, I think a lot of people thought it was just going to be a bad meme map. But in fairness, too, I think the only issue there was that people were unfamiliar with it. I think that's actually a recurring issue right now when we see new maps in tournament. There's this immediate aggression against their existence because players just aren't familiar with it. And I think that's a negative way to, like, approach competitive gaming. Soft resets, drastic changes are always welcome because the best shall adapt, right? This is how my mindset has always been about it. It's a thing that attracted me to esports for years. The issue is really, I'd say more on the development side, that publicly they're not easily accessible. You could argue players should just get better at organizing scrims, but in fairness, there's not that many players in AoE4 now, at least at a competitive level. But the other issue is I really wish the devs would actually take some community maps and cycle them in. If people don't want to play the community maps, if they are rated badly, have a tag on them that just allows them to be an additional ban in their rotation. so that if people really, really do hate playing X, Y, or Z, they don't have to touch it. But right now, I do feel like that's maybe one of the big easy fixes, at least I envision an easy fix for AoE 4, that would really ramp up re-engagement with players and consistency across seasons is just having maps rotate faster. And no, they haven't really done some of that already. Sometimes they'll take a map design and then try to adapt it into a map for AoE 4. For some reason, they don't just take the modded ones. That's why, for example, we still don't have Holy Island to this day. Anyway, Zhuji versus HRE. HRE, honestly, I don't think this is where their strength lies anymore. They're a really good land civ. I feel like they're kind of wasted whenever I see them on water like this. And again, Zhuji, it's very hard to bank against this civ because of this type of detail. Meditation Garden on this map tends to get a lot of good bang for buck, courtesy of how clustered the resources are. This one isn't outrageously over the top. Looks like we're going to get about 35 wood, 50 gold. But I've seen spawns where you get triple gold. Like, for example, over here, look, stone plus double gold is kind of nuts. I've even seen it sometimes where you get berry, double gold, stone clipping in, and a few wood along the way. I know, did start with the shoreline fishing, right? Which I see him doing a lot. I don't think that was done on the other side, though. No, CSO massed on the wood line instead. Okay, so I actually think it's more criminal that HRE didn't go shoreline fish than if Zhuji didn't. And this is the reason why. If you go shoreline fish here as HRE and you buff the shoreline fish gathering, in fact, you can stand here and buff the shoreline and buff the wood, you're going to accelerate your arc and timing. Why is that good? It means you get to a stage where your entire economy is buffed up quicker in the game than this. Well, CSO is now going to try to rush that up. 9 across in the Archon, and this is for good reason. I don't think he naturally wanted to do this. It's his hand being forced by Anno. You have to remember all the other details across from Zhuji. The other thing that's very powerful about them, same as China, is how quickly they build these landmarks. And this applies a new type of pressure. It means that you should be expecting an enemy archer ship in your economy very quickly. So it forces this type of ridiculous overreaction. Tell us about Minework with quick ranged upgrades. Sure. Yeah, you definitely 100% build Minework when you're playing HRE, because then your upgrades are quick, and then you can upgrade to a better map quicker because you'll lose in 8 minutes. All right, glad I could have provided that nice little TED talk. So arcing up. Double dock on double dock. There should already be a small lead extending, right? No, it looks like we're currently actually same dock count, same fishing boat count. No, there we go. Okay, that's the mistake. Anatan, a little bit later on the third dock there. I'm not sure what that really was about. A little bit surprised H3 beats him to the punchline like that. One thing to notice, I'm pretty sure you can actually walk there, or rather sail there. In fact, I think you can do both. So if one player notices and the other doesn't, that's kind of a reach around, a flank attack. To see if it comes into play. Love that from Anatan. It's a bit risky when you're in say like a mirror, but if you think you've got an economical edge, it's worth doing this to get free info. He now sees ahead of time what his opponent is doing. That's so cool. So Anna pulls away before he loses the ship. A little bit surprised actually by the fact we didn't even get a galley play. Anno has been a big fan of opening galley, but I guess he just doesn't think in this matchup there's enough of a difference to take advantage. Kind of makes sense when your opponent does something brash like investing 14 villages into a tech up. The super cool HRE. Oh, are you talking about that trash, unique fire stations thing they have? Yeah, you're never going to see that. It's actually absurd how bad fire stations is. +1 health every 2 seconds out of combat isn't, like, dude, it's not even worth the price of investment. You can make that tech take 100 resources to buy, and people still wouldn't get it. It's just so bad. If it was +1 during combat, then it would be kind of bonkers. Even then, I think it would be borderline. Well, that's actually true. You're not wrong there, Wicked Skies. Going for the fire stations really does change the outcome of the game. It turns a winning game for H3 into a losing game. There we go. CSO, looking for the win here, though. Big military advantage right now. 21 military pop to the 10. Anno doesn't have any stone in range of the Meditation Garden, so no arrow slits for a soft reset. If he screws up here, if he fails, he flops. This is pretty impressive. I wouldn't really expect H3 to be in a domineering position like this. Typically, they're the ones that are going to have to play a bit more defensive against Yuji's opening timings, but someone seems a bit off with Anno here. CSO. What's interesting is actually both players have some castle volatility to them, right? HRE can get it just like that, but so can the Zhuji with the Tang Dynasty discount. Remember, only cost them nice amount less, actually. Instead of 1,800 resources, it cost them 1530. More quickly. I think my maths is on point there. Same with the Feudal Age. That's another reason why Zhuji feels so good on water, is because they get that unlocked so much quicker. They save 90 resources compared to other civs. I know the demos. He's off on a party there. Oh, whoa, big mistake, CSO. Almost CSO no there, just about gets the galley away. That was almost a critical blunder. This is cool, though. Look what Anno's doing. He's trying to force CSO home because double demo will sink the ships, right? So if he finds a clustered fishing boat lot, it's going to be worth it. Credit to him, though. CSO hasn't stockpiled ships on top of each other too much here. And what is this, 225 resources, and you spend 320 to get rid of it? It's also fishing removed as well, though. But I think you need 4 fishing boats for it to be worthwhile. And unfortunately, it looks like he's not going to find it. Oh. Yeah, he settled for a free. I don't think that's worth it from this position. If CSO actually pressured more, maybe, but the weird part is actually, I think Anno gets away with that suboptimal trade because CSO is reluctant, which is kind of wild to me, actually. And here's the wilder part. This is what I mean about the absurdity of Zhuji. Look at Anatan's resources. Militarily, not that far behind, right? If he didn't get rid of those demos, he'd be on par. But he's going to tech up very soon. Oy, oy, oy. The good news, at least, CSO does have some demos trying to contest that, but he's going to have to rush fast. When that tech up comes out, the power of that armored hull coming through, the plus 20% health, pretty much just completely lopsides the fight. We got a transport ship. Whoa. Wait, is CSO... He's going with villagers. But Anatan... What? He already knows. Is this like an outpost rush? Oh, it's a monastery drop, right? Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we start dog, but I think you go monastery afterwards once you eventually tech up later, right? Because you've got 2 relics on this island. That's pretty cool. In fact... Relic lovers kind of got screwed here. This is a 4 relic spawn archipelago. Okay, so he does have healing in a more offensive position now. I would have preferred to see him just like build a racks here, bring in like 2 or 3 men at arms and go on land. Too late for that now though. Shaolin Monastery is on the way. Oh wait, there are 5 relics. It's just one of them is not grabbable. So basically there's 4 relics. Dude, that is such a troll by the generation code. I know, I think he's prioritizing the gold for armored hulls here. CSO begins to shove. Backs away immediately though. This is bad. The timing could not be worse. You want to be going in as the tech up happens, but Anno's posturing there made CSO doubt himself, and now he regrets it. Tech up comes through. And all of a sudden, CSO needs to rush because in just 20 seconds, Armored Hull Tech's going to be in. And notice what Anatan does. Backs away. You don't want to immediately contest here. You want to bide your time. CSO mathematically should have a lead. Demo coming out. Archer ships. Dude, just about to deny it. They still help sink one of the Springle ships. Armored Hull's about to complete. Another demo is going to wrap in. CSO a little bit delayed on the reaction. Big hit. Demo return fire coming through. Anno scuttles 1 or 2, but bypasses it here. Junk ships do get the damage done required, and CSO immediately calls the GG. Anatan just looking so unstoppable with the GG. Quick game 1 in this series going the way of Anatan. I think, you know, we'd say to be expected, but honestly, from CSO's perspective, that's such an expensive civ to burn on what kind of felt like a gamble in the end there. He lost the game because he had no fire stations upgrade. I'm going to have to ban you for that. Let me just go ahead. Oh, dear. So, Archipelago done. Really? He actually is going to use Ottomans. We're going to Hill and Dale. Anatan, I think this must be, what, a 2TC trade build then? I can't think of any other reason you'd pick the Ottomans. What's weird still is that he has Abbasids, right? Like, Abbasids or Delhi even would have been fantastic on this map. I guess Delhi can't be picked because of China. Let's see where he's gone. Game 2 underway. We're heading into the closed map now. Hill and Dale for the second map of this best of 5. And it turns out Ottomans was not just a meanful filler pick. He's actually going to spring it into action. Probably the one map where I can maybe see it kind of working here. I was just mentioning with the draft, Anatan did have the Delhi, who were the former kings of Hill and Dale. But there's a very good reason you don't pick it out here, right? It's because of what you're facing off against. The Chinese player on the Chinese himself, CSO, has the perfect kryptonite for a Delhi play. So Anatan's goal here should be what? Trade 2TC? Does that actually work against China, though? I feel like if all the civs, that's the worst one to do it against, right? Because then, you know, your opponent can just go 2TC Song and outscale you. I'll have to find out. Love the starting opening. I know it is going to go out onto the deer. Looks like we've got similar behavior coming out here from CSO. A little bit surprising. People sometimes just don't do this right because that way you can maximize taxation. What you're doing here is you're getting a better food gathering rate, but you are getting less tax generation because instead of dropping off every 10 food, you're dropping off every 20. Or rather, 25. So like what? It's 2.5 times slower to gain the gold required. So it's definitely going to have to pull into the gold pretty early here as a result of that. I don't know, I think actually Ottomans just do this play better because of that, right? It's always a weird thing with the Chinese. I am wondering, though, if it is going to be the Sultani Trade Network. It's been rising in popularity, and I'm a really big fan of it on this map. The thing that I think has been missing time and time again, and I'm just crying at this point that it never comes out, is active trade for the Ottomans. It's so valuable here because of the corner trade and the fact that you're up against a civ that shouldn't play aggro whatsoever, so you should be able to get maximum value out of your trade route. I'll find out if he goes for it in a sec. I'm praying he does, and I'm praying he actually actively uses it. Because I've seen this Sultani Trade Network build now several times, and they always just leave the traders garrisoned to generate passive gold over time. Remember, that's the way the Ottomans' other landmark works in Feudal Age. Even when they get late game, they tend to go trade bags, and they still quite often just leave the traders garrisoned. So you basically end up using 10 of your population to get a glorified free relics play. Boom. There we go. Trade Network on the way. And guess what, guys? It's not going to be actively trading. Do you want to know how you can tell? Because look where his deer gatherers are. If he was going to actively trade, he would have just built it here. Then he would have got a really good trade route going. The reason you could build it here is you're against a non-aggro civ. And wow, CSO is actually worried that Anotan's going to be the one sending it. He goes Barbican first. Really good map for it, right? Hill and Dale allows you to just protect the central ramp in the early mid-game. But a little bit surprised he actually went Imperial Academy second here. I feel like you just scout your opponent and see that this is going to be Trade Network with no opening military school, and you're good to go. Maybe it's an issue of like scouting rotation, right? Speaking of which, a terrible scouting rotation for CSO. China is meant to be one of the most bullish civs when it comes to scouting because they see ahead of everyone, so they tend to get a lot more sheep than everyone else. But someone went wrong here. CSO... not really sitting on many. 14 sheep now to 7. And admittedly, there is some active gathering going on, so it might have been a little bit tighter, but still looks like Anatan took the lead in that department. Of course, the area where the Chinese take the absurd lead is the fact that they're going to be able to very quickly move into Imperial Academy, courtesy of the fact that, well, Anatan just got beaten on tech up, despite the fact he had 4 villages on it, and CSO only had 1. Don't you just love China? I swear, I just have like this mission against China and AoE 4. It's no secret at this point, I'm not a big fan of the Civ. For many reasons. This goes on, right? Nesta Bees are pretty absurd. I don't think anyone should be a fan of extra range hand cannoneers like they exist there. Clock Tower's pretty insane. Their food income just allows them to get away with pretty much anything. Palace Guard floods are out of this world good. And then even the early game, right? Like that was at least, that used to be the weak point for China. But ever since the changes around Imperial Academy, I feel like the weak days of China are behind us. But that's cool. He's actively trading. Oh, that is sick. He's masking it. So he went to the corner to go to the right side trade. So he's going to get maximum distance from his own base. That is so smart. I never see that. It's very risky if you're in a matchup where your opponent builds units, but like realistically, what is China going to build before castle? Damn, that's cool. Was it Anatan that done this the other day? I'm trying to remember who it was. We cast a series. Yeah, it was Anatan Puppy Paw. Oh, dude, we cast him do this. It was Mongols versus Delhi, where he built the trader, and then he traded around the outskirts of the map. He microed the traders along the edge to come around. Because remember, once you trigger the start, they'll get their drop-off between the 2 points. So you can actually manually walk them like this. Unfortunately, CSO. You've got to be kidding me. How did he know? I mean, I guess he scouted the base, right? And he saw no units garrison inside, so that's kind of an alarm bell here. But the timing as well, dude, this is crippling. Oh, this is toxic. I can't believe that. So Anatan now gets no value out of trade whatsoever. I mean, at this point, the passive goal looks good, right? Was it? I think it's 24? Was it 18? I think it's 18 per trader. Should you wait for the traders to get there and trap them? No, because then you're idling your villages, right? Like, you don't care. You just want them to not trade. That's all you need. It's good enough. 24. Thank you. Okay, yeah, 24. That's brutal. I mean, Anno is at least going to be able to get his cast stage timing here, but no eco value now. That's even worse than that now, because if you want to go trade to the other side, you are at the polar opposite end of the map. It takes a long time. And yes, it was 28 before change, but the difference before was I think you could have 8, right? And they changed it to be 10. There we go, Mehmed on the way. Interesting he didn't go for the 2 TC build I was anticipating here, but I actually think it worked out quite nicely because as a result, CSO, his second TC got delayed by that reaction to the trade. Okay, this is now very intriguing to me. So is it just Lancer Flood? The only issue I take with that is it's very easy for challengers to pull themselves in. I'd love to... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I'd love to see Relics. Like, Relics has to be your target here. Imam point pulled. Dude, this is so cool. I don't think this build works this particular way well when you're not in Hillendale, because the deer need to be nearby, right? 2 TC is preferred when the deer are loose to have the food. But because it's a Hillendale spawn, the deer start near your base, and that means you can supplement yourself, right? You don't get screwed over by not going Anatolian Hills. Because remember, those initial visit points take a long time to generate now. 19 gold. This is the longest trade route to get 19 gold I think I've ever seen in my life. You could build a maze in someone's base and they get 19 gold quicker than this. How long has this been going? Like, is this close to 2 minutes for 19 gold? Okay, I'm just going to have to ignore Gully for that. I do not want Hillendale back in ranked. I just want... You know what? I'd rather have High View be fixed and we can keep that in ranked instead. If you're talking OG maps. I know, now roaming out with the Lancers. And CSO hasn't walled himself in. 2TC condensed. Has at least got the villagers to protect him, right? Like, usually you want to be rushing a second one towards the tree line when you thin it out a bit here. In fact, is he going 3 TC? I hope this is just for defenses. Wood walls, good timing here. An outpost is getting fortified on the deer, so looks like there shouldn't be any exposure points. Kind of feels like at this stage, Anatan would have been better served going for maybe like men at arms here. And then prepping 1 or 2 rams to the Barbican. I mean, it feels bad. I know, I can't. Like, everyone who just heard that, they're cringing. Their ears just pricked up if they're a Chinese aficionado. It doesn't feel good to go through the Barbican, but this might be one of those rare situations where it makes a lot more sense than the alternative. Lancers are wrapping the north side. Relics are starting to be pulled home. We've only got 1 coming in so far. Something has gone wrong here. Okay, there you go. He's going for the deep one. Scout just sniffing on what's coming. So CSO has to be feeling quite content, right? Like, he's seeing that it's only Lancers coming. There's no transition whatsoever. This is kind of bad news for Anatan. But this is what happens when you prioritize relics, right? I mean, the interesting part to me is that he hasn't bothered to build a temple yet. Then again, I guess like gold isn't the struggling detail. You could argue that's because he's got 9 people on gold right now, though. Looks like the walls are not going to go up. So CSO has an exposure point. Annoying thing to happen here, right? Like, you want to try to get the castle age spending as little as possible, and this is now going to delay you. You have to build more spearmen to contest these 3 lancers, and then you're still going to have to go for the wall in. In fact, this is exactly how you don't contest the lancers. Anatan, yeah, just A-click him right now. Okay, this that is the weirdest way possible you could have taken that fight. I can't believe he just turned a winning fight into a losing fight like that. And the misclick as well. Dude, the panic setting in. He should have been able to mop those spearmen up one by one as they came until at least 6 had been killed. I can't believe that. Did he? How many did he kill in the end? Was it 1? I think he killed 1 spearman. And now look at the health of the lancers. Oh, God. This is where Anatan just pops up in the chat and says we were playing on the Indian server, right? Clock town now on the way, so CSO. I think you just go crossbow straight away, right? Which screws over Anatan's follow-up play because he's already prepping men at arms. Second TC as well, so he's trying to catch up on Eco. He has got all the relics home, right? More or less. You've got 1 in the center of the map and then 1 that is pretty much there already. So this should be a 5 relic game. You had 200 ping every game? Why? What? Have you considered just installing? No, I'm not going to advertise on this channel. They don't pay me. So what does Anatan do now? Do we maybe see him? I mean, you can't just rush Imp here, right? You're going to have to fight. Because if you rush Imp, then CSO is just going to blow up to 140 pop and then mirror you. And actually, like, China's not that bad up against Ottomans, right? You've got the pyrotechnics that allows you to outrange the Janissaries. You have Nesta Bees, which can mass up and do pretty well. I mean, I guess the threat is, of course, Great Bombards, but Palace Guard aren't a terrible answer given their movement speed. It's weird. I don't think Anatan can afford to rush into Imp. CSO can, though. Look what he's doing. That's wild. There's no way you just pull the trigger. I think if you're going to pull that trigger, the granaries need to be fully set up. It looks like they are underway now, but at the absolute infancy stage here. You couldn't even watch the stream. That's probably a good thing. You're meant to be playing your games. Okay, so 5 relics in the bag. Anno, have we got all military schools online now? No, we're still lagging behind there. Third needs to be dropped down, and I imagine he's getting close to a point where the Vizier point will allow for the 4th. Task Guard this early does feel like a bit of a stretch for CSO. He might be worried about trade happening, and actually the timing is perfect here because we can see that Anatan is about to set that up. Ooh, Mango. This is a problem. I mean, you can't defend this with just knights. Oh my god, dude. Is he going to lose both? 1? Well, luckily, the spearmen decide they want to eat some horse tonight. Oh god, no. Anno, first the micro on the knights, and now this? This is not exactly showing Anatan in a good light that we're used to showing with him right now. This is bad. Oh, God. CSO now up by almost 30 eco, and Anatan throwing away the first free siege and the second, and getting absolutely nothing in return. Meanwhile, CSO gets rid of the unit he doesn't want anymore. Spearman, I see even worse than that, folks. He's going to reveal the trade. Anatan can't do anything right in this game, man. This This is so stompy, and it's not even immediately apparent they're stompy, right? And what I mean by that is it's not like CSO is flooding his base and killing him right now, but there isn't a single move that Anatan has been able to successfully hide from his opponent. It's not a good sign. CSO is a talented enough player that he'll know the appropriate counters in these situations. That's why I love that he's adding an additional palace guard. He hasn't seen a reason not to. He knows the flanks are still open. He knows it's not stone walls, only palisades, and this is unsustainable. You can try to march the crossbows over, but I don't think they're going to have a fun time. CSO will have to back away. Repairs to Anatan just about hold. That was getting scary, actually. That was good timing. I thought the crossbows were further away. It looks like 2 of them were close by. If it wasn't for that, you would have seen that count increase by 6, at which point the torch damage eclipses the repair rate. Oh, wait, you're right. Oh, my God. Yeah, he could have blown those up straight away, right? The incomplete walls. I can't believe that. Neither player noticed. Look at that. Kaivayu, not just a brilliant map creator, but now your incoming 2024 World LoL champion. You're going to just... Marine Lord's going to be crumpled up in a corner crying. For once, when he goes, ooh, hoo, 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 it's really going to be, ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh, you mean just walk through? Well, if you destroy them, it will destroy the wall as well, right? It still has that behavior. I know, because I've experienced that. This is just imp. This is one of those games where if Anatan was watching right now, he probably senses how far behind he was in it, but like having the confirmation now, it's like, she's like, yeah, I just wish I went game 3. Because this is about to reach a pretty aggressive conclusion. The farm transition is complete, folks. It's 38 farms around 3 granaries. The only reason it's not more is, of course, that pesky stone outcropping's in the way, but that'll be fixed soon enough. Stonewall's not going up either! Oh, I know. Blessings upon his soul. 4 traders just trying to make a buck. The buck stops now. Reactionary forces coming in, but behind this, all CSO now needs to do is pull across onto gold, and this is going to be a very casual play into imp. Damn. I mean, honestly, if he rushes gold, this isn't just imp, this is Yuan imp. And I don't know what you're meant to do against that. Like, you've built crossbows, they don't play well with this, right? You need to get the stone walls up ASAP, because the Palace Guard flood point is fast approaching. In fact, this was your preview. Farms at least getting added in. Another tough part is like Anatan, you know, if he's able to get the stone walls up, he can at least trade, but that's going to take a very long time to come online here. It's not a quick transition for him, especially when he's this deep in, he's already exhausted this much gold. Actually confused. Where is CSO gathering his gold right now? Okay, it just ran out, that's why. The pain. I mean, actually, just do a tax drop and now build a Great Wall Gatehouse in the center, right? At that point, you have full gold control. And yeah, that's exactly what he's going for. Oh, this. I hope someone has a portable shower, because this is about to get dirty. Outpost also on the crawl. Love this. The vision should allow him to confirm just how big the trade is and whether it's worth his time. 6,000 food. Is this just going to be like a quadruple racks drop times 2? Here we go, Great Wall Gatehouse. Oops, someone forgot to come straight to the centerpiece. There's no way Anno will be able to stop this. He doesn't even know about it. He has to sense it's coming though, right? Like why from this type of map, this position, with no aggro on China at all, at 19 minutes in would they have backed away? There's only one reason. Anatan, sadly, not really in a position to contest this whatsoever. This, by the way, is why I'm not the biggest fan of Hillendale. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, the more we've been watching Hillendale, it does have these lull games more often, right? Where there's just gaps where people just eco up. And it's because it's just the optimal option, right? There aren't really aggro points on the map quite often, past 10 minutes. because people just wall themselves on the high ground. Free Nesta Bees, slow siege through the walls. Trip Ram now coming as well. Spearman upgrade also on the way in. And Anatan is going to have his work cut out for him. He went Mass Mangadels. He doesn't have a single Springle to deal with these knobs. So kind of funny thing with Nesta Bees, every time I call them knobs, all I can think about is Warhammer Orcs. Is that weird? You know what's even weirder? 80% off on a sale. That is wild. Why have you not clicked through that link yet? Jesus. I get sent the product and I'm tempted to go buy some. I know. At least getting a little bit of breathing room for the time being. Stone gathering underway. Wow, he just sold it. He's going in. Dude, can you even go Istanbul Observatory here, though? You kind of have to. Theoretically, it leaves you quite weak on the defense. Elite Army Tactics has just been queued up. I know, really making the only play he can at this stage in the game. Lancer Raid is going to be a big fat L here. All but one going down. And Rams now moving south side. Okay, this is vile. This shuts off the trade. It shuts off the additional wood lines, right? This is how games get very claustrophobic. Rewall in the way, but Nesta B should be there to deny it. In fact, if he just targets in on that freshly built gatehouse. Ooh. That was lucky, actually. I think the building blocked the shots. Who's crumbling now? Sipahi are going to come and raid, but guys, Great Wall Gatehouse. Like, I just can't. I can't with this landmark. Villagers trying to repair the Nesta Bees, and I think they'll be able to. What a totally reasonable landmark. He doesn't even leave an army to defend it, guys. The counter unit came in. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't the best of micro, but still, like, even if you get that trade, you lose all the Sipahi for it. Ram's now shifting around. More walls at a time. There's only so much terrain left to keep doing this with, by the way. He is running out of space pretty quick. Who do you think is going to win? I don't know, man. You know, I'm thinking like China #1 here. Don't know why. Yeah, this is pretty much a stop. Anatan would have to pull off a miracle. Because here's the thing, right? Like, right now, militarily, he has a matching number. Great. But what happens when both the armies die? Look at CSO's reserve, then look at Anatan's, and try not to feel too bad for him. Because he was already one game up in the series. This just means we get more distance. CSO with the back off. Really should buy into Yuan Dynasty at this stage. So advantageous when you're playing up against Mass Mangoes as the only line of defense. Like, if you think about it, Anatan really doesn't have much of a front line. He's got a handful of Sipahi, a handful of men-at-arms. There we go. Agreed, says CSO. Imperial Palace now on the way. Pretty useful as well on a map when your opponent's trading, because now you get a full picture of how good or bad the trade is, right? And we already know how bad it is. It's a total of 8 traders in this game. They can't even full trade the map now. Proxy base coming in. Rams being spammed. I mean, CSO's doing a really good job of just making this impossible to get comfortable. If Anatan could buy a little bit of time and that trade just trickles in the back, there's a shot, right? But you're noticing that CSO is just relentless on these flanks. He's dragging his opponent back and forth in his own base. And at some point, something's got to give, right? There's going to be a fail point here. With an army this slow, there's no way now against Yuan Dynasty you can defend both flanks. I think that's meant to be the balance point of Hillendale, right? Like, I still don't think it's a great map, but the logic is that at least because the way that gold spawns and everything else spawns, you can't just camp on your high ground forever. The problem is quite often you can comfortably camp on your high ground for 15 minutes. Your round's being built up. I know. Okay, so round 3 of the Wolves. Army's had enough. They're marching out on the west side. Keep drop is going to slow them, though. Cannon placement now on the way in 55 seconds. Meanwhile, the south side needs to be answered. And sending Sipahi may be the absolute, possibly worst answer you could send over here. That's not true. You could build scouts. That's just not true. You can't build scouts out of military schools. True story. House is also now getting hit. I know, this isn't enough. You need to bring more troops here ASAP. The problem is the moment you do, look at what happens on the west side. This is just a game of Benny Hills now. This is what makes China look so silly in the late game, their ability to do exactly this. And it's all enabled by Yuan Dynasty. I feel like you could just remove this tech, and this Civ would still be pretty damn strong. Yuan Dynasty is just on a whole other level, though. 1.58 movement speed on Palace Guard. Villages with the hold. 5 mangoes might be enough to repel this first wave. It's what comes next that worries me, though. I never get tired of the villager kick animations when they've got their shivs out. I've got a knife! Decides to kick someone. Six size now locked in. I don't think CSO is going to wait around here. Dive continues through. Great bombards trying to recover this, but with only one in the field, it's going to be a long road to recovery. And Yuan Dynasty just guarantees you don't get to keep the one. Wait, what? You do get to keep the one. CSO making sure that this story has swings and roundabouts for no really good reason. Like all that effort to get it down to 10 HP and then you walk away. That's the mind games. He's like, I could have killed you here and now, but I didn't. Now Anatan is just wondering, why? Why didn't he kill me? God, why is he so mysterious? God, why is that deep voice so handsome as well? Oh, damn it. I'm going to hit the speed up button. I don't want to be unfair to Anatan, but this one, there's so many mistakes that have to happen now for you to not lose this game. And I just don't see it happening. He's just running spears past crossbows. Because it's that simple once you have that movement speed. Elite Army tactics at this stage is just a cherry on top. CSO could delete on his trip on his delete key. He could also just trip on his power cord. That's a possibility. Bombards. Okay, this is maybe one way you can start to lose. Bombards just going in pretty damn deep. Maybe a little bit too deep. Oh, wait. No, that guy. Whoops. We forgot. Nest of bees and then more nest of bees. How could we forget about those? I have a bitter resentment for these units. Okay. That's one way to end up losing the game in the end. Anatan is diving underneath the Great Wall Gatehouse. For reasons that I do not even want to begin to decipher. I don't know what the plan was here. These bombards could simply attack you and win. And he has won. Game 2 to CSO. We get some competitiveness as we get deeper into the series. God, that game was terrible. I just hate Hillendale. And I hate Chinese boom games. So, put a point on the board there. Hold on a sec. Send me an example of the wall tech. Her? Rogan? Oh, I get you, I get you. Yeah, but I'm saying he could also just hit it once with a torch and it'll also blow up, right? That's my point. That wasn't too bad. I don't know about that one. I literally just deleted it straight away. My brain was like, that ain't uploadable. Alright, so let's have a look here. So, we need game number 3. Huh. Dry Arabia, Ayabids versus Delhi. Well, we've never seen that before. I don't know. Like, am I wrong? No, the kids are wrong. I'm still sure this is Ayabid favored. When you want to play Japan Feudal with Onabagisha and Horseman, do you need a tower? Not really. You should have full mobility. You should never have to do that. Going from finals to semifinals? No, this is the finals. That's why it's a BO5. You donkey. I'm hopping around in the brackets. These are recaps after all. Oh no. I made a... Oh Jesus. I made a joke about a mini Neko lingerie set that I would absolutely nail wearing it, and someone responded to me in my Discord saying that they'd buy it for me, no questions asked. I can never make that wish list public. One and all, welcome back to the deciding series in Master of Realms. BO5, game number 3. Anatan on the Delhi, CSO on the Ibids. I really do believe Ibid should be able to win this. Like, you know, on a raw matchup logic, they should be favored here. But with what we've been seeing in the qualifiers so far, it's been going the other way. And I can't help but feel some of that is due to mistakes. And it might be the weirdness of different maps, but we're in Dry Arabia, right? So this should be where Ibids are able to execute cleanly. We'll have to see which way CSO wants to go. We have seen a few builds, actually. We've seen the old military wing one. We've also seen the growth wing. I think either can work. It's all about the timing on which you pull the trigger for Castle Age, right? You just need to not rush the age raw. The goal here is to bait the Delhi into investing just a bit too much into being feudal present, and then you move an age up ahead. You are way too happy about building the simplest building in the game. Are Abbasid and Ibid villagers the happiest in the game, do you think? I mean, I think they're lying to us. You know when it's like that fake kind of happiness? And you know how I know it's fake happiness, folks? Is because we're talking about people, in some cases, that just, you know, well, they don't have the right food. Because you only ever get to eat berries. And God knows how many of those are poisonous. But then when it's Abbasids, even more so, that's wild. Because they don't even get fed properly. Right? Fresh foodstuffs. And I don't know what's meant to be fresh about it when you get less. Oh, wait. Actually, that's how the scam works. If you want fresh, it costs more now, right? Anyway, Tower Victory on the way. CSO. It is going to be the growth wing. Okay, so growth wing, and then the eventual goal is advancement. But you need to be very tuned in to these initial fights. It's important that you don't do something silly. I've seen quite a few games now where an IBID player does something silly. We've seen the ones where they don't actually try to probe assault at all. We've seen ones where they open archers, which I don't think is the way. The opening here against Delhi is meant to be stables, and then you build 2 horsemen and a desert raider. And the beautiful thing about the Ibids is they have flexi on their unit comps because they can build desert raiders from either archery ranges or stables. Historically, Ibid and Abbasid rulers were pretty good to their citizens compared to most of the other civs in this game. Is that true? Now, I don't want to, like, yell propaganda. I would point out propaganda logic there, though. Right? I feel like the biggest kingdoms, especially, I question that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if you were to say something out of tune, you're in a very big empire, there's no way to hide. Right? Like, English, we admit how bad it was because we were so douchey to ourselves, we civil warred the crap out of each other. Right? Anno. Tech up complete. He did go for the Tower Victory. CSO is about to complete more or less at the same time here. Wood has been saved up. Like, what was the nicest Civ historically then? I mean, Ottomans is like a debate, right? Because, you know, they did allow Christianity and you had the Janissaries, but at the same time, like, it was indentured servitude in the military, right? China? Oh, I'm not sure about that one. Didn't feudal age China basically have the caste system? I'm pretty sure they basically had the caste system. I think one of the most vicious ones was Japan, no? Right? Like, if you're a peasant... I mean, well, if you're a peasant in any of these countries, Jesus, but, you know. Hey, you know what? That's a great one. You can make a comment with Japan languages as well, right? Because, you know, the whole colonialization and Christianity. Anyway. That's really got me thinking now. Nice is subjective? Yeah, it depends how much propaganda you pump, right? Like, Rus would be one of the worst ones. Because serfdom. Anyway, it looks like we've actually got Spearman as an opener. Okay, I don't mind this. I'm not the biggest fan of Spears still, but it's better than when I see the Archie build. I think the Archie build for Irobids at Feudal Beginning is the weirdest. You should never begin with that structure. Love the Desert Raider detail, though. That's a really smart read by CSO. And the Horseman follow-up is how you now kind of mirror these Ghazi. The logic is that you engage with the Horseman and then follow up with the Desert Raiders. Okay, English may have had them, but my point is, like, the Rus, the peasantry in like Rus time was serfs, right? So even on the peasant level, it was even more dark. Anyway, for the time being, Anatan just going raw into the stables. Blacksmith drop is going to come through. CSO not holding anything back, man. We've got spears. Now we've got archers coming in. This isn't the worst of ideas. He has got Golden Age 1 online, so his eco has just got buffed. On top of that, you know, at this pacing, you'll be up to 15, 16, maybe 17 structures by the time you look for a tech up. '16th century cast thing. Wait, the cast thing existed before the 16th century, right? Or are you saying it's afterwards? It was in place fairly deep. Or rather, the caste system may have somewhat disappeared, but the idea of how peasantry got treated in Japan was pretty dark for a long time. Most countries are pretty bad at it, guys. Delhi were really atrocious at it. India was a wild one. You guys, like, this is... So India is one of the most intriguing regions for me, historically, because the majority of after Christ's history for that region has been them kind of just being enslaved by different cultures. Or rather, shall we say, enslaved might be the strong word, led, shall we say. All right, let's be diplomatically polite about it. Because you had... For a very long time, you had the Muslims and the Persians. You had basically the Middle Easterns who came in and ruled. They actually, like, it's crazy. When you look back, a lot of Muslim leadership led over the Hindu people for a long time. And then when you go into the colonial times, my bad raises hand as a Brit. Kind of my people may have caused some problems there. And it's wild as well, because, like, from a mathematical standpoint, there were so many people in that region. It's unbelievable to think that a small group were able to lead over them. Yeah, there you go. Chambred comes in from the region. He's like, yep, 600 years of Muslims and 200 years of Brits. My apologies. Although I would like to say we're only responsible for a quarter of that. Yeah, I think it's more like 1,000 years. I mean, yeah, but 10K coach, you're missing my point. I said after the birth of Christ, right? So, like, 2,000 years and almost half of that is, like, being taken over by other cultures completely. So anyway, we're a little bit deep in this game now. I actually don't mind having these conversations. Like, just watching the same matchup over and over again does get kind of... Like, if you just focus on the build order, like, the build order hasn't drastically changed from what we've been seeing a lot of the time. Like, this is just it done the right way, which is you play archers, horsemen. The cool little cherry on top is actually the spearmen. We don't really see spearmen that often, especially against Delhi, because Delhi thrive on that. That is the thing that makes me not like this a bit from CSO. I think he's too deep in the hole. Ghazi are at least getting blocked out. South India was independent from Muslim power till British colonialism in the 1700s. Yes, but like South India. Central and Northern India was Muslim ruled. Majority, like 80% of it. landmass. East, yeah, East was, I'm trying to remember. The Bengals, were the Bengals? I think the Bengals were Hindu, right? Yeah. But like Central and North was 100, like almost 100% Muslim. Raising the backside. Looks like Ansan is getting some chip damage done here. And CSO's really not that far ahead. Something else went wrong here, right? Because he went Growth Wing, and yet there's only a 1 worker difference with 1 worker kill. In fact, not even that. Yeah, CSO's just missing production. Oh my god. Is he going to lose the game? I think he is. They're both kind of pivoting more towards infantry, and that's actually already bad for Ibids, because Delhi infantry is better. But to make things worse is the lack of villager production consistently. He's struggling to get enough food together to maintain villager production and army production. Wow. So you go... imagine this. You go for the worker wing, and you basically don't have the worker wing anymore. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought Bengals eventually did transition. Dude, look at that. I love what they're nerding out about history here. How is CSO meant to win this now? Like, I am actually genuinely... the side of having this discussion, I've been racking my brain figuring out what his win condition is with this build. Because the goal is you get out of feudal age, right? But there's no getting out at this point. You're so deep in the hole, you have to win a fight now. And I'm not sure you can win a fight with this comp. I mean, you've got 2 Camel Raiders, the debuff, but it's 30 archers. They'll die straight away. You have no idea about history? Dude, that's because you're like 2 years old, Gully. We'll teach you, don't worry. Like, here's one for you, Gully. You know the HRE you really love playing? They're not the real Roman Empire. Did you guys know that the HRE, like the Byzantines never called themselves the Byzantines. The Byzantines was a name given actually by German historians to provide more legitimacy to the Holy Roman Empire as the one true successor to the Roman Empire. There you go. It's one of my favorite details about that naming and like construct. Eastern Roman Empire? Yeah, but with the fall of the Western Empire, technically they were the successors of the kingdom, right? So the Byzantines were the true Roman Empire afterwards. Pressure's starting to mount here. CSO doesn't really have a strong defense at the back, and he can't really afford to have to retreat. He's gone pretty hard in the archer hole, but this is where it really does heavily favor the Delhi, right? Like, their archers are simply superior. Another cool detail here is with this dragging into a very long feudal age, it gets better and better for Delhi because these scrappy techs you usually just forget about, like the melee tech, defense and attack, are going to be there. Small difference, but a difference all the same. Great pinch. Not able to quite finish off the Desert Raiders there. Good quick reaction coming out of CSO. If he'd lost both those Desert Raiders, that would have been huge. These are not cheap units. 180 resources each. What was the Empire before the Byzantines? The Roman Empire. That was back when they were firm handshakes. They liked each other. Archer trade out coming in. This is not a fight you ever win. Spear count is already getting shredded. He can't come in range at all. The Ghazi count is also soaking the fire now. It's getting worse. Only reason it doesn't look like it yet is CSO does have the defender's advantage. Ghazi now starting to go in. Camel Raiders on the backside are at least debuffing these boys, but it's a commitment. A wholehearted one here. Anatan going in big. I don't see what CSO has left in him after this fight, though. Archer count feels like an outnumber here, right? Like 30 plus archers compared to just 20. And I mean, that has to be a wrap up of the game, surely. CSO, the idea to go horseman could have worked earlier, but now it's too late. And Delhi is so dirty for this. In fairness, CSO just wrapped himself up in it. You could see he looked a bit lost in this game. He was looking for a way out, but he never found it. And it's kind of one of those classic okays where you just kind of trend down the path. You're like, okay. And then you keep going. You're like, there's going to be a way out somewhere down here. But it turns out you've just walked down a one-way corridor that goes on for miles and ends in a dead end. Because this build don't work. You needed a way out. Now you just are stuck. Armies reduced as they are, that's a thumbs up, right, for the Delhi. Remember, they've also got Sacred Sites on lock behind this, which is just generating extra economy for them as the game goes on. Dude, I love we're getting the my historical army versus your historical army things now. Delhi's versus Timurid. At peak, probably. I mean, Delhi did also have elephants, right? And yes, the Roman Empire did expand towards the Ottomans. The Ottomans actually were a tiny little baby state when the Byzantines were still very powerful. If you actually look it up, it's a very interesting story, especially with the Sultanate of Rum and their involvement in the process. Dive past though, Nano. With Sacred Sites locked in, the military advantage he's got now, I think CSO is probably just going to concede soon. You're just not getting out your base anymore. Yeah, Ottomans was crazy with how they expanded. But it's because I forget the system they had. It was like a tributary state originally of the Byzantines. And then Byzantines just made poor choice after poor choice. Like, actually, I think the Byzantine Empire is one of the most perfect examples of what a bad leader can do over just a few generations. Well, this is an example of what a bad Ibid player can do to your win rate. Whew. All right, let's get a point on the board. Anno, Chad on match point already. Delhi Sultanate was probably the strongest army in the world. They had like 10,000 elephants. Yeah, but you know what the count to elephants is? You just you set your pack mules on fire with oil on them. And then the elephants killed the enemy army. True story. That actually happened. Actually, I think, was it camels? I think they've done it to camels, if I remember correctly. And true, guns do beat elephants. We've proven this time and time again. All right, so we've got another game. Where are they going now? Ooh, Kawasan. Mongols versus Abbasids. All these history lessons, they're good times, man. I like it. Like I said, dude, I've cast so many games at AoE4. Like that type of game we just watched, I've seen a million times at this. Well, not a million, but, you know, I've seen plenty of times, right? It's actually refreshing to have these kind of talks. Anyone up for a watch party on KP's Discord? There you go, dude. Go for it. Hell yeah. Use that Discord. Shake and bake, mother duckers. Whoop whoop. Jesus, 10K coach. Trying to get me peated? All right, what do you think is the most egregious thing one country done to the other historically? Go for it. I'm going to kick this one off. Possibly the deciding game here because we have got Anatan on match point, just one game away from making it to a $25,000 tournament. CSO attempts to stand in his way. Oh, God, it's big Mongols. All right, in fairness, Mongols have looked okay with the map pool and Master of Realms. Most notably, some Holy Island performances, and Kawasan not looking too shabby for them. But this can be a tough one. He has to go for an aggro opening, right? Because otherwise the Abbasids overwhelm you. My worry is if your timing's off slightly and Anatan does what he's doing, which is to rush Feudal Age, you're just going to die. So great read there. That was brilliant by CSO. Notice what he done. He ran the Khan straight across the map, scouts the gathering on the gold, understands immediately this is a fast feudal build, and then decides to go for a dock instead. That was really smart. Glad for it as well. I would have hated for this game to just be a 10-minute finish and a fizzle for CSO, because with a Rax commitment there, you will just lose the game. There's no way you will stop the Abbasids before they get enough gold. And the problem with that is once they have enough gold, military wings on the way, they only then need wood. They don't need gold for siege engineering because they get it by default. Oh, wait, whoa, low elo eating. Why you got a shame? Wait, are you Danish? Are you shaming my ancestors for that? Don't make me bring up Dane's law. You're English. Okay, okay. You know what, like, the most brutal Viking-esque stories is? Like, that story of the Viking warrior that held a bridge in, I think there's Midlands in England, and the Saxons just couldn't get past him. Like, he was butchering them in mass as they charged the bridge. So what they've done in the end is, like, one little just runty guy got in a barrel and went upriver, and then basically he just drifted downriver, and when he got under the bridge, he just stabbed up from underneath, caught the guy right in the testicles. Okay, if you think that sounds painful, I'm going to make you cringe more. Just think about the fact that, like, the guy's probably being pulled downriver, but maybe, like, the spear's stuck now, right? So, you know, a little bit of tug and war with your jimmies. And yes, there you go, folks. Stanford Bridge. Military wing now on the way, as anticipated here. You always go melee wing here, right? Like, this is really cool in Kawasan. We've noticed a few players. I think Gully was doing it quite a bit, actually. You just go in early for the ram play to deny the docks. It's so strong because at this stage, what does a dock playing player have to contest you? He's got nothing. No, the difference with Zhang Fei is Zhang Fei didn't die at the Changban Bridge, right? He lived. Turns out that his testicles were well insulated. What tournament is this qualify for? This is for the Master of Realms tournament. It is a $25,000 tournament. The whole idea is that the maps are dissected into categories and players play through the categories. So, for example, you know, if you look at previous tournaments we had recently, you might have Dry Arabia and Coastal Cliffs and Gorge being played in a series. That can't happen here, not unless it's past the best of 5, because all those 3 maps are in the open category, so one of them gets picked. So you get kind of a wider array of maps coming out in theory. Viking guy should have won an Armor Cup? Nah, dude, he should have fought on a taller bridge. So it looks like we've got a dock split coming in. In fact, Anno, dude, this is ballsy. He goes for both sides, and this is cool as well, because remember, you only pay 75 wood per dock, so you can afford to make this type of investment. Also, keep in mind, as the minutes go on, the Golden Age is going to kick in on one side, and CSO's only upside economically is now going to be a little bit of movement speed, and Uvu, which I struggle to find timings that really work a lot of the times now, especially when you're playing water-based maps. I guess you can get a double Keshik pump, which isn't too bad. But considering that the Bastards can quite freely play into spears, it doesn't work on its own, really. You know what? That actually got me thinking, low elo. Of all the kingdoms that, like, you know, had a navy presence while can be considered a superpower, is Austria the most silly one? Because they had a very babyish fleet, right? While being the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire. This is a really good opening for Anno, by the way. He's contesting one side, double dock coming as well. Jesus, I don't know what CSO is meant to do with this. Why is AoE2 Kawasan considered better than AoE4 Kawasan? Probably because some people are AoE2 fanboys. I don't know. I haven't watched many AoE2 Kawasans, but I don't really see it. I think AoE4's Kawasan is a really good map. It's really fun. There's some really cool strats, some decent diversification. You even get a nice mix of games. Yes, sometimes it's about the ponds, but we've even had games where it's all about the berries, right? We've had games where neither is actually able to be grabbed before. It has a lot of cool different builds. I think there's actually a lot more viable civs on this map than is apparent as well. Yeah, like berries, dude, berries in this map is a really cool detail the way they designed it. The only negative I might give berries, I don't like that there's enough room for a keep. I think that's bad. I'd rather you have to outpost spam to control the area than a keep drop. So what is the out for CSO now? Blacksmith is coming. He's still trying to contest here, but it's triple dock. I mean, if Anatan turns this into a Navy push, it's just full food removed, right? I don't think he cares to, simply because CSO only has 3 fishing boats here. It's not crazy. But if CSO inflates this more, it's going to indulge Anatan. I think what Anna would rather do is turn this into land warfare now, considering he has safe eco that he can fully inflate, and another one that he can sort of keep in check here. Like, you can even see CSO's paranoid about this by the fact that he's only built 3 fishing boats. That's because he only has enough garrison spots for 3 boats. I'll watch some AoE too. I mean, I can see the appeal. It's got some cool elements in there. But I don't necessarily think the Kawasan's better. I mean, dude, it's different between the 2 games, right? Dude, that's always a weird thing for me is, you know, saying AoE 2 Kawasan's better than AoE 4 Kawasan, it's like when someone starts a sports debate and they go along the lines of, I don't know, what's his name? Brady. Oh, Brady is worse than Cristiano Ronaldo. Like, dude, they don't even play the same sport. Are you okay? I know they're both RTSs, but they are different games. Look at this. CSO actually playing into the Rams. That's really crafty. We expected the Abbasid player to be the one holding it hostage like this, but instead pivots the other way. Did Anna get too greedy with his build? Maybe. I mean, triple docks keeps your opponent away from docking, sure, but it's a very heavy investment on your side as well. CSO now marching forward with his archers as well. Anatan, I think he has made a mistake here. Opportunity now for Team Elephant's player. I mean, the fishing is unharassed, right? So Anna should be able to get the solution. I'd love to just see some horsemen coming out. I think he got tricked here. Like, going Camel Archer doesn't really make much sense to me. It might be that he was planning to raid the enemy eco. It's the only reason I could think you'd ever do this. You need a tournament that's a mix of chess and AoE 4. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. Like, I've actually talked about the idea of those type of tournaments before. Right? Like, ever since chess boxing, I've sat there, I was like, I would love to do this type of stuff. So, like, I had this really cool idea for a Dota 2 tournament as well. Or at least a show match, which would have been Dota 2 musical chairs. The whole idea is, like, every 5 minutes, you switch seats with your teammate. Right? But you're not allowed to change their key bindings or anything. But yeah, I also, like, I tried to propose to Microsoft the idea for, like, a multi-game tournament. I used, like, Dota 2 and AoE 4 as an example because a lot of Dota 2 players started playing AoE 4. And a decent amount of AoE 4 people know Dota 2, right? So you could just have them versus each other, which would be kind of cool. But it doesn't even have to be that. Like, Microsoft has all these IPs. Why they don't do a DreamHack-esque event where you play different games throughout to accrue points is beyond me. Imagine if you had a tournament where it's like Halo, Age of Empires 4, Call of Duty, then, like, what else we got in the arsenal? Because they've got different genres, right? I'm trying to spell both off the top of my head. StarCraft can come in. There you go. 2 RTS, 2 FPSs. So much diversity. And then Heroes of the Storm makes an appearance. Then you have a Hearthstone tournament. Be incredible. Absolutely incredible. You know what I'd do? Heroes of Might and Magic and Age of Empires 4 tournament. I will do that if AoE 4 ever bothers to add a pause button. Deal? Deal. Golly, grow up, dude. You're in a game that's played mostly by people in their 30s. If you don't know how to play Heroes of Might and Magic, don't be a pussy. It's time to learn. Step read out now on the way. CSO. Oof. This doesn't feel good, this build, man. Anatan, if he techs up as well, like, mass Archer Compsabos just kind of beats everything, right? Triathlon tournament. Was that the French one? I think I know the one you're talking about. Like, I love the idea. There was another idea I had for a tournament where you just basically, you work. I actually just need to make more contacts at big esports orgs. You just bring all your internal teams and you have them face off in each other's games. It's like, imagine Optics Olympics, right? And it's like they bring in the Halo team and they bring their Call of Duty team, they bring the Valorant team, right? They bring in the Apex team, and all these different things, and they will face off in the different games. It'd be so incredible. I'm gonna make a prediction that I wouldn't be surprised if is it Common Corp does that. I think they're called Common Corp. The ones that basically they run their own events as an esports team, and they actually like they build full venues for it as well. Dude, I want to work with those guys so badly. And now going to the Rams. I love how this match has just been back and forth ramming, right? Oh, and it's all over one pond. Like, there's no contest at all. Anatan always has this free economy on the left side. CSO, meanwhile, trying to just move away from needing that by going for land eco. We have got Shamans on the way. I'll just start to march in, though. Congratulations. You will kill this ram in... I'll be back in 2 minutes. I mean, in fairness, it's not the worst kill rate, right? Like, you're doing 12 damage every 1.5 seconds. It's not quick enough to stop a ram killing a doctor. Nano. It's kind of interesting. I see him do this a lot more than other players. Camel archering. At this stage, I get it because you're up against men-at-arms, but I think from your position, it's more worthwhile to just tech up. What Anatan's worried about is the issue with just teching up here is if your read is wrong and you do need camel archers, you can't just rush them. They take 35 seconds per camel archer. So he's just taking the safer route here instead of risking it, even though he would definitely get away with it, and dying because of it. Makes sense as well. What did we say he had left in the draft after this? So his remaining options are Byzantines or Japanese. Meanwhile, CSO would have Zhone or Malians. And I believe it was for Socotra. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Socotra would not be a good map for either of those civs. Not when your opponent has Malians and Zhone. I know. Starts trading with the back line. Love that, actually. Like, bodying with the archers like this is really good because the camel archers can actually just try to maximize DPS output. Doesn't really feel like they're doing a lot here, though. Finally, the men-at-arms go down. That was weird to watch because it looked like the camel archers were shooting the Keshik and doing no damage. Just a little bit of a weird animation there. It's like CSO has at least still got the one dock over here. Unfortunately, it looks like Anatan is interested in partying on this lake now. Sneaks out with the double dock. He's got demo ships on the way. Fire coming through. Some demo on demo action here, but a little bit of a distraction too. Archer ship comes out. I have a feeling CSO is going to lose his fishing in the next 2 minutes. Line is looking grim as well. Like, the Camel Archer play is just sick. I think Anno is the one true Camel Lord, guys. I don't think I've seen anyone else have so much success so frequently with Camel Archers as this guy. Such a smart read. So still just trying to rely on the men-at-arms, but I think it's one of those tough situations where you actually just have to go archers. You don't really want to, though, because you know if your opponent's teching up, you're just now going to lose the fight, right? That's the issue with doing step readout, being forced to do step readout, really, over Kurotai, is Kurotai at least would put you in a position where if your opponent has composite bows, you somewhat compete with them due to the power Kurotai, right? That's just an option that doesn't exist here, though. Fishing now being eliminated. I mean, there's nothing you can do to micro away from this either, right? Like, you can go down to 3 and protect. Anything more, and you're screwed. Archer ship. Ooh, just about gets it out. CSO does at least have relics coming back, so that's a positive for him, but looks like Anno is getting close to pulling the trigger. All right, I think 15 Camel Archers is enough to defend him, guys. CSO's one way of redeeming this now is to go into siege. Camel Archers. Whoa, not the best of micro there. Anatan essentially frontlining with the boys. Still, this isn't the full battalion, right? Yeah, he sent a bunch on the flank, so a little bit of a whoopsie there. I think Anatan misread this. He should be sending it down the center instead. He was trying to flank raid. And really, there is no reason to flank raid here. Not with this type of numerical advantage. Composite bows is easy to count with many more bows. Nah, see, Blitzkrieg, I'm sorry, buddy, but you're not thinking correctly there. The way that you counter out composite bows is by wallowing the enemy composite bows, and then you have composite bows. So I think this one is done. the only way he wins this is if Anatan does something wrong to an extreme like that again. Like, going on that flank was a blunder. There was no reason to do it. I know why he done it. He's trying to hunt eco and sneak in, but like, you don't need to sneak. That's kind of the crazy thing about this game now with masked camel archers. There's no sneaking. They stampede as they roll on in. They can be heard a million miles away. Like, these guys are powerful at this stage. CSO now with 2,000 gold. Seems he's a bit stumped. Well, it can help with that stumping. All the stumping you're doing in the forest, put it into siege. It's a bit dicey because the mobility of the camels means they can kind of dodge mangoes, but it is actually the most efficient way for you to now defend against what's coming. Love that we're actually seeing play onto the berry in the center as well. Is Anatan actually going to age up before this game ends? I mean, the better question is he going to reach population? Because if he reaches population, then yes, he'll age up before the game ends. Fishing boat. Okay, that's disgusting. I love that. Fishing boats just for the clutch repairs. CSO has lost water entirely. Culture Wing now on the way. Pock's pretty nice in a game like this. Plenty of things to upgrade, right? Composite bows, you can make a comeback in archers. The camel archer upgrades can be big here, not to mention the +2. Definitely worth it considering your opponent is massing into archers now. Is Anatan the camel king of Abbasis for real, though? I'm convinced that he is the case. That he is the case, right? Wait, is that the shadow, or did someone forget to wash the camels? Okay, I have, like, max graphical settings, and that's some of the weirdest shadows I've seen in a while. Why Culture and not Eco Wing? For him, you don't really need it. Culture Wing's much better at this stage. There's so many things you could see value in upgrading, right? Like, what do you want with Eco Wing? Fishing's good enough. The way you lose this game is by full land transitioning with 4 TCs. Because then CSO has a chance to attack. By going Culture Wing, you're going to be optimal at continue to attack. You really only go Eco Wing when you're running out of food. But because you've got deep water fish, you're never running out of food. Camel's backing up. Interesting search point here for CSO, but limited opportunity. Needs to be fast about this. Anatan getting the walls up. He's going to slow down the assault, and CSO hesitates at a single outpost here. Okay, this is really important. Slowing down for Rams is actually how you lose this game. Because the problem right now is your opponent's eco ahead, and instead of now punishing them for going for a tech up, which you can tell they're teching up at this stage, right? Like, the numbers, it's obvious he's teching up. You're giving them time to consolidate their lead. And yeah, of course CSO's food is abysmal. That's what kind of happens when you lose all your fishing. He pretty much can only build archers. Well, and rams. Tech upgrades coming in. Notice he doesn't even wait for preservation and knowledge. For good reason, you can't afford to here. Time is more important than the resource savings. Camel archers are at least able to keep dodging death. Level 2 ranged armor is on the way. And it's time he actually sends them into the TC. Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, now they can't be hurt, right? 15 seconds, and then they come out like a beautiful butterfly. First Lancers come out, though. And CSO, with only 1 Keshik here and 2 men-at-arms, the trap has been sprung. He opens the door and invites him in for his last meal. Veterancy in now, 15 damage per strike. Extra 30 HP to work with. The only thing that CS are going to do now is trade out. Go after the villagers, kill as many as possible, because what's coming back your way in 2 minutes is going to hit hard. Oy, oy, oy. Navy situation, just a stalemate on one pond. The other one just still everything and more for Anatan to stay alive in this game. If it wasn't for the fishing, he couldn't do what he done with Camel Archers in this game. It simply would not be sustainable. Now it is undeniable. Lance is chasing away the Archer group. Second wave cannot even think about going to the base. And now it's Anatan's chance to send it into the base of the Mongols. Oh, that right there hurts. And I mean it hurts anything, even Keshiks. CSO's like, don't lose the camels, don't lose the camels, don't lose the camels, don't lose the camels. No! Big wallop in there. The demo pretty much clean up the spring before it can do any damage here. Camel Archers now just stand their ground. We'll be able to just run it down mid after this one. And CSO, of course, isn't just going to call it, right? Like, you know, he is back up against the wall. If Anatan wins here, he qualifies through. But there's something increasingly undeniable about this. Because here's another thing. You see Lancers who react with crossbows. Great. Camel Archers is once again the answer. Crossbows lose to Camel Archers, right? Archers, they have a better attack speed, and they're more cost efficient compared to crossbows. Whew. I feel like Anno is very quickly becoming my favorite player to watch with a few different civs. Like, actually, now that I think about it, both Ibis and Abbasids, he's probably the player I look forward to watching the most because of these wildly creative comps he does. Double TC now from CSO. If this wasn't a game where Anatan's about to attack him, I actually have some faith that Mongols can come back into this with the relic grab they've got and how their late game isn't atrocious against the Abbasids, but it's such a distant dream at this stage. Quickly turning into a nightmare for the Mongols. Tough game, man. I think CSO, he had some moments where it almost looked like it was coming together, but Anatan, just a quick read into this Camel Archers, saved his bacon. Saved his humps. Abra, not Dragovan? I mean, yeah, but like, Dragovan needs to qualify for the main events so I can praise him. You think Camel Archers... Okay, no. Camel Archers look busted because he has this many, right? He has 21 Camel Archers. Right? Would 21 Camel Archers look busted if you had 63 Archers? Right? That's the other way of thinking about it. Because it's the same cost. 63 Archers looks pretty busted as well. Alright, here's a better way of thinking about this. Like, what Nesta Bees? They're like, is it 600 resources? I always forget. So, 8 Nesta Bees looks pretty busted, right? You see where I'm going with this? You can actually heal the Nesta Bees. Like, when are you going to heal Camel Archers? I mean, I guess you could go ahead and get medical centers, but who the hell ever does that? Oh my god, they're broken. How are Camel Archers killing an outpost? No, I'm going to start. Free TC now for CSO. I mean, credit to him. He's doing the right thing to try and claw back into this. He has got some decent food income for the time being. Plenty of pastures boomed up to allow for that long term. But now mid-map TC for that. That's kind of wild. I mean, I am outraged, by the way, Anatan. Don't want to call him a noob, but, you know, this little tizzy goes right here. Free TC all of a sudden from Anno, Chad. And look what else is on the way. Camel Rider shields. That's right. For some reason, we're building Camel Riders. I mean, you'd think he would just build Horsemen here. But Anatan's like, no, in the spirit of the camels, we go on. 63 Archers won't melt heavy armor? That's not true. That's really not true. I think people sleep on just how much damage veteran Archers do, even against armored targets. Dude, you do 9 damage. A Men at Arms can have 6 ranged armor max. And remember, composite bows in this situation. Like, if I could choose between like composite bow archers or camel archers, I feel like I go composite bow archers. Because the other thing on top of that is the amount of production time it takes. 45 seconds compared to 50. Camel archers really aren't that busted. They're so hard to get into. The amount of economy you need to get that online. Like, it's that classic example of, oh my god, 20 great bombards are OP. It's like, yeah, but what? How did he get 20 great bombards? Right? The issue starts early, and I think it's similar here. The Camel Arch issue comes in because of CSO allowing this fishing to happen for free. That's what enabled it. And a big part of that was praise to Anatan, right? That second dock on the north side made it almost impossible for him to contest. Now it feels impossible to win. Looks like the final stand to me. CSO, whole army is going to get wiped. There's simply no walking away from Mass Cav. Crossbows are left over at the tail end of the fight, but Camel Archers can now hunt that down. Cool series between the two, though. You know, one or two of these games were a little bit funky, but this one, cool swings and roundabouts. I'm actually glad we're seeing more Khao-San. I think it's kind of an underrated map. Has some really fun games. I think this will definitely rate amongst them. Poor CSO. You can see he was trying to prep for an Imperial transition, but that's never coming. GG. Anatan qualifies for Master of Realms main event 3-1. Whoop, whoop. I know, Chad. Why now Mango with so much wood? I think he was just worried that he wasn't going to get enough good shots for Camel Archers. I mean, sure, you can have your opinion on it. Like, but, you know, have your opinion and whatnot. Well, all I'll say is statistically, like, statistically, they are not OP. Their win rate, like, if you were to just build them, is not good. Oh, sad. I just got, well, maybe messaged by. Pog. Recon went for some strawberries and cream and some vanilla creme. Wee wee. Let me know what you think of those, Recon. Dude, those two sound like they'd be fantastic together as well. Strawberries and vanilla. Important bit. Yeah, actually, that's kind of cool, right? Like, because if you... So, a little interesting detail there, by the way, Recon. If you do like the Protein Works and you happen to reorder, which, by the way, if you guys have not checked out the Protein Works, you really should. These things are actually tasty. I'm doing blueberry cheesecake with white chocolate and raspberry today. If you do like them and you go for a reorder, make sure you like aim for £60 if you know you're going to like it. Because if you aim for £60, you will get free delivery. Whereas currently what you've done there is basically my discount code has given you free delivery, I guess, in a way. Not bad, not bad. Olive oil based ice cream. I don't think I've ever had olive oil based ice cream. That does sound kind of curious though. Kind of tempting. Maybe I'll have to explore that one. Okay, so I'm weighing up whether we do another series. Or do we call it? I mean, we're approaching 7 hours. We are going to be live tomorrow as well. What other series are there? Let me have a look. By the way, kind of crazy. Like, I'm just looking on YouTube. 60 people watching on that side as well. It warms my heart that the community continues to grow. I love that people are tuning in. I said before I went on holiday, it's kind of weird, this feeling that, like, you know, I was going to get back and not many people were going to tune in. And there was one or two streams where it was kind of low. I was like, oh, okay. But glad to see people back swarming for more AoE 4. Another one, your lunch is almost here? I don't know about that. Seeing as it's Neri asking, I think we just go up now. Yeah, that's a good question, YouTubers. Now that I'm looking. Oh, someone there who also thinks ABBA Camel Archers are busted. I mean, dude, it's like anything is busted in those situations. Like, if you let it just get out of control, is my whole point, right? Many things can be seen as busted with those type of games. You see your channel growing? Hell yeah, I'm happy for it. I kind of want to try some... There was some strategy games I wanted to kind of like actually do some playthroughs of. I wonder if people would be interested in. Because I was thinking of checking out Songs of Conquest now that it's launched. Don't know if you guys have looked at that, by the way. I might give away a code of it. The dev sent me one. Songs of Conquest is really, really good. Community games, let's go. Sorry, I only play community games with main events, qualified players. Maybe we do one more series. I'm trying to think who we've got left. I don't know, man. I'm weighing up going off. And the reason I'm weighing off going off is because I have cast now... I want to say it's 23 hours of AoE4 in the last 3 days. I don't want to burn myself out. Songs of Conquest does look incredible. I played it. It is incredible. I had it in early access. It's really good. So here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Is there more games? There are. And what I'm weighing up is saving them for tomorrow because there's plenty to cast tomorrow. So tomorrow, I think we'll look to check out Elyona versus KJ, the CSO versus Elyona. We've got Cat versus Myriad, Lash versus Sassy. There's the Core versus Kyo, Corvinus versus Avali, right? And that's just from one qualifier. I think there's still one or two on the first qualifier that we didn't check in on. And maybe we check out the Killjoy Sassy as well. Baltoon Avali, I said, would be a fun one to look in on. So yeah, there's plenty. Baltoon versus Vanderdorf, I'm kind of curious about as well. Maybe we even go for a certain Baltoon series. So there are plenty of things for us to cast. And I think most of them should still be there. Today is a holiday in the USA and tomorrow's not. Okay, but like, I don't know if that'll make much difference. Negligee. What's a negligee? Oh no, not that thing, dude. Bruh, chill. Kalash, I'm gonna have to put you in horny jail, man. So let me explain what the hell he's on about. Basically, there is a website called Throne. Don't know if you guys are familiar with it. Check your Discord. No, I already saw the message. I commented on it earlier. I just didn't deep dive into it. But there's a site called Throne. Here you go. And you can tell I've got a very deep and diverse set of things that I wish for. But I don't know like if I should use... Because I think there's a commission taken. Because the thing I was thinking about is I was talking about how we were struggling to find a PC sponsor. Or find really many sponsors at the moment. But PC one was the big one that fell through. So I was like weighing up putting a PC on a wish list here. But I think because of the commissions they take... Especially when it's like a combined funding effort. It would be a lot of money just going into commission. If I'm not mistaken there. But yeah, like basically... There was... What was it? A mini... I'm looking at the screenshot now. I literally put in my Discord, I would nail wearing this. And basically Kalash is trying to buy it for me now. No. No. I would nail wearing this. But no... This website recently came under fire, by the way. A little bit dodgy, actually. This particular website... People can recommend things or that they'll be willing to buy you. And it's meant to be NSFW friendly, as in, like, you know, you don't have to worry about people sending you, like, dildos or whatever. But recently, some people found a way to custom link through them, even when people have that option turned off. So, yeah, they're having a little bit of a weird time. And, Upright, why don't you kiss my low dangling testicles? Thanks. Can you play a game? Nah. Especially my current PC. I said before, like, the PC as it is, it's just not going to happen. The frame rate ain't that good. You'd watch me stream on that? Wait, what, you mean stream in that? Like, wait, no, dude, you're not saying the other toy. So sorry for derailing the stream like that? No, it's fine. We just brought a bit of flavorfulness to the stream, right? I don't know, man. I was looking through here, and my brain was like, what would I even put up here for gifted things? Because, like, a lot of creators do use this. Peepo mugs? Okay, dude, there you go. Easy. But yeah, I need to look into the fees thing. It seems that they have some things like this that they literally do not take a slice on. Because basically, you know, some people just want to buy you things. We still need to find a good thing for the pizza delivery thing. Because Brocktree got us onto that. But this game I was talking about, Songs of Conquest, this game. This is incredible. So, Heroes of Might and Magic, successor, basically. Here you go, I'll quickly show you this. It's a really cool graphic style as well. Very few streamers like to play AoE4. That's not really true, considering that statistically almost all the streamers for AoE4 play AoE4. I'm in a minority, my friend. Almost all of them play the game. The interesting thing is actually the playing perspective should be less user-friendly because a lot of players use a lot of rapid movement that is hard to follow. It's like, for example, you know when you watch like a Call of Duty montage and you see someone do a 360, 720, blitz it, no scope. It's cool in a YouTube montage, but to watch someone do that on Twitch for 7 hours straight is very disorienting. But yeah, this game's really cool. It just recently went to 1.0. It's 30 quid. I might do a giveaway, like I said. I've been sent a code by them, but I already had it. Like I'd already bought the game ages ago, so I was like, okay. But I really enjoy this. I need to play the newest campaign. They just released a new campaign on it. Outside that, I think the other game I was looking at was going to be... What was it? Oh, Mana Lords. Mana Lords finally sent me a key. It took them like 3 extra weeks to send the key, so I was on holiday when it came through. Has worse graphics than OG AOU2. It's kind of a choice that they went with that graphic style, though. Yeah, I don't know if this game's still going strong. I'm keeping an eye on some upcoming strategy games, because, like I said, I love AOE4, but I want to like show off new strategy games as well. I think it's nice to have a little bit of a balance. Have you played Anno 1800? Yes, but I haven't played it in years. I used to play a lot of it. I think my favorite one of those type of games is... Has anyone ever played this? Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom. This is old school. We're talking Sierra 2000. So old, I literally could not find a large image to show you. Yeah, so if anyone's played like Caesar or Pharaoh, it's the same developer as that, but it's Chinese as the theme. There you go, guys. I finally admit it. Chinese main. This is how you get me to play China. Yeah, it looks like Pharaoh because it's the same developer. So, yeah, it's Pharaoh, Caesar. What's the other one? The Greek one, I always forget the name of. And Emperor, all the same. Yeah, guys, I think let's find someone to raid now. I think we're getting ready to wind down. $1602 is the big one. My first Anno experience was it 1404? No, it wasn't 1404. What was the other one? 1302, right? I think 1302. Or maybe it's 1602 like you as well. No, I think it might have been 1602. Let's have a look. Yeah. This is my first Anno as well. Yeah, back when it had like proper military... Wait, no, is it? No, this isn't the one. Give me a sec. I can't remember the name. Was it 1404? 1701. That's the one. That was my first Anno game. 1701. Yeah. That's the one. Raid Anno Chad? Yeah. I guess we could probably raid Anno Chad in a minute. Yeah, this was a fun game. What else did I play? I did that. If we go down this rabbit hole, there's so many games I played as a kid. Cossacks is a perfect example. Was it Active War? Active War. I love this game. I think I was talking about it on the EGC broadcast yesterday. Because I was like, wouldn't it be cool if there was a civ that could, like, when you garrison a building, they could rush the building as well and then just attack you? Generational gap is showing. I mean, I play all kinds of games. FFAs? Nah, not today, Nomad. I think I'm going to get ready to wind down. We're going to go offline. Send me a text? Okay, well, check it in a sec. Sorry, Nomad. I'll have a look. We'll be back tomorrow, though, guys. There's still so many series to cast here that weren't cast, so let's continue fixing that. What we'll do now is I will get ready to raid through to Mr. Anno Chad, and then I'll be back tomorrow around midday again. So be sure to mark that into your calendar, and then we should be able to keep this quite frequent Mondays, Tuesdays, watching more tournament games, right? Because obviously the next 3 weeks. I think it's 3 weeks is going to be a group stage for Master of Realms. That's pretty good. But let me get the raid ready. And I might, like I said, I might explore some upcoming games, see what's on the horizon, see if I can get sent some keys, and then maybe we'll try a few other strategy games, see if there's any interesting upcoming ones. I did skip Homeworld 3, but apparently I heard that's a good thing. From my understanding, Homeworld 3 sucked. Yes, I do want to check out Dune Awakening, although admittedly it's not a strategy game, so I don't know how many people will care. But yeah, there's Dune Awakening, which I definitely wanted to check out. There was also another one that's like, the best way I can describe it is it's Sea of Thieves in the desert. I wonder if that'll actually bring up what I'm thinking of. Sand! There you go. Yeah, this looks really fun as well.
I'm excited to officially reveal a new game that looks to have...
Yeah, okay. This guy's ruining it for me. Just get the trailer. Yeah, you basically just go around the desert, blowing up each other's like sand ships. It does look quite fun. Dude, I would play this for hours with the Wild Wild West theme tune in the background. You know the ones? We're going straight to the Wild Wild West. That one. We're going straight to the Wild Wild. Some of the gunplay actually reminds me of Dishonored as well, which is always a plus. Yeah, this could be fun, I think. I already mentioned it to Marika. I was like, this would actually be hilarious to play. But yeah, Dune Awakening. For those who don't know, like Dune Awakening, if you have not seen it, recommend keeping your eye on this. This looks sick. It's a survival game in the Dune world. I'm so freaking hyped for this. Another reason why I need a new PC. So yeah, definitely got to figure that one out. But guys, that is going to be it. I'm going to have to redo the raid into Anachad because we took too long. So let me get ready to raid Anatan again. And we'll wind it down. And I will be back tomorrow around the same time for more Age of Empires 4 action. So make sure to mark it in your calendar if you want some competitive AoE4. If you want to see the best of the best. If you want the best spot to come for Caster Games, make sure you're following here already. But for now, why don't you go watch one of the best. Anachad is currently playing up against Beastie. Go cheer him on, hype him up, and let's see if he can slap around Alex. And I'll see you all again very soon. Toodaloo.